Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Lifehouse, broken. Ash watched as his starter Pokemon took off. Pikachu, how could you? He was astonished and disgusted that it left him in the clutches of these flock of Spearow. He could only think in terror as he watched the flock make its descend on him. The pain hit Ash in seconds. He could hear the screeching and clawing. He turned on his right side and reverted to the fetal position. He tried to protect himself as much as he could. Ash felt the most as the vicious birds attacked his face. He screamed as they got to his left eye that wasn't as protected. He felt the marks leaving deep punctures and scars. His only thought while he was in agonizing pain. I can't believe this is happening. I will never. Tr. Then his world went black. One of the Spearow could only look on in horror. He was originally the one the boy threw the rock at. He thought for sure the boy would have been protected by that Pikachu. He saw the rodent take off like a rocket the minute his flock appeared. The boy looked horrified that his Pokemon ditched him in his time of need. He felt disgusted himself that a Pokemon would do that to its trainer. He saw the boy protecting himself and trying to make himself appear as small as possible. He could already see the scars and blood from the boy. Spearow could only think, dang. I started this. But I can end this. After hearing that thought, the Spearow got a new resolve. He turned to his flock. He screeched and told them to stop. He said the boy has had enough. A few ignored his words until a peck and tackle settled them. He glared as hard as he could. The flock asked why he wanted to stay with this human. Because, he seems different from the others. I also think he didn't deserve this. I mean, his own Pokemon left him to die. The other Spearow were startled by that when that thought hit them. They then looked at the unconscious boy and felt guilt hit them. They told him that he could stay with him. He also got their respect. He lasted longer than some Pokemon under our attack. They then started to fly away. The one who stayed behind watched as they left. He felt the need to stay with this boy. He felt down inside that this boy would be a great help in the future. Spearow turned to the unmoving body of the boy. He called to him to wake up and move. The boy just laid there. He saw the boy leaking blood. The left side of the boy's face was covered in scars. He had a huge set of claw marks on his left eye. He nipped the boy gently on his shoulder and nuzzled him to wake up. The boy didn't move whatsoever. Spearow was getting scared. I need to get this boy help. But what can I do? He looked around in panic. He saw a river bank nearby, then remembered a town was nearby. He screeched in happiness. He turned to the boy and thought of ways to move him. He then thought of maybe making the boy go down river. How would I move him in the river, he thought. Spearow flew over and started looking around the river. Then he stopped a dark shadow in the water. He felt down to a tree nearby and glanced closely at the water. What he saw was a Magikarp. He then smiled to himself in happiness. That Pokemon would be a great help. He flew down and landed on the bank. He then put his head in the water and saw the fish Pokemon. Hey. Sorry to interrupt your time. But can you please help me? He hoped the fish would help him. If not, then he would have to think of another way to save the boy. Magikarp glanced at the bird Pokemon who had spoken to her. She saw the disrepute look on his face and then nodded at his question. Yes. What is the problem? Spearow smiled and looked to the surface to continue the talk. The Magikarp followed. He spoke of the injured boy and needed to take him downstream to the town. The Magikarp looked at the Spearow horrified and disgusted. She agreed with the Spearow about how the boy's Pokemon leaving him in his time of need. Of course, I'll help the boy. Push him in the river and I'll try my best. Magikarp retorted. Spearow smiled and flapped his wings. He flew up to the waterfall and stopped the boy. He crawled and landed near the boy. He saw the boy groaning and then realized he was still in function. Ash started to blink his eyes in a haze. His body felt like it went through a blender. The most of his pain was on his face. He felt a warm substance fall down the left of his face. He would wipe it, but was in so much pain to do so. He felt worthless as the thoughts of his Pikachu leaving him to be killed. He cried to himself at those thoughts. All his thoughts of himself being worthless disappeared after feeling a nuzzling on his face. He turned his head slightly as much as he could to stare at the thing who was doing that. His right eye widened at the sight of the Spearow. He closed his eye fast to keep it from being injured. Minutes went by and he felt no injury. He looked up slowly to see the Spearow looking at him calmly. It then leaned down and nipped him slowly on the hair. He couldn't believe that this Pokemon was helping him. It cawed at him and tried to point to with its wings to make him understand what it wanted him to listen to it. Ash saw it point to the waterfall and then the stream. He realized it wanted him to go in the river. He looked at the bird Pokemon and saw its sincerity in its eyes. He didn't want to trust it, but when he saw its eyes he couldn't say no. He hoped it wasn't play him and leave him to die like Pikachu. Ash slowly got up. He started to crawl his way towards the waterfall. The Spearow walked with him slowly to show that it was still with him. He grimaced but smiled at the little bird. When he got to the waterfall, he saw the river below it. He gulped and looked towards the Spearow. It gave him a content look and looked towards the river and him. He looked at the river again and saw a dark shape in the river. It made its way towards the bottom of the waterfall and stayed there. Ash thought, so Spearow has a friend to help me? Ash looked at the river and nodded to himself. He crawled over and then threw himself off the waterfall. He hit the bottom of the river and felt a pair of scales coming up his right half. He opened his right eye and saw a Magikarp. It was pulling him along. It pulled him to the surface and he breathed in fast. He saw the Magikarp and said, "Thank you." The fish Pokemon looked at him and nodded. He smiled to himself for thanks that these Pokemon saved him and did more than his own starter did. He helped the Magikarp as much as he could with kicking his legs. A while passed. And Ash was slowly starting to fade in and out of pain. The water in the river calmed it but did very little to the open wounds. He was glad to have these two Pokemon by his side. He looked towards the sky and saw the Spearow looking at him and Magikarp. He was touched by its consideration for him. Magikarp sensed him becoming unconscious and started to frantically swim faster. She looked at the boy and kept him afloat. She bellowed for Spearow to get down here and look for help. Spearow looked down and saw what was happening and freaked. It nodded to Magikarp and flew a little further downriver. It looked around and stopped a young woman fishing. He saw a bike and instantly knew that she could help. He cawed and turned and flew back to Magikarp. He told her of his findings and she told him, she'll follow him to the girl. He flew back to the girl and cawed. The girl looked up and saw a Spearow. It landed before her and screeched. She quirked an eyebrow at what the Spearow wanted. It pointed its wing at the river. She looked towards the stream and saw a shape making its way towards her. As it drew closer, her eyes widened. She gasped seeing the bleeding boy in the river being pulled by a Magikarp. She jumped in the river instantly and started to swim towards them. She grabbed the boy and dragged him to her fishing spot. Misty looked at the bleeding boy that was covered in scars. She couldn't believe what happened to him. She looked at the two Pokemon beside her. The Magikarp in the river watching with concerned eyes along with the Spearow. "Is he your trainer?" she asked. To her astonishment they shook their heads. Then to her next shock Spearow made its way to the boy's belt where there was Pokeball. It pecked it gently and was sucked in. It dinged and was captured instantly. The Magikarp jumped in and out to be in the Pokeball too. Misty blinked and saw Magikarp's actions and grabbed one of the boy's Pokeball. She threw it at it and watched it get captured without any hesitation. She looked at the boy before her and then realized she needed to get him to a hospital quickly. She hoisted him on her bike and packed everything. She pedaled as fast as she could to Viridian City, that was the nearest hospital area nearby. While on the way she looked at the boy's injuries and winced. He looked like someone threw a blender and felt bad. She was amazed that those Pokemon wanted to be with him even if they were wild. She was shocked by them even saving him. She pedaled faster, looking at the area getting near the city. She spotted the buildings and made a few sharp turns. She heard the boy panting and freaked out. Misty spotted the hospital sign and let out a sign of relief. She looked at the boy again and saw his expression of pain. Misty parked her bike quickly and chained it. She grabbed the boy and held him to her side. She made her way to the double doors and called for help. The doctors and nurses heard her and looked at her. They spotted the bleeding boy at her side and quickly made their way towards them. They grabbed the boy and asked Misty many questions. "I don't know him at all. His Spearow and Magikarp helped him mostly, and I helped him as much as I could. I don't know what happened to him." She answered as much as she could. They thanked her for her help in answering their questions as much as she could. Misty asked if she could be his guardian and watch his things. She was given his clothing and saw his Pokédex. She found his name was Ash Ketchum and started his journey today. She made her way to the phone. The Pokédex said to contact Professor Oak in case of emergency. She called and waited patiently for him to pick up. The screen came up and she saw an elder man on screen. "Hello, can I help you?" She heard the man say. "Are you Professor Oak?" Misty asked. She saw the elder man nod. "Excuse me, sir. I called you to say I found a trainer named Ash in the river. He was injured and..." She watched the professor's face become pale and he asked, "What happened? Is he all right? Where are you?" She said they were in Viridian City and heard him say he would be there and would bring along Ash's mother. Misty nodded and said she would be here. She exchanged more information with Professor Oak and then ended the call. She sighed and straightened up. She looked towards the emergency room and prayed everything was fine with Ash. "I hope things are okay." In the emergency room, Ash rested, unknown to the things happening and new team he has. Last time on starting things differently. She made her way to the phone. The Pokédex said to contact Professor Oak in case of emergency. She called and waited patiently for him to pick up. The screen came up and she saw an elder man on screen. "Hello, can I help you?" She heard the man say. "Are you Professor Oak?" Misty asked. She saw the elder man nod. "Excuse me, sir. I called you to say I found a trainer named Ash in the river. He was injured and..." She watched the professor's face become pale and he asked, "What happened? Is he all right? Where are you?" She said they were in Viridian City and heard him say he would be there and would bring along Ash's mother. Misty nodded and said she would be here. She exchanged more information with Professor Oak and then ended the call. She sighed and straightened up. She looked towards the emergency room and prayed everything was fine with Ash. "I hope things are okay." In the emergency room, Ash rested, unknown to the things happening and new team he has. Present. Ash groaned and started to turn his head slightly. He opened his eyes slow and could see a bit of a haze. His vision cleared up and saw he was in a white room in a small bed. He knew instantly that he was in a hospital. He turned and saw a red-headed girl sleeping in a green chair nearby. Beside her he noticed were his clothes and travel pack. "Wait, my clothes?" Ash froze at that thought and looked under the sheets. He saw he was wearing a gray hospital gown. He sighed in relief. He already got enough embarrassment from his mother. Then that thought hit him. Oh crap. What is Mom gonna say about this? He heard a groan and he quickly glanced over to see the red-headed girl slowly waking up. He froze. The girl opened her blue eyes and yawned. She stretched and started to knk to neck. She looked over and saw the boy frozen staring at her like a Pokemon in headlights. Then her eyes widened. "You're awake!" she shouted. She jumped over to him and started to look him over. Ash looked at her confused. "Who are you? And how did I get here?" Ash said, looking at her blankly. The girl stopped, then gave a goofy smile. "Ops, sorry about that. I'm Misty Wallflower. And how you got here is a big thing itself," she said, looking at him calmly. Ash looked at her weirdly. He started to notice something was up with his left eye. He could barely see the girl in front of him. Misty seemed to notice this and looked dejected on the floor. The doors said they couldn't do anything to fix it. "You will be almost blind in that eye, they told me." Ash looked at her with frantic eyes. "Mirror? Can I have a mirror?" Ash said silently. Misty nodded and went into her bag. She pulled out a flowery mirror and handed it to the boy. Ash looked at the mirror and saw himself. He had to gasp after seeing his reflection. He saw his left side of his face littered in scars. His left eye was a dull brown. He brought his hand to his face and saw to his horror that he could barely even see his hand with his left eye. He had claw marks on his left eye going down to his cheek. He saw the rest of the scars litter the rest of his left half. They made themselves shown on his arm and belly. Ash felt tears streaming down his face. He placed the mirror on his covers and brought his hands to face. He started to cry silently to himself. He felt a warm embrace and saw the girl Misty giving him a hug. Everyone needs a hug. Ash looked at her and gave a small smile. Misty hugged him and gave him a box of tissues. "Your professor and mother are here." Ash looked at her with wide eyes. "I'll go get them." They went to the cafeteria to get some food. Ash was silent and gave a faint nod. She smiled and walked out. Ash leaned back into his bed and looked around the room. He saw some flowers placed there from most likely his mother and a Goldeen plushie from maybe the girl. He saw a get well card from the professor. He gave a small smile at this. He looked over to the guest chair and saw his clothing. He saw 2 pokeballs sitting securely on the top. He blinked at that. Why would they be sitting there? While was thinking of this explanation, he was roused by the sound of footsteps and talks coming to his room. He saw the door open and Misty peeked in. She gave a smile and turned to open the door further. He saw Professor Oak and his mother Delia come in. The professor saw Ash and gave a gentle smile. "Oh, Ash. Thank God you're awake. You gave everyone a scare." Ash gave a faint grin and was instantly crushed by his mother being hugged. "Oh my baby. Are you alright? When I heard what happened, I just about almost lost it." His mother screamed. The others' sweat dropped at this. "Ms. Ketchum. I think Ash can't breath." Delia blinked at Misty's comment and looked down at her son's red face. She instantly let him go and heard her son breathe in deeply. "It's okay, Mom. I'm fine," he said with a smile despite his mother almost suffocating him. She gave him a smile and ruffled his hair. Ash gave a cute grin at this. The others had to laugh at the mother and son interaction. It was cute. Delia saw her son's eye and caressed his left cheek, seeing the scar. Ash saw this and said, "I know it's bad. But I can bear it, Mom. I can handle this." Delia gave a smile. "I know you can, Ashy. I just wish it didn't happen to you though." Ash's face went to a grim at that. "I know," was what the others heard. Professor Oak coughed and Ash turned his attention to him. The professor gave a faint smile. "I heard from Ms. Wallflower here that you didn't have Pikachu with you." Ash heard this and clenched his fists. The professor saw this action and didn't like the look of the boy's face. "That's because the rodent fled. He left me to be mauled by a flock Spearow." Ash spoke with venom. The professor bit his lip and said, "I see. I shouldn't have given you him. I didn't realize it would something like this. Ash gave a cold laugh. You can't always expect Pokemon to be the kind things they appear to be. Misty jumped at that sentence. Now wait here, Ash. When I found you, you were saved by a Spearow and a Magikarp. Ash froze and turned to look at Misty. What? He questioned. It's true. That Spearow stayed with you the whole time along with that Magikarp. That fish kept you afloat in the river. Ash went wide-eyed at that. Then he was hit with the memory. Seeing the Spearow staying with him and guiding him in the river. He saw the Magikarp swimming along with him to keep him from drowning. Ash remembered all those actions those Pokemon did. He felt saddened to forget their acts of kindness to him. Where did they go? Ash spoke out. Misty blinked a few times at Ash. Then remembered his Pokeballs. They wanted to become yours. I caught them for you. She smiled and went to his clothing. She got his 2-ball and walked over to Ash's bed. She handed them to him. Ash took them quietly and stared at them. Inside were the Pokemon who saved him and did so much for him. They even wanted to be his. He gave himself a small smile and whispered to them if they could hear him. Thank you. The day went by with the professor and his mother keeping him company. He smiled at his mother and then said, Mom. I would like to get some different clothing. I don't think this will work. Delia blinked at her son and saw the seriousness in his eyes and nodded. She handed him some money and kissed his forehead. If this is what you want, I won't stop you. Remember that I love you. Ash smiled, agreed with his mother. Ash saw his mother and professor off and looked to his new friend Misty. Could you help me with a new outfit? I don't think this one will work. Misty turned and gave a grin that scared Ash a little. Ash looked in the mirror calmly. He was amazed to the almost different person looking back at him. He could see of himself in there, but it looked like a different person entirely. He saw himself with his normal vest he had originally but a different undershirt. He wore a black turtleneck undershirt. He wore a pair of dark gray jeans with his original black belt. He wore blue and black sneakers. He wore navy gloves with gray on the outline. He looked down at his pile of old clothes. Looking at his Pokemon League official hat, he looked away. He picked up his new bandana. He saw the navy and gray stripes and agreed it looked better. He smiled at this. He looked older and mature. He walked out of the store and sighed. He saw Misty smiling at her handiwork. Ash smiled at her in thanks. Misty froze and pulled out a hair band. What are you gonna do with that, Misty? Ash questioned. Misty ignored him and grabbed his hair. He froze at this action. She pulled it into a very small ponytail. They're much better, she said happily. She pulled out her mirror and Ash saw his reflection. He saw he indeed looked better with it back. He knew he had shoulder-length hair, but it was always a mess to notice. It looked better this way. Ash thanked Misty again. While walking their way out of Viridian City, Ash thought of his new friends. He couldn't believe he had a Spearow and Magikarp already. Reaching a forest area, Ash and Misty wandered for a while. They talked and laughed at their stories of what they might have or Pokemon they will catch. They walked until they noticed a small area with a creek nearby. Ash saw the water and knew this could be a good area for him to release his new friends. He unpacked and got his 2 Pokeballs. He went over to the creek and released Magikarp. He threw and released Spearow. The 2 popped out of their Pokeballs and stretched. They looked around and stopped Ash. They called to him. Ash smiled, "Thank you so much for your help. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here," Ash said sincerely. The Pokemon gave shy smiles at this. Spearow flew and perched on Ash's left arm. Spearow nuzzled his face and Ash laughed at its actions. He smiled widely at these 2. I wonder. I think you guys should have names. The Pokemon looked at Ash blankly. Ash smiled and said, I think you guys should have names. What happens if you get lost or something? I want to make sure I can call you. Plus it would be your own identity. The two looked at each other and then Ash. Then smiled, liking the idea. Ash laughed and then got into a thinking pose. Ash looked over at Spearow, then looked at Magikarp. He looked into his memories to think of a good name for them. Ah. I think, I got one for you, Magikarp. Ash said with a grin. Magikarp looked at her trainer, wondering what her name will be. Mystic. Because of how entrancing your scales were in the water. Also because of your evolution form is. Plus it's a cute girl name for you. Ash stated. The new Mystic stared at her trainer and cried out happily. She flopped in happiness with her trainer's kindness. Spearow looked on in content, happy that its choice with Ash was a good one. Ash turned to Spearow and thought. He stated calmly, I think Talon should be your name. Spearow stared at Ash wide-eyed. Ash gave a faint smile. I want to remember it was Spearow that did this to me, but it was one who became my friend. I think Talon will work with your personality and actions. The new Talon started at Ash and nipped his trainer's fingers gently. Ash gave a smile at this actions, happy to have his Pokemon like their names. He was content to know that they enjoyed him and his names for them. He looked at Mystic and had to laugh at her cute flopping actions. He turned to his left and saw Talon staring at him and cawed at him. He trained with them for a good while. He started teaching Talon the move Aerial Ace. He was in the process to teach Mystic a move he remembered Professor Oak said could be done, Bounce. He knew Mystic didn't have much attacks. He hoped if he trained her enough he could get her to be strong. Ash was training them when he glanced over and saw a violet shell Pokemon sleeping on the creek bed. His eyes widened and gave a smirk. He got Talon to land on his arm and pointed him to the sleeping Shelder. Talon's eyes narrowed at it. Ash smiled, let's get it to join us. Talon nodded. Quick attack, Talon! Ash exclaimed. Talon hit the Shelder and she yelled and looked at the Spearow. She glared and jumped up and clamped his wing with her shell. Talon screeched and flew up and Ash said, use that move Aerial Ace. Talon did so and Shelder got hit with the force. It laid there dizzily. Talon landed on Ash's left shoulder to see the damage. Ash grabbed a Pokeball from his belt and enlarged it. He threw it and the red energy converted Shelder into the Pokeball. He watched the blinking light to see the Shelder fighting in the ball. He stared intently at it. He heard the ding and gave wide smile. He scratched Talon under his chin and commented him, thanks for the capture, buddy. You did a great job. Talon screeched and nuzzled Ash happily. Ash smiled and went to pick up Shelder's Pokeball. He turned and returned Mystic. He walked over to the camp and absent-mindedly scratched Talon the whole time. Talon didn't mind this. Misty looked over at their returning. She smiled and petted Talon. Talon nipped her fingers gently and Misty giggled. They sat back and looked at the cooking pot that was making mushroom soup. Ash went to his bag and pulled poke feed. He got a small bowl and fed Talon, which the Spearow was happy to indulge himself. He knew Mystic ate while he was training Talon. Magikarp ate mostly, which he knew could help her evolute. He then knew he had to feed his new Shelder. He released it and stared at his new companion. He smiled at the little shell Pokemon. It looked at him and he had to say she was cute. Hello there. I'm your new trainer. The shell Pokemon looked at her new trainer and cooed at him. Ash laughed, nice to meet you too. I think you need a name. He stated. The Shelder stared at him. Ash got into another thinking pose. You're a girl. Also have your own personality. He thought to himself. Misty laughed at his actions. She smiled at the cute water Pokemon. She always loved water Pokemon and was happy to know Ash got one for himself. She was even more content to know he had two of them. She was interrupted by her musings to hear Ash saying, "Gem. Your name will be Gem." The new Gem looked at Ash blankly and then jumped happily at her trainer. Ash smiled and stroked the shell Pokemon fondly. Gem cooed happily at Ash's actions and he laughed quietly. He sat by the fire feeding Gem slowly and looking over at Talon eating his dish happily. He was happy to know his team was going well. He felt something nuzzled his left side and saw it was Talon. He scratched the tiny bird Pokemon and laughed at its cawing. He returned Gem and went to set up his sleeping bag. Misty was already working on hers and about to get into hers. Ash smiled and got his sleeping bag ready. Talon was content on his shoulder. Ash went to get his sleeping gear and froze after hearing a faint hiss. He turned and saw a purple snake coming out of the forest. It spotted him and flicked its forked tongue at him. His eyes went wide at the pretty snake. Talon was just about to fly off his shoulder and listen to Ash's commands when he heard his trainer's response. "You're beautiful." Talon just about flew off. The Ekin stopped its descent on Ash after his words. It then went and to Talon's astonishment faintly blush. It hissed silently and Ash smiled, "I mean it, you're very pretty." The Ekins looked at the boy and she gave a faint hiss. It slithered to the boy and looked at the boy calmly. Ash smiled at it. The Ekins saw no danger or anything mildly bad in the boy's eyes but innocence. It gave a faint smile with its forked tongue. It slithered up Ash's body and let its tongue tickle Ash's face. It froze seeing the scars, but tickled the left side of his face. Ash laughed at the Ekin's actions. She was a cute one all right. Talon couldn't believe this was happening. The Ekins didn't fight Ash at all. Instead it liked him and his words alone. He had to laugh at this though. He won the snake over with words. Ash smiled at the Ekins and petted her scales gently. She hissed sounding pleased. He had to laugh at the snake. "Do you want to join my team?" he asked quietly. The Ekins froze and stared at Ash. He looked at her calmly. She looked at the boy and liked him already. She nodded and gave Ash a pleased hiss. Ash threw the Pokeball and watched her get captured without a struggle. He released her and she hissed at him happily. Ash laughed and then thought about what he can name her. "I think the name Naga from Be Your Name." The Ekin stared at the boy with a confused look on its face. In the old days it was with mythical creatures that were a cross between humans and snakes. It was a pretty snake hybrid. "I think that fits you." The new Naga let out a pleased hiss at the name. She hissed and nuzzled her new trainer. Ash laughed at this. Talon looked on at this action and cawed with laughter. "All right everyone, bedtime," Ash called out. Talon flew over and landed on a tree stump beside his trainer and cawed out quietly. It then stuck its head under its wing and went to sleep. Ash had to laugh at this. He crawled into his sleeping bag and let out a content sigh. Just before going to sleep he felt a slithering body curl on his sleeping bag. He looked and saw Naga curling into a circle around his sleeping bag and him. He smiled and stroked her scales gently. He heard her pleased hiss and smiled. "Good night," Ash said silently. He couldn't wait what tomorrow would bring. Last time on Starting Things Differently. "All right everyone, bedtime," Ash called out. Talon flew over and landed on a tree stump beside his trainer and cawed out quietly. It then stuck its head under its wing and went to sleep. Ash had to laugh at this. He crawled into his sleeping bag and let out a content sigh. Just before going to sleep he felt a slithering body curl on his sleeping bag. He looked and saw Naga curling into a circle around his sleeping bag and him. He smiled and stroked her scales gently. He heard her pleased hiss and smiled. "Good night," Ash said silently. He couldn't wait what tomorrow would bring. Present. It was in the morning. Pidgeys were calling out to one another and other bird Pokemon chattering to one another. Ash goggly opened an eye to the sounds and groaned. He snuggled into his sleeping bag once more. He heard Misty groaning at the noise as well. He opened his eye again and saw his Ekans, Naga sleeping curled up around him. She was softly snoring contentedly near him and Ash smiled. He looked over and didn't see his Spearow, Talon. He looked around and then stopped him perched on a tree branch nearby. He was preening his feathers. Ash woke up and crawled out of his sleeping bag to stretch. As he was stretching and yawning to the morning he heard Misty say, "Nice night wasn't it?" Ash smiled and nodded. Misty smiled and was about to go to the river and wash her face when she spotted the Ekans. Ah! Ash turned around frantic and looked about. Naga woke up to the noise and let out a surprised hiss. Ash spotted her and said, "Did you sleep good, girl?" Naga perked up hearing her trainer and slithered to him. Misty froze at that. "She's yours?" Misty screamed. Ash looked at her and felt Naga slither her way up his body. She drooped over his shoulders and Ash laughed and petted her gently. He looked like he had a boa on with Naga laying on his shoulders like that. Misty noticed and gave a small giggle at the sight. Ash walked around the campsite with Naga sitting on his arms contentedly. Talon stopped preening his feathers watching his trainer walk around the site. He cawed laughing at his trainer. Misty went out to the forest and came back with blueberries. Ash and Misty ate in silence. Ash poured some feed for his Pokemon. Talon was eating his feed in happiness. Naga was eating hers in contentment. Gem was in the creek with Mystic eating at the bottom. Ash smiled at them and couldn't wait to get more Pokemon to join his journey. Ash was eating his breakfast when he heard a chatter. He looked over and saw a shadow land on a tree branch. He narrowed his eyes and looked and a small monkey thing. He got his Pokédex. Pokédex Mankey, a pig-monkey Pokemon of the fighting type. Known for its superior footwork, it packs a powerful punch. Ash looked from his Pokédex to the Mankey and gave a smirk. It looked just like the type that he wanted. He turned to Naga, "You want to battle, girl?" Naga stopped eating and turned to her trainer. She looked over and saw the curious monkey and gave a hiss in agreement. The Mankey looked over at the group and saw the boy make its way towards it. It glared and growled. Ash saw this, "It has some spunk. I like that. Let's get it." Naga nodded and slithered her way into the battle. Mankey got into its stance. Poison sting. Naga released her poison and Mankey went to bounce around trying to avoid getting hit. Mankey then growled in a move that looked like karate chop. "Naga, watch out." Ash cried out looking worried at his snake Pokemon. She turned and nodded at her trainer showing she would be careful. "Use acid attack." Naga hit the Mankey and it let out an enraged scream. It then looked and growled at Naga angrily and ran to grab the snake. It then pulled a move that looked to be seismic toss. No. Naga. Naga hit the ground in a thud and Ash could only look in horror. Ash looked at the battle and saw Mankey looking to be the winner with a few bruises on him. He then saw Naga slowly rising herself up from the toss move. Naga used Rap Attack. The snake Pokemon heard that command and made her way over the pig-monkey Pokemon. She wrapped her coils around the monkey and squeezed as tightly as she could. Mankey tried as hard as he could to get out of the snake's attack, but couldn't. It was getting harder to breathe and the Mankey started to look dizzy. "All right, girl. Let him go." Naga heard Ash's word and released the monkey. Mankey at the floor in a daze. Ash grabbed one of his Pokeballs and threw it. It hit the downed Pokemon and was instantly captured. It blinked a full-on minute then dinged signaling its full capture. Ash smiled and picked up the ball. He turned to his snake Pokemon and smiled, "Thanks, girl. Couldn't done it without you." Naga hissed and nuzzled her trainer. Ash gave a snort of laughter and looked towards Misty. She clapped, saying it was a good capture. Ash gave a nod. He now had a strong fighting type for his team. He felt a small thing land on his left shoulder. He turned his head to see Talon perched on his shoulder. It cawed at him silently. Ash smiled and scratched his tiny bird Pokemon under its chin. It chirped in happiness and nipped his fingers gently. Ash could see this already becoming a routine. He felt a nuzzling to his right side and saw Naga beside him. Ah! I can feel the love. He laughed after seeing the two Pokemon nuzzling him. The snake Pokemon gave a happy hiss and slithered up his torso and rested her head on his right shoulder. Naga tickled Ash's face with her forked tongue and Ash laughed at its actions. Misty smiled watching the interaction with the Pokemon and their trainer. He was a unique one, all right. He bonded with his Pokemon fast. While some trainers take years to get their Pokemon to be this gently with them, Ash did it in a short amount of time. He was a truly different guy and she was happy to be along on his journey with him. Ash then remembered Mankey. He released the pig monkey and watched it let out a screech. It turned and regarded him. He could see it was a strong-looking male. He was a fighter, Ash could see, and smiled at the battles this little guy could be in. Mankey looked at the young boy staring at him and thought he wasn't that bad. He saw the battle scars on his face and gave the boy respect to walk around with that mark. It showed character. He felt pleased to have this boy as his trainer. He approved. He chattered contently at that thought. Ash saw the Mankey look at him and gave him a look of approval. He laughed and went to pet the monkey. It froze in place the minute Ash placed his hand down, but after stroking his ears the Pokemon gave a coo. Ash smiled gently and continued his actions. He looked the Pokemon over and started to think of a good name for his little fighter. Then it hit him. I think your name should be Champ. Ash retorted. The Mankey froze at this and looked to his new trainer. The Mankey thought of this and saw it rather liked the actions of the name. The newly named Champ screeched his approval. Ash smiled and returned his new pig monkey Pokemon. He returned Naga then afterwards since her battle with Champ winded her a little. Ash and Misty started to pack up their gear and was getting ready for the rest of the journey. They walked through Viridian Forest on their way to Pewter City. I heard this place is crawling with bug Pokemon. I can't wait to see what it has. Ash said with happiness. Misty froze and turned to Ash. Did you say bug Pokemon live here? He heard her scream. Ash looked at her and quirked an eyebrow. Yeah, why is there a problem? Misty looked horrified and gave a almost whine. I hate bug Pokemon. She said, screaming. Ash looked at her dumbfounded. Why? I think they're cool. Misty looked at him disgusted. Bug Pokemon are one of the 3 disgusting things in the world. She deadpanned. Ash looked at her, then what are the other 3 disgusting things? Misty smirked and stated, carrots, peppers, and bugs. Everyone has something they don't like. And I don't like bugs. She said with a mental image beating each of those things. Ending with a mallet to the bug image. Ash twitched an eyebrow. Oh yeah. Well, I like carrots, peppers and bugs. What I don't like is how you can say that. Pokemon have different personalities and features. Just because they look like that doesn't mean they're bad. Pokemon have feelings, you know. Ash stated. Oh man. I feel like Professor Oak at that lecture. Misty turned her head and snorted. To me they will always be creepy. Ash glared then sighed. Can't always change a person. They walked for a while until Misty froze. Ash stopped and turned to Misty, what's the matter? Misty looked scared, didn't you hear that? Those clicking sounds? Ash looked around and went to grab Talon's Pokeball. He saw a shadow a distance away. He cautiously made his way over. He signaled for Misty to stay away. He walked and went behind a tree. He peered over and saw a stag beetle-looking Pokemon. Ash pulled out his Pokédex to see what type of bug he was looking at. Pokédex Pinsir, this fearsome Pokemon uses its powerful claws to put the squeeze on its opponents. Ash looked at the Pokédex and gave a smirk. He liked what the stats and overall talk of the Pokemon. He knew it would be a great Pokemon to have. He saw the beetle clicking more and he decided it was time for a battle. Ash popped out of his spot behind the tree and kept his hand on Talon's Pokeball. It was Talon's time to battle. Go Talon. I choose you. He pulled his faithful bird Pokemon out. It screeched in happiness. Talon spotted his opponent and got into his battle stance. Go and use Peck. The Spearow nodded and flew with Peck at the stag beetle. Pinsir grumbled and started to click its claws fast. It went at Talon with a vice grip attack. Dodge it Talon. Spearow dodged as ordered and heard Ash's command, use aerial ace Talon. Talon screeched and went down and used its attack. Pinsir was hit with the force. It grumbled and staggered about. It was panting staring at the tiny bird Pokemon. It clicked a few more times before it staggered and hit the ground. Ash saw this and grabbed one of his Pokeballs. He threw it at the down beetle and watched it convert into energy. He watched it struggle a few times then heard the ding of it being captured. Ash smiled and ran over to pick up his new bug Pokemon. He felt Talon perch himself on his left shoulder and Ash scratched him under his chin. Good job boy. You beat that beetle without too much of a hassle. I'm proud of you. He retorted. Talon puffed up his chest with pride at that. Ash laughed and made his way back to Misty. Misty looked over and saw Ash coming back. What was it Ash? Ash looked at her and then showed her his Pokeball. A new friend for the journey. It's a Pinsir. Ash said happily. Misty froze, you got a creepy bug Pokemon? Keep it away from me. Ash sweat dropped at his friend's actions. Well let's continue en route. Ash said. Ash and Misty resumed their walk. Talon nestled on Ash's shoulder contently. They continued on their journey to Pewter and heard their stomachs growl. They looked at each other sheepishly. They grabbed their bags and started to prepare a lunch. Ash went a little away from the camp to release Pinsir knowing Misty would freak if she saw it near her. Come on out. He heard the pop and saw his new stag beetle Pokemon appear. The Pinsir looked around and stopped his new trainer. He walked over and clicked his claws carefully. Ash looked awed at the bug Pokemon. Wow. You are so cool. I love the claws. Ash said about to lean his hand towards it and heard the click. Ash jumped and looked even more happier. I love it. You'll be great for the team. Ash said. Pinsir looked at the boy and saw the boy's resolve and liked it. If the boy simply already liked him for his claws and attitude it was no problem at all. He was happy with his new trainer. It clicked at claws in content at the thought. Ash smiled and then started looking his Pinsir over. I need to think of a name for you. The Pinsir looked at Ash and gave a small click. Ash froze and then said, I think the name Spike will work with you. I mean you have spikes on your claws and clicking sounds come from them. I think the name is you. The Pinsir went silent. It contemplated its name and clicked at it then started liking the sound of it. It gave a happy grumble and Ash smiled. The newly named Spike clicked in happiness with his new trainer. Ash laughed at this and the beetle actions. He smiled and returned his new bug type. He made his way to camp. He saw Misty looking around frantically. He sighed in exasperation. They aren't gonna hurt you, Misty. She glared at him and he just looked at her blankly. They ate their lunch in peace. When they finished they continued their way. Walking in the forest was becoming very annoying. The walking was great, but Misty's screaming was something else. He peered over his shoulder along with Talon to look at Misty. He saw her hanging on a tree branch. What's wrong now? He sighed. I think I see another bug. Gross. She screamed, hugging the branch tighter. Ash twitched an eyebrow. Maybe it's your imagination. Talon nodded at that. This was getting ridiculous. That's not funny. You know I hate bugs. And I saw one right over there. She pointed. There on the ground crawling was a horned hairy bug Pokemon. It was staring at them with curiosity. Ash smiled at the at. A Weedle. He pulled out his Pokédex and read the stats. Pokédex Weedle, the stinger on this Pokemon's head guarantees that any attacker will get the point right where it hurts. A stinger. Huh. Now there's a challenge. He said, reading the rest of what the Pokédex said. Misty hid behind his back. Talon looked at the Weedle with a look of hunger. Ash gave it a glare. No, you may not. Talon looked away, seeing his trainer looking at him sternly. What do you mean you're gonna catch it? Make it go away. Misty screamed. Ash looked at her and stated, no way. I want to be one of the best trainers out there, and this guy would be a great. I'm gonna catch it. Ash grabbed one of his spare Pokeballs and looked at Talon on his shoulder. Talon nodded and flew down on the ground to get ready for the battle. The Weedle wasn't there anymore. Ash looked around and spotted it near Misty, then froze. It was crawling on her leg. She went very pale. Ah! She screamed, running off. The Weedle fell off her leg in seconds. It tumbled and squeaked. Don't just stand there, catch it. Misty screamed, running off. Ash and Talon blinked a few times, then snapped out of their bewilderment. Talon used Fury Attack. Talon instantly did his attack and Weedle was hit. It squeaked and glared at the tiny bird Pokemon. It then did a Poison Sting attack. Talon dodged and heard, use Peck. Talon nodded and did so. Misty was angrily walking in the grass. This whole forest is crawling, slimy, disgusting bug Pokemon. I wish they all just bug off. She told herself. As this was happening, a shadow appeared in the trees behind her. She saw a faint ding of light from the sunlight and turned in an instant. Jumping out of the trees was a man in a samurai costume with a net hooked to his butt, holding a katana. He came at her with a sword. He pointed his sword inches from her face. She glucked. He landed with a trance and retorted, greetings, O shrieking maiden. Are you by chance the Pokemon trainer that comes from Pallet? Misty frantically shook her head. No. No, that's not me. The samurai looked dejected. Alas. My search continues. He stated, putting his sword in the handle. He turned and was about to walk off. I advise you to refrain from further shrieking while passing through this forest. Unless your goal is to attract a whole herd of Beedrill. With that he walked off. Misty looked at him till he was gone and dropped onto her knees. She looked confused and nervous. What a weird kid. I wonder why he would be looking for a Pokemon trainer from. Ah. That's Ash. She realized with a start. She jumped and started to run back to where Ash was. Back to the battle with Weedle. Watch out, Talon, for its poison sting. Spearow dodged, nice work. Talon screeched and headbutted Weedle. Okay. Here we go. Ash got his Pokeball ready. Weedle, I got you now. The Weedle looked dazed. There were footsteps behind him and Ash heard, greetings. Am I addressing the Pokemon trainer that comes from Pallet? Ash turned and saw the samurai and went back to his battle. I'm a Pokemon trainer from Pallet. But I'm a little busy right now. Not noticing the glint in the samurai's eyes. I have found you at last. The samurai said, pulling out his sword. Ash heard, ASH. He looked over and saw the samurai almost strike him with his sword. Ash yelped and then glared. That sword doesn't scare me. There's no way you're stealing my Pokemon. He heard the samurai state, "I am no Pokemon thief." Misty looked at the boy and said, "Who are you then?" The samurai said, "I am Samurai. I am also shrewd, fearless and completely invincible in combat. I have been searching the forest for you," he said, putting his sword away. Ash lifted a brow. "What for me?" The samurai smiled and held up a Pokeball. "A Pokemon match. Let us see who triumphs." The two stared at each other before Ash remembered his fight with Weedle. He turned and just like he knew it, it was crawling away. He sighed to himself and glared at the samurai. "Gee. Thanks for coming at a bad time. Couldn't you have waited for me to catch Weedle before this thing?" Ash said. "Don't blame me. Your Pokemon handling is dim-witted and clumsy." Ash twitched an eye. Talon glared at the samurai. Ash exploded. "What? I am a great trainer. How dare you?" He walked over and glared at the samurai. The samurai was about to retort when it saw Ash's freshly made scars. He stared. Ash noticed his and put a hand to his face. "Yeah, I got them from a flock of Spearow. It gave me a real eye-opener about becoming a stronger trainer." The samurai nodded and looked at the other boy's left eye. "Can you still see?" Ash gave a faint grin. "Barely. I can see but not at a good distance with just this eye." Samurai nodded again. "You have my respect." Ash gave a smile. "So a battle?" Ash got Talon to land on a tree branch and wait out the battle to rest. He turned to the samurai and got out Naga's ball. "Naga. I choose you." The Pokeball hit the ground and out popped the purple snake. "Ekans." Naga hissed. She curled up and observed her trainer's opponent. "Ah. You have a Ekans. I wasn't expecting a trainer such as yourself to have one. It takes skill to have one." The samurai retorted. Ash glared. "No it doesn't. I takes care." The Ekans agreed with her trainer. The samurai looked at them weird. Alright. Let's go with this battle. Pinsir. Assume battle mode. Out popped a Pinsir. Ash smirked. He already had one so he knew what to expect. Naga used Poison Sting. The Ekans released her spray and Pinsir let out a grumble. Pinsir tackle attack. Pinsir came running at Naga during her spray and hit her. She let out a surprised hiss and fell back. Ash looked alarmed. "Are you alright, girl?" Naga turned to her trainer and gave a nod. She turned at the Pinsir and glared then hissed quietly. Naga use acid. Naga released her acid attack on Pinsir and it gave a grumble. Use Wrap to end it. She slithered as fast as she could to the beetle Pokemon and squeezed as tight as she could. It clicked furiously and then its movement started to slow. "Pinsir!" He samurai yelled. Pinsir grumbled one last time, went silent. Ash made Naga release it and the Pinsir hit the ground dazed. "Very good, novice. Let's see what other type of Pokemon I have." The samurai returned Pinsir. He then grabbed his other Pokeball. "Pokeball go." It then released a Metapod. Ash twitched an eyebrow. "Oh great. This is Prefect. Let's see you win a match with my Metapod." Ash glared at that. Naga looked at the cocoon Pokemon and hissed. "Acid Spray Naga." The Ekans did so and Metapod blinked. "Harden." The Metapod did so and Ash glared. Naga used Screech and followed by Poison Sting. It did so and Metapod looked dazed and got the hit. It went flying and landed on the ground beside its trainer. Samurai looked on wide-eyed. Ash smirked. "Good job, Naga." The battle was just about to end with the winner. When they heard a buzzing. "What's that noise?" Misty asked. The samurai froze. A herd of Beedrill swarm approaches. This match must end. Metapod return. They looked up and saw the sky littered with Beedrill. Ash grabbed his Pokédex. Pokédex Beedrill, this Pokémon is an evolved form of Weedle, following its Kakuna stage. Its sting is highly poisonous. Ash gulped at this. The Weedle that got away from you has informative the rest of its kind. Good day. Then the samurai ran off. Ash and Misty looked at him in shock. They stared at the swarm and ran. Talon, come on. Ash yelled, running away. His Spearow screeched, flying after them, seeing the swarm. One was about to attack his Spearow. Ah! Talon, watch out. The Spearow turned away just in time to dodge a Beedrill attacking it. Use Aerial Ace on it. Spearow flew right at the Beedrill and hit it. It buzzed angrily and went and did a twin needle attack. Talon avoided it and heard, uproar Talon. Talon used its attack on the Beedrill and it hit the ground with a faint buzz. Go Pokeball. Ash threw the Pokeball and caught the Beedrill. It then instantly disappeared. Ash blinked at that. Then heard the angry buzzing of the other Beedrill. He quickly returned his Spearow and ran. Ash and Misty ran for the lives. They're gaining on us. They took many shortcuts following the samurai. They hid around a bush and almost relaxed till they saw what was in front of them. A whole front of Kakunas. Samurai whispered. Ash looked freaked and pulled out his Pokédex. Pokédex Kakuna, a transitional stage between Weedle and Beedrill. Kakunas remain inactive until they evolve into deadly Beedrills and hatch. They looked at them fearfully. Ash gulped and looked to the others to get moving slowly. One of the Kakuna looked over and stopped them with a glint in its eye. It then started to glow along with the other Kakuna. It was mystifying and scary watching them evolve into Beedrill. They sweat dropped seeing the swarm looking at them. They screamed and ran. They ran frantically out of the nest and looking anywhere to hide. They looked at the samurai knowing he knew the forest better than them. They looked over shoulders while running and saw the swarm getting closer. Then they saw a cabin in the distance. My cabin. I think we can make it. They got there and the samurai opened the door. They darted in and shut the door. Just when they shut the door, the Beedrill punctured the door. Ash and the group gulped. They looked unworriedly at the door hoping the Beedrill don't get in. The Beedrill pulled out their stingers and buzzed around the cabin afterwards. Ash sighed, that was close. I hope you learned your lesson, novice. For letting that Weedle escape, it almost cost us our lives. Ash growled. Take back that novice crack. The samurai glared at him. What I think you are. You let that Weedle escape. I didn't let that Weedle escape. You came up behind me before I could capture it. How does that make me a novice? I have trained my Pokemon well and they respect me. Ash yelled. The samurai looked at Ash unimpressed. Just because your Spearow and Ekans listen to you doesn't mean they respect you. Ash glared, Talon respects me cause I showed more guts and could fight my way in pain. The samurai looked at Ash in wide eyes. I was let by my former starter Pokemon Pikachu to get mauled by a flock of Spearow. When I needed him in my time of need he ran off. I was mauled and in so much pain. Talon was the Spearow who caused it to happen. But he saved my life in the end. He got me help and lead me to my other Pokemon Mystic, my Magikarp. They saved my life that day and got their respect. I could withstand the pain and still manage to help them as much as I could. Even while bleeding and all. Ash stated. The others looked at Ash in shock. Wow. Hearing that. I feel that I'm the novice. To stand something like that. You have my respect, young fighter. The samurai said looking at Ash. Ash smiled and shook his head. I am still young and might be a bit of a novice. But this journey is teaching me to become a better trainer. Misty smiled and said, "You already are a good trainer in my eyes." Ash turned and smiled. "Come, I'll make us a meal tonight. The Beedrill should be gone in the morning. Tonight you can spend the night in my cabin," Samurai said. Ash and Misty nodded with a smile. They all ate in peace, giving small stories and Pokemon advice. "Oh, so you have a pincer yourself. Very nice." Samurai smiled. Ash nodded, eating his soup. Misty looked disgusted. "Can we not talk about creepy bugs at the dinner table?" Samurai looked at her, shrieking, "Maiden, you don't like bugs." Misty glared. "Bugs are one of the most disgusting things in the world." Samurai was taken back at this. Ash sighed. "Here we go again." After Misty's statement, the samurai looked at Ash in pity, dealing with the girl. "She's a character," he retorted. Then he got hit with a mallet. "What was that, Ketchum?" Misty screamed. Ash just laid on the floor groaning. Samurai wisely kept his mouth shut. That night Ash and Misty set up their sleeping bags. The samurai went to bed already and Ash looked out towards the windows. Tomorrow is another day. Beating Brock is my next goal. Pokemon Opening, Kanto. Last time on Starting Things Differently. "Oh, so you have a pincer yourself. Very nice." Samurai smiled. Ash nodded, eating his soup. Misty looked disgusted. "Can we not talk about creepy bugs at the dinner table?" Samurai looked at her, shrieking, "Maiden, you don't like bugs." Misty glared. "Bugs are one of the most disgusting things in the world." Samurai was taken back at this. Ash sighed. "Here we go again." After Misty's statement, the samurai looked at Ash in pity, dealing with the girl. "She's a character," he retorted. Then he got hit with a mallet. "What was that, Ketchum?" Misty screamed. Ash just laid on the floor groaning. Samurai wisely kept his mouth shut. That night Ash and Misty set up their sleeping bags. The samurai went to bed already and Ash looked out towards the windows. Tomorrow is another day. Beating Brock is my next goal. Present. It was in the morning. Ash woke up with the sunlight in his face. He groaned and looked to see Misty starting to stir. He saw Samurai already up and walking about. He yawned and got up. He stretched after getting out of his sleeping bag. Samurai turned, "Morning, Ash." He placed a bowl of apples on the table. Ash smiled, "Morning. I wish you good luck in pewter, young trainer." Samurai retorted. Ash smiled and thanked him. "I wish you good luck with defeating other trainers who come this way." Samurai smiled at that. "Thank you. I will, in that honor." Misty got up and approached the table. She saw the apples and smiled. "Oh, apples. Thanks for letting us stay the night and giving us some food," she said. She munched on an apple afterwards. Ash laughed, grabbing one himself. "Yeah, thanks for the hospitality," he answered with a smile. "It was no trouble. I should be thanking you for your battling and story." Ash blushed and sheepishly scratched behind his head. It was nothing. After getting themselves packed up, Ash and Misty smiled and said goodbye to their new friend Samurai. They waved and continued their way to Pewter City. Ash and Misty were walking down a rocky pathway that led into Pewter City. They chattered to themselves about the city and getting supplies. Ash looked ahead and saw the ledge. He smiled and ran to the edge on a big boulder. The wind blowing his hair. He looked down at the scenery in amazement. "Yay! Pewter City!" Misty exclaimed. Ash sighed in relief. "Phew. I thought for sure I was gonna be in that forest for the rest of my life." Then he had a voice. "Pewter City is gray, the color of stone. This town has always been famous for stone." Ash peered down on the builder and saw an older man sitting down on the ground, sitting near a bunch of rocks. He was a darker-skinned man that looked bronze. He had dark brown hair with a wild beard. He wore a red beanie. He had a faded yellow muscle t-shirt. His pants were a worn-out forest green and had hiking brown boots on. Ash couldn't see his face because of him being on the rock. Huh? What the? Who's this old guy? He questioned. Never met him. Misty retorted. The name's Flint. And you're sitting on some of my merchandise, young man. The man Flint stated. Oh. Sorry. Ash said with a stutter. He jumped off the boulder in an instant. He then looked at the prices on the rocks. His sweat dropped. You mean you sell rocks? Ash questioned. They're Pewter City souvenirs. Want to buy some? Flint asked. No thanks. I'm traveling and trying to become a strong Pokemon trainer. Ash stated. Flint looked at Ash then retorted, you look a little worn out, you too. How about I take you young trainers to the Pokemon Center? Follow me. With that he got up and brushed himself off. He walked off and Ash blinked owlishly. See? Looks can be deceiving. He's a nice guy. Ash said with a smile. Are you sure? Misty questioned. Then Flint appeared again and said, by the way, that'll be a $2 charge for resting on my rocks. They both looked wide-eyed and fell over at that. So much for being nice. Misty said. Live a little, Misty. Ash retorted. They got themselves to the Pokemon Center. They thanked Flint and waved him off. Ash walked over and grabbed a Pokeball tray. Ash placed his team on then to get healed. He went up to the corner and placed it on the table in front of Nurse Joy. Please revitalize my Pokemon. Nurse Joy smiled, sure. Right away, Ash. Ash blinked. Nurse Joy. You know me. The nurse smiled, Professor Oak contacted us a while ago that you would be coming this way. He was very worried about you. Ash gave a faint grin. Good old Professor Oak. Ash was happy to know the elder man was thinking about him. He brought his hand to his eye knowing Professor Oak had a reason to be concerned for this. Nurse Joy saw this action and said, I heard what happened and sorry for the accident. Ash saw her look of concern and smiled, it's all right. It serves as a reminder for me to become a stronger trainer. And expect the unexpected. Nurse Joy nodded at that logic. Well, if that's the case. Good luck with the gym battles. You should look at that poster behind you. Nurse Joy stated, and with that she grabbed his tray and walked back to heal his Pokemon. Ash turned around and saw the poster. It said Pokemon League, Regional Championships. It said in big letters to enter the competition. Wow. Pokemon League Regional Championships, all right. Ash smirked at that. Misty looked at the poster carefully. You have to defeat 8 gym battles and win their badges as proof. Can you do that, Ash? Misty stated. Ash glared, oh course, I can. You've seen me and my Pokemon. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me that you plan on challenging Brock, the Pewter City gym leader. Flint said, walking towards them. Ash narrowed his eyes, oh course I do. As soon as my team is done and healed. I'll have no problem. Take me to this Brock's gym. I'll beat him. Flint looked at Ash unimpressed. He even started laughing again, ha ha ha. You'll beat him. Ha ha ha. Ash glared at the man walking away. Oh, that Flint. Trying to make a fool out of me. Ash said while they were sitting at a local restaurant. They were eating their lunch. Do you think you can win? Misty stated. Gym leaders are different from your everyday Pokemon trainer. They're much tougher. She said, looking pointedly at him. Ash was eating his white rice and stared at her calmly. His hollow brown eye scaring her a little. I'll win this battle. From what I heard, Brock likes to use rock-type Pokemon. I got just the right Pokemon that can grade against him. Ash stated, putting his rice down. Misty looked at him and thought about it. Her eyes widened, remembering the types he had. Oh right. I forgot. She said sheepishly. Ash laughed, it's all right. They both finished their meal and waited for the bill. They looked it over and sighed. Half and half. Ash retorted. Misty nodded. They made their way back to the Pokemon Center and Ash found that his Pokemon were healed. Well, Ash. No more waiting. Your Pokemon are all back to normal. Nurse Joy said with a smile. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash said with a grin. She nodded and watched him walk off. Good luck, Ash. Ash and Misty stared at the gym before them. It was a gym made out of huge boulders. It looked cool and intimating. They looked at it with awe. They shook themselves out of sputter and walked towards the building. Ash opened the doors and peered in. It was pitch darkness. Hello. He walked in with Misty following in behind him. Who goes there? He heard a voice question in the darkness. A light turned on and Ash turned to see an older boy sitting on some steps on a boulder flat. He appeared to look about 15 from what Ash gathered. He was a bronze-skinned looking boy with wild brown spiky hair. He had a stern-looking face with his eyes clenched shut, which Ash wondered about silently. He wore a copper t-shirt and a light forest green camo vest. He was wearing a pair of worn light brown jeans and dark brown belt. His shoes were black. He had a stern-looking aura around him that made Ash a little weary. Ah. So you must be Brock. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I challenge you. Ash stated, looking at Brock. The gym leader looked at Ash calmly. Is this your first gym match? Ash froze. Yeah. Brock looked at him. A gym match is different from other battles. This match is for Pokemon League authorization. There are special rules. Ash looked at Brock uncertain, then snapped out of it. What do you mean by special rules? We will both use 2 Pokemon each. Understood? Brock stated, standing up. Ash nodded. How long have you been a trainer? Brock questioned. About 2 weeks. Ash retorted. That's too short. This match will be quick. Ash looked set off at this statement. Hey. Watch what you say about that. Ash's eyes blazed, scaring Brock a bit with his hollow-looking one. Let's get this match over with. With that, Brock snapped his finger and the lights came on. The building came to life and doors went up. Misty held on to Ash, looking around. Ash saw the rocks and area for the battlefield coming together. He and Misty ran off the field just in time to avoid getting crushed by rocks. Brock jumped down off his stairs with a huff. Let the match begin. He stated, holding up a Pokeball. Ash smirked. All right. I'm game with that. He took off his bag and handed it to Misty. She looked at Ash uncertainly and he nodded, showing he'll be fine. She gave a faint grin and walked a bit away to watch in safety. Ash grabbed a Pokeball from his belt. All right, champ, time for a battle. Ash said and threw his Mankey. It hit the ground with a bang. It screeched in happiness and chattered. Ash gave a grin at this. Brock saw this and gave Ash some good points to use a fighting type against him. Onix, go! Brock yelled as he threw his Pokeball. It hit the ground and lit up. It glowed and became a huge rock snake. Mankey blinked a few times at his opponent. Ash looked a little worried, but knew his Pokemon would be safe. Champ, you can do it. Onix, tackle, attack. It went at Mankey with a fierce tackle. Ash shouted, fury swipes followed by a karate chop. Champ screeched and attacked. Onix roared and tried to slither away. Use karate chop again, champ. The Mankey screeched in agreement. Brock growled, Onix, use bind. Onyx roared and grabbed the Mankey. It screeched in distress. Ash glared, Mankey screech attack and scratch. The Mankey obliged and Onyx roared with pain. No. Onyx. Brock said watching his rock snake in pain. Use seismic toss champ to finish it. The Mankey grabbed the Gant rock snake and lifted it as much as it could. It swinged and swinged the snake and sent it flying. It hit the wall with great force. Onyx. Brock shouted and ran after his snake. He kneeled and looked him over. You did great. Time for some rest. With that Brock returned his rock snake. No bad, Ash. Not bad at all. Not many people can defeat Onyx. Well, I'm different than most people. Champ is a strong Pokemon himself. Ash retorted. He saw Champ looked winded and thought maybe it was time to use someone else. Alright, Champ returned for some rest. He returned his pig monkey and pulled out his other Pokemon. Brock went and pulled out his new one too. Go Geodude. The Pokeball hit the ground and a flying boulder with arms appeared. Ash blinked then. Shook his thoughts away. Go Gem. I choose you. Hitting the ground came Ash's purple-shelled Pokemon. It blinked a bit and saw the Geodude. It screeched and watched its opponent. Geodude rock throw. The rock type grunted. It used that attack and Shelder watched. Gem used withdraw and hit it with icicle spear. Gem cooed and retreated into its shell. Once the rocks hit her, she popped out her shell and hit Geodude full on with her chunks of ice. It grunted in pain. Brock watched amazed by this. No. Geodude. Ash stared and shouted, finish it with clamp attack. Shelder clamped it and Geodude couldn't handle it anymore. It fell and groaned. Brock looked and couldn't believe he lost. Return Geodude. He couldn't believe it. He watched Ash get onto the field. You did great, girl. Ash said with happiness, looking at his shelled water type. He petted her shell gently and she gave small coos. Ash laughed. Ash, you won this battle. I reward you with this badge. Ash smiled looking at the boulder badge. He heard Brock asking, if you don't mind me asking. You do a great job taking care of your Pokemon. What do you usually do? I can see they really like you. Ash smiled at that, I myself and look at them to see what they like. Brock nodded at this. You seem like a great trainer. You beat me at battle and being kind to all Pokemon. Ash looked wide-eyed at Brock. But. Brock shook his head. To tell you the truth, I get more pleasure from raising Pokemon than from making them battle. I don't care about being a great Pokemon trainer. I want to become the world's best breeder. But I can't leave here because, I have to look after my brothers and sisters. Brock said silently. Ash looked on in sadness. Ash. I want you to take this badge and continue my dream. Will you do that for me? Brock stated, holding out the gym badge. Ash looked at Brock and gave smile, I will. I'll also do my best to become an even better trainer to deserve these badges. He walked over to grab the badge. Brock. You go follow your own dreams. Brock and Ash turned to see Flint standing beside Misty. The said girl blinked at this. Flint? Ash asked. Flint looked disgruntled and took of his hat and wig. It showed a much old version of Brock. Ash heard Brock gasp. My father. He said in a dark tone. You go on, Brock, and become the breeder you want to be. It's time for me to take care of my family. Flint said, walking over to Brock. He stared at his son regretfully. It's time for you to fulfill your dreams and mine. Brock stared hard at his father. First, there is some things that I have to tell you. Flint nodded as Brock went into his vest. After all these years, I understand how you must feel about me. So I want you to get everything off your chest. Here. Brock handed Flint a sewing needle and thread. Flint's sweat dropped. Ash have to stifle a laugh. Susie always rips her dresses, so you better learn how to sew. And Timmy only eats cold spaghetti breakfast. Tommy likes cornflakes for dinner. Brock retorted while Flint freaked. Slow down. Slow down. I can't write down that fast. Brock continued on. Cindy sleepwalks, so you have to tie a bell on her wrist. The twins never want to take a bath, so you have to. Ash couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed. Brock was all set and ready for the journey. They left the pewter gym at night. While walking in darkness, Ash smiled at his new travel companion. Hey Ash. Are you sure it's okay for me to go with you on your Pokemon journey? Brock asked, looking unsure. Sure, I'm sure. The more the merrier. And it's good to have someone else to talk with. Brock laughed. Misty glared. Is my company too much for you, Ash? Ash looked nervous. Not at all, Misty. Brock could tell traveling with these two will be fun. Ash and his new friend started hiking their way to Empty Moon. He was ideally looking at the landscape. Ash liked this forest hiking trail. Doesn't that name sound so romantic? Misty questioned while walking. Brock gave a smile. People say that a meteor crashed into the mountain back in prehistoric times. Ash looked at the mountain closely. A meteor? Misty looked as well. Is it really true? Brock looked at them. The meteor is called the Moonstone. Misty looked excited at that. Now that's romantic. Just then Ash and the gang heard a yell in the arm. They looked alarmed. Look over. Ash pointed, seeing higher in the trail a swarm of Zubat. It's a whole herd of Zubat. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Pokédex Zubat, a blind Pokémon with supersonic powers. Zubat live in caves and hate to fly outside in daylight. They saw a man on the ground trying to make himself small to avoid getting attacked by the Zubat. Ash's eyes narrowed at that. It was just like him and the Spearow. He growled, Naga. I choose you. His Ekans popped out and hissed. Use poison spray on those Zubat. Ekansis. Naga hissed and released her poison spray. The Zubats squeaked at this and started to fly frantically. The man turned and saw the snake and hitting the blind bats with its stings. His eyes widened. The bats flew away in fright. Ash glared at them and then ran to the downed man. Oh. The man on the ground groaned. Are you okay? Ash said, getting to the man. Naga slithering over beside her master. The man instantly jumped up and scared Ash. The strange man hugged him then. You guys are the greatest. The man stated. Really? It was nothing. Ash said in the man's clothes. The gang looked on in wide eyes. Naga started to hiss. I'm talking super fantastic. I'm talking to thumbs up. The best rescue I ever had. Naga hissed and got in between the two. She didn't like her master being squished. They say man's best friend is a Pokemon, and with your Ekans I can tell it's a good friend. I can believe it would do anything for you. The man said, fixing his glasses. Naga stopped hissing and stared at the man, then looked to her trainer. She gave a contented hiss in satisfaction. Oh, that's great. Ash said with a smile. I'm so moved. I never thought I could see a great interaction with someone like you and your Pokemon. I'm so happy that two heroes saved me. I'm so glad that I'm alive. I'm alive. Thank you so much. Thank you. The gang all looked at the man with weird looks. Naga slithered up her trainer's boat and rested on his shoulders. He certainly doesn't look like a poetic type. Misty questioned. The man got up from his antics and grabbed Ash's hands. Did I mention how grateful I am? Ash looked at him weird. Yeah. Anyway, why were the Zubat attacking you, mister? The man jumped at that sentence. Never call me mister. My name's Seymour. Seymour the scientist. Knowledge. Research. I'm Seymour the scientist. Ash and the gang looked on with sweat drops. Seymour then got up to lead them to the cave. See. The cave is all lit up inside. Somebody has sprung these lights through the whole cave. But the Pokemon need the dark. These lights are upsetting them and making them confused. The scientist said sadly while leading them down the cave. Indeed, hanging on the walls of the cave were a string of lights. Naga hissed and curled around Ash's neck tighter. He smiled and petted her scales. Which is probably why the Zubat left the cave and attacked you. Brock stated. Look here. These Paras are planting their mushrooms everywhere and all these lights are drying up these Sandshrew. Ash saw the poor hard-coated mouse panting. He walked over and kneeled down. Hey, are you okay, little guy? The Sandshrew looked over to the boy and squeaked. Ash gave a small smile and went into his bag. He got a water bottle and bowl. Here you go, little guy. Here's some water for you and your friends. Ash said with a grin. Naga gave a smile and nuzzled at her trainer's kindness. Brock and Misty had to smile at Ash's actions. Seymour blinked in astonishment. You a really nice boy. That's why I'm here as well. I'm controlled to protect the mountain from the troublemakers' attack against these caves. Seymour stated. The others blinked at this. Troublemakers. Why attack a cave? Misty asked. Seymour stopped. I'm afraid it's because of the Moonstone. They stopped and Ash asked, the Moonstone? Seymour looked down at Ash and smiled. Exactly. The Moonstone is an awesome boulder who is 1,000,000 years old or older. Deep in the cave the meteor hides. Though no other explorer has found the place, the legendary rock from space. The others looked at each other at the scientist's antics. We studied its fragments for many an hour and it increases a Pokemon's power. And that is why the attackers are here. They've come to take the Moonstone, or so I fear. Seymour said with worry. The Moonstone. Ash blinked at that. Ever since when I was a little boy, I believed the Pokemon came to Earth from outer space. Seymour stated. The others went wide-eyed. From outer space. Seymour grinned. Yes. They looked at him with strange expressions. And where, you ask, were the spacecraft that brought them to Earth? In this cave. It's the Moonstone. Seymour stated. It sure is a original theory. Misty said. They looked at Seymour with question in their eyes. But don't you see? It means it belongs with the Pokemon. We humans must not take it from them. The scientist yelled, then looked at Ash intently. He jumped and grabbed Ash's shoulders with Naga hissing with concern. Ugh. Seymour stared at Ash with intense eyes. You agree with me, don't you? Ash looked nervous and nodded frantically. Naga glared at Seymour in case he did anything funny with her trainer. Just then a Clefairy jumped by. It brought everyone out of their stupor. It jumped up and down with content. Ash laughed at its cuteness. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Pokédex Clefairy, this impish Pokemon is friendly and peaceful. It is believed to live inside empty moon, although very few have ever been seen by humans. He was gonna go after it when he felt a tug on his jeans. He looked down to see a Sandshrew looking up at him. Ash blinked, then gave it a small smile. Hey, little guy. Where did you come from? Sandshrew squeaked and lifted a bowl. Oh. You're the Sandshrew I gave the water bowl to. It nodded and handed it to him, then went up to nuzzle his leg. Ash smiled and rubbed the hard-coated mouse. It squeaked in happiness. Well, I can't stay here for long, little guy. My friends and I need to go after that Clefairy. Ash retorted. The Sandshrew looked at Ash and hugged his leg. Ash blinked and looked at Naga. She hissed and nuzzled him. Do you want to come with me? He said, looking at the rodent. The sand shrew looked at Ash and smiled. Okay. Then come with us. The rest of the gang and Seymour watched the interaction with amazement. Then they heard a shriek from the Clefairy. They ran into one of the cave parts and saw the Clefairy being cornered by what looked to be a Meowth. It said, "Don't be scared of Meowth." It gave a dark grin. They ran in and saw the cat Pokemon. It peered over at them and frowned. "What are you doing in here?" The others froze at this. Wow. A Pokemon that can talk. Ash looked amazed at this. Sandshrew growled and walked over to the scared Clefairy. Sandshrew EW. It said, looking at Ash and the others. The Clefairy blinked and looked at them. It smiled after hearing what the mouse was saying. It jumped and hid behind Ash's legs. "You are the thing causing trouble in these caves." Seymour shouted at the Meowth. "Trouble?" A female voice said. "Make it double." A seemingly male voice retorted. The gang and Seymour heard voices. Sandshrew and Clefairy grabbed Ash's jeans. Naga hissed. To protect the world from devastation. A woman with magenta long hair appeared. She wore a wide Team Rocket uniform. To unite all peoples within our nation. A man appeared with violet hair that was shoulder length. He looked like a pretty boy. To denounce the evils of truth and love. The girl said. To extend our reach to the stars above. The man answered. Jessie. The girl named Jessie said. James. The now known man James answered. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jessie retorted. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James answered. The Meowth smirked. Meowth. That's right. They landed on the boulder beside Meowth looking at the gang and scientist. They sure are show-offs. Seymour stated. The others looked at him with disbelief. Ash narrowed his eyes. What are you doing here? Can't you see you're affecting the Pokemon? You're the one who put the lights in the cave. It's your fault that all the Pokemon in this cave are so confused. Brock shouted. What a shame. Jessie said with a smirk. How will we ever forgive ourselves? James answered with a grin. We want to get our hands on the Moonstone. So we can power up our Pokemon with it. The others looked at them in shock. With the Moonstone in our hands nothing will stop us. We won't let you get away with it. Ash shouted. Sandshrew and Clefairy agreed. The gang and Seymour agreed as well. You want a rock. Brock pointed to one of the rocks in the cave, then take one of these and get lost. Team Rocket. Frowned, get lost how rude. Jessie said. Let's teach them some manners. They then grabbed their Pokeballs. Ash and Brock glared and went to grab theirs. Naga hissed and slithered down. You want to fight these losers, girl? His Ekans turned and nodded at her trainer. Ash gave a grin and nodded. Be safe. He turned to Misty, keep an eye on Seymour and these two. He gestured to Sandshrew and Clefairy looking at him with worry, make a run for it when you get the chance. Ekans. Jessie shouted. Coughing. James shouted. The two Pokeballs hit the ground and released the enemy's Pokemon. Out was another Ekans and a floating gas ball. Ash grabbed his Pokédex to see what it was. Pokédex Coughing, the poison gas Pokemon. Coughing hovers in the air, thanks to the poisonous gases it contains, which have a foul odor and can explode. Brock threw his and out came a Zubat. A Zubat? Ash questioned. I caught it just before entering the cave. Brock stated. Ash looked down and thought about catching one but dismissed it. Naga, take out that other Ekans. I know you can do it, girl. Naga hissed and turned to the other snake. She let out an angry hiss and slithered after it. So you have a Ekans to boy? Well, mine's better. Jessie retorted. Ash growled, oh yeah. Acid spray Naga. Naga obliged and hit the other Ekans who hissed angrily. Ash smirked. Coughing smog attack. James yelled. Brock glared, Zubat double team. The bat screeched and flapped its wings to wind away the gas spray. James blinked. What's this? The two rocket members were covered in gas. Not bad, Brock. Ash said, smirking at Brock, who in turn did a proud grin. Quick. Now's our chance. Misty shouted, pushed Seymour and shooing the other Pokemon away. Ekans went at Naga, who hissed with anger. Naga use acid. She hit the other, who hissed in surprise. Jessie frowned at this. Coughing was tackling Zubat everywhere. Brock growled, Zubat use supersonic. Zubat screeched, echoing the waves at Coughing and Ekans. They looked dumbfounded at this. They surprised the rocket members by fighting each other. Ekans. Coughing. Stop it. Jessie shouted at her Ekans. What's the matter with you? James shouted at Coughing. Ash and Brock smirked, Ekans and Coughing are getting confused. Naga. Use mud bomb. Naga hissed and released her bomb. It went and hit the two Pokemon. It sent them flying to their owners, who flew down the cave underground. We're blasting off. James shouted. You may have defeated us. But we'll be back. Jessie yelled. We did it. Ash shouted, fist bumping Brock, excellent teamwork. Brock answered. Ash smiled then frowned, wait a second. Aren't we forgetting something? Brock frowned at this, yeah. Something's missing. They thought for a second then yelled, where's Meowth? Outside the cave, Clefairy jumped out an opening to the outside. Oh no. Clefairy is running away. Misty shouted as she poked out of the cave hole. Seymour appeared behind her, worried for the fairy Pokemon. Sandshrew standing at Misty's side just like he heard Ash telling him to do. It jumped up the mountain top. Misty grumbled and started to climb after it. Seymour and Sandshrew following her closely behind. Clefairy. Come back. Seymour shouted. Clefairy jumped on the grassy part of the mountain and froze. There in front of her was Meowth. Meowth has got you now. Misty and Seymour heard Clefairy yell. Clefairy. Misty shouted. Misty saw it fall off the cliff and started coming down towards them. It hit Misty on the head and she slid down along with Seymour and Sandshrew. They landed in the river below them with a splash. Clefairy sat on Seymour's back in worry. Misty and Sandshrew looked dazed. Meowth landed on the rocks in the river. All right. Give Meowth that moonstone. The cat Pokemon said, bringing out his claws. Seymour froze and grinned sheepishly, Meowth. I'm sure we can be reasonable about this. Meowth jumped at him, no. We can't. It had his claws out and ready. Not so fast, Meowth. Misty shouted, throwing one of her Pokeballs in the water. It hit the bottom of the river and opened. Out came a starfish Pokemon. Stereo. Swift attack. The starfish did its star attack. Meowth yelped in pain. Meowth. 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 It got hit 3 times. Water gun Stereo. Misty shouted. Stereo shot a gun of water at the cat scratch Pokemon and it filled it with water. Meowth started to blow up into a blimp full of water. It stopped and Meowth went flying after releasing the water. It then flew away. Bye, Meowth. Have a half trip. Misty yelled, waving it goodbye. Seymour, Sandshrew and Clefairy watched it go and become a small speck. Stereo return. Misty recalled her starfish. Hey! Is everyone alright? Ash shouted, running towards them with Brock following closely behind. Clefairy and Sandshrew squealed at seeing him. They ran at his pants legs and nuzzled him. Ash blinked owlishly at them and smiled, glad to see you're alright too. They nodded and continued cuddling his leg. The others laughed at this. Seymour was amazed that Clefairy seemed to really like Ash. Normally they don't take to other people so well. It was then reaching sunset. Ash and the gang decided it was time for something to eat. Hey Brock. What's that? Ash asked, looking at what Brock was feeding Zubat. This is Pokemon food. Made from my own secret recipe. The ingredients are specially blended for each Pokemon. Ash blinked at that. He then grabbed one of the Pokemon food and handed one to Naga around his shoulder. Naga forked her tongue at it and ate it. It hissed in delight and Ash smiled. I've been developing it for years. I keep improving on the recipe. I'll make a batch for your Pokemon too. I can already see that your Ekans likes it. Ash smiled and thanked Brock. I'll try some. Seymour asked Brock for a piece of Pokemon food. He grabbed one and ate it carefully. Not bad. Seymour said, eating the food. Ash looked at Seymour and took one as well. Let me have a taste. He bit into it and gagged. Egg. Brock's sweat dropped. You may not like it, but the Pokemon sure do. On the big boulder behind them, Clefairy and Sandshrew sat watching the trainers. They looked at Ash carefully and chatted to each other. Shrew shrew ew. It said, looking and pointing to Ash. The Clefairy looked at him and gave a smile, tightening its hold on the little moonstone in its arms. Sandshrew stated it wanted to go with Ash. Clefairy looked at the rodent and then thought about it herself. Clefairy. Fari. It nodded at him, liking the idea too. Clefairy then sat up, catching the attention of the others. It started to walk off. Ash and the others followed it. It led them down a pathway in the woods. It was nighttime and they all kept peering at the scenery. They followed behind with Clefairy jumping happily with Sandshrew running beside it. Clefairy, where are you taking us? Ash questioned. Clefairy jumped out a pair of bushes with Sandshrew following behind it. It looked back towards the others and pointed, Clefairy. Ash came out and peered. It's another cave. They made themselves to it and walked in. They walked down the pathway and followed Clefairy closely. It led them straight down the path, and when they got to the opening they stopped and stared. Before them was a big stone that everyone knew was the Moonstone. It's the core of the Moonstone. Seymour said with wonder. This feels like a dream. Misty said with a smile. So the Moonstone legend is true. Brock said with amazement. Ash looked entranced by it, then noticed Clefairy. Look, Clefairy is doing something. The others looked to see what the fairy Pokemon was doing. It placed its Moonstone rock in between the other rocks around the Moonstone core. The minute she did that, each small stone started to glow, and then the main one glowed as well. It glowed a soft aqua blue, and the others watched in amazement. Then they noticed other Clefairy started to come out of the cave openings and walked their way to the Moonstone. They all walked around, and then the one that they knew walked forward. It went in front of Ash. Clefairy, fairy ry. Ash smiled and laughed. I think it was greeting us and showing its friends. Brock laughed. Yeah. Misty shrieked, oh. Look at them. Indeed did they look. The Clefairy all started to jump around the Moonstone. It did a twirl-like dance and chanted its name. Ash and the gang looked amazed at this. Amazing. These Clefairy formed their own society. This is an incredible sight. Seymour said with a grin. Clefairy and Sandshrew watched the other Clefairy dance around. Ash noticed this and smiled at the sight. It was cool that those two liked each other. He noticed that they seemed to like him. He gently petted Naga's scales. Maybe they would like to come with me on my journey. Sandshrew would do it. I don't know about Clefairy. He noticed that the other Clefairy seemed to like the Moonstone. He thought of why and certain reasons. It hit him when he realized it, the Clefairy prey to the moonstone. The others blinked at this and stared at the moonstone. Is it because the moonstone fell from the heavens? Seymour asked. Then maybe the legends are true. Maybe the moonstone really did come from space. Misty said with a smile. Ash turned and nodded, yeah. Of course. It all makes sense now. Seymour yelled with a giant smile. What does? Ash questioned. Outer space. Pokemon and the human race will ride the moonstone into space. First to the moon and to Mars and together to the stars. Seymour shouted starry-eyed. Stars. A voice said behind them. That's Arcade. Ash and the gang turned to see Team Rocket behind them. You guys don't know when to quit. Ash said with a glare. Naga hissed on his shoulders. Brock and Misty gave a glare. Seymour shouted, you keep away from the moonstone or else. The Clefairy all looked on wide-eyed and the main Clefairy looked nervous. Clefairy. Or else? James questioned. I'm thinking we've been threatened. Jessie stated. Seymour then looked nervous. If his shaking legs were a clue, the moonstone belonged to the Clefairy. No, you troublemakers, leave this cave at once. The scientist said. Team Rocket looked at him unimpressed. What's that unusual sound? James asked. His knees are shaking. Jessie said with a laugh. Sounds like a wimp. Meowth stated. I'll show you. Seymour shouted. He ran towards them. Don't, Seymour. Ash yelled. He continued running and ran past them and tripped. Did you have a nice trip? Meowth said, rolling his eyes. Seymour groaned and got up. My glasses. I can't see a thing. Ash and the others looked on. Oh, Seymour. Misty said with worry. That wasn't fair. Ash stated. All's fair in a Pokemon match, boy. Jessie said, holding her Pokeball. Enough talk. James stated. Ash growled, I agree. Go, champ. Ash's Mankey came out with a screech. Onyx, let's go. Brock shouted, releasing his rock snake. Jessie and James' Pokemon came out. Ash knew his Ekans was much better than hers. The Clefairy looked scared at this, seeing the giant snake. Ekans and Coughing looked on nervous. Let's show them that size doesn't matter. Ekans underground. Jessie yelled. Coughing. Smoke screen. Ekans went underground while Coughing released its green smoke. Ash coughed, smoke won't stop us. He grunted and grabbed Talon's Pokeball. Talon. I choose you. Out came his tiny bird Pokemon Spearow. It screeched in call. Talon. Get rid of the smoke. Talon nodded and flapped its wings frantically. Talon blew all the smoke away and the others noticed something was missing. There wasn't a moonstone, only a hole in the ground. Ha! The moonstone is gone. Ash yelled. Team Rocket stole it. Misty said. The match was just a trick, just so they could sneak away with it. Ash stated. They stared at the hole. Brock frowned. All right, Onyx. Follow them underground. Brock pointed at the ground. The rock snake roared and went underground. Ash and crew ran off. There's still a chance to catch them. Ash yelled, running, returning his Ekans and keeping Talon out in case of emergency. Seymour grunted, feeling around for his glasses, and felt them in his hand from a pane of small ones. CLE Fairy. The fairy Pokemon said with a smile. Fairy? I beg your pardon. Seymour muttered as he took his glasses and then widened his eyes. Oh. Thank you. But why aren't you chasing after the robbers who took your moonstone? Seymour asked. The Clefairy all stared at him in bewilderment. The moonstone is sacred to you, isn't it? It's your responsibility to take it back from those robbers. Do you understand me? He stated, and the Clefairy nodded. Team Rocket was rolling down the mountain with the Moonstone on what looked to be a cart with wheels. Meowth, Eakins, and Coughing sitting at the top. Jessie and James at the sides. They were laughing at the win. Nice guys always. Jessie said. Finish last. James retorted. We just went to worst to first. Ha. Meowth grinned. Team Rocket were going downhill when the ground exploded into bits of rock. Coming out of a huge hole was Onyx. It roared. At the sight of them, Team Rocket started to freak out at seeing the giant rock snake in front of them. The cart with them on it crashed on the Onyx. It broke into pieces and the Moonstone fell off. Got them. Ash yelled, running towards them. Nice work, Onyx. Grab them now. Brock shouted to his rock snake. James saw them coming and shouted, Coughing. Counter-attack. The gas Pokemon jumped and hit Onyx in the head. It headbutted the rock snake and Onyx roared. Coughing hit the ground with force and Onyx hit the ground soon after it. Onyx. Brock said with shock. Hey. Look. Ash yelled after seeing a familiar head pop out of Onyx's underground hole. The scientist peered around and looked at them. Coming out of the hole soon after were a bunch of Clefairy. CLE Fairy. They chanted, jumping out of the hole. They ran to Team Rocket. They swarmed around them. Meowth. What's going on? Meowth questioned. The Clefairy lifted their fingers and started to swing them back and forth. What are they doing? Jessie asked. Waving their fingers. James retorted. This way and that way. This way and that way. Meowth repeated. Team Rocket started to sway back and forth after seeing the Clefairy started to swing their fingers together in harmony. Ash and crew swayed back and forth at this. Sandshrew and Talon blinked at this action. I'm getting dizzy. Misty whispered. This is a attack Clefairy use called the metronome. Seymour said, swaying his head back and forth. Sandshrew and Talon blinked. Ash looked on at the Clefairy, wondering what type of attack it was. I've never seen the Clefairy use the metronome. Who knows what will happen? Seymour stated. After that sentence the Clefairy stopped their chanting and swaying. They then started to glow white. An explosion happened, so afterwards an array of red. Some Clefairy went flying after that. Team Rocket went soaring away. Well, it looks like Team Rocket is. Jessie said, dazed. Blasting off again. James said, equally dizzy. Meowth groaned, that was the metronome. Jessie shrieked, I give it 2 thumbs down. Me too. Meowth 3. Then they were gone and dinged like a star. Everyone stared at the hole the Clefairy's metronome did. Wow. Ash said, looking on with wonder. Then everyone saw the floating particles in the air falling down. The Moonstone. Seymour said, looking up. The Clefairy all grinned and stayed still. Some of the stone pieces landed on Clefairy and they started to glow. Clefable. Clefably. Clefable. They all chanted. The Clefairy are. Brock said. Evolving. Misty said afterwards. Ash grabbed his Pokédex. Pokédex Clefable, an advanced form of Clefairy. These unique creatures are among the rarest Pokémon in the world. The power of the Moonstone did this. Seymour said, looking in amazement at this. Everyone watched as the Clefairy and Clefable chanted. They did this all the way back to the Moonstone's resting spot. The fairy Pokémon chanted and danced around the Moonstone. Seymour turned to Ash and the gang. I decided to move here with the Clefairy. Seymour said with a smile. Huh? Ash said, looking at Seymour in shock. It's been my life's dream to find the Moonstone. Someday I'll travel to the stars with the Clefairy. He retorted. Wow. Misty said with a smile. When you do visit outer space, I hope you remember to send us a postcard. Brock stated with a grin. Ash smiled at this. The next morning the ground was getting ready to leave. Ash turned and waved at Seymour. So long, Seymour. Goodbye, Clefairy. He said with a smile. Goodbye, Ash. Thank you all. Ash and crew was about to walk off when they heard a fable. Clefable. Shrew. Sand shrew. They all stopped and saw a pair of Pokemon running towards them. They both stopped and panted. It was a Clefable and Sand shrew. They both stared at them. Sandslash ran and grabbed Ash's legs. Clefable walked over to Ash and placed a hand on his shoulder. Fable. It said with a smile and gently rubbed his left cheek with the scars. Ash blinked at this. Talon on his shoulder cawed and knew what was happening with a grin. Brock and Misty smiled knowing what the Pokemon wanted. Fable. The Clefable muttered leaning close to Ash. Sandshrew squeaked and nuzzled Ash at his left leg. Ash smiled and petted Sandshrew. He petted the top of their heads. Clefable he smiled as she was his height. You guys want to come with me? They looked at him with trust in their eyes. Ash laughed, all right. Welcome to the team. Ash grabbed 2 Pokeballs and hit them gently on the head. The 2 Pokemon were instantly SCKED in and teleported to Professor Oak's lab. Ash smiled and knew he would get them to train later. Wow. I got 2 more Pokemon. He said with a grin turning to Misty and Brock. They smiled. I have a feeling this is going to be normal. Misty said. Brock laughed. Ash frowned at that and the other thought. Do you think the Clefairy really came to Earth from outer space? Ash asked. It's fun to imagine they did. Misty answered. Ash looked confused by this until Talon nuzzled his left cheek and Ash smiled. Ash and the crew walked out of the forest surrounding Empty Moon and entered a fork in the road. They looked and saw a sign in the middle of the road. Brock said, this road leads to Cerulean City. Misty blinked and looked down at that. Well, I guess we're headed the right way. Brock stated. Then the older boy noticed something. Ash ignored the talk and continued scratching Talon under his chin. He smiled watching his Spearo's antics. His eye stinged a little since the smoke screen attack in Empty Moon but he otherwise ignored it. Hey, there's something else scribbled here. Brock muttered. Well, they say that some kids like to write silly notes on these signs. What's it say? After scratching Talon one last time, he leaned over to peer at the scribble. Talon looked on too and froze. Gary was here. Ash is a loser. Gary was here. Loser. Ugh. He growled at this and clenched his fists. Talon narrowed his eyes at that. My trainer isn't a loser. Ash looked sad at this statement. Gary. I'll show you. With his eyes on fire, Ash took off like a rocket. Talon flew off and watched his trainer running with a scary look on his face. Talon knew then, I don't want to be Gary. What's the hurry? Misty watched as Ash ran off. He'll never learn. Brock said. Talon watched from the sky seeing his trainer want to pound his rival into the ground. Talon wondered what else is going to happen on this journey with Ash. Only life knows the answer. End Chapter 4. Pokemon. Opening, Kanto. Last time on Starting Things Differently. Hey, there's something else scribbled here. Brock muttered. Well, they say that some kids like to write silly notes on these signs. What's it say? After scratching Talon one last time, he leaned over to peer at the scribble. Talon looked on too and froze. Gary was here. Ash is a loser. Gary was here. Loser. Ugh. He growled at this and clenched his fists. Talon narrowed his eyes at that. My trainer isn't a loser. Ash looked sad at this statement. Gary. I'll show you. With his eyes on fire, Ash took off like a rocket. Talon flew off and watched his trainer running with a scary look on his face. Talon knew then, I don't want to be Gary. What's the hurry? Misty watched as Ash ran off. He'll never learn. Brock said. Talon watched from the sky, seeing his trainer want to pound his rival into the ground. Talon wondered what else is going to happen on this journey with Ash. Only life knows the answer. Present. After running and making his anger simmer down, Ash came to a slow down. Misty and Brock were walking behind him a distance away. Talon flew and perched on his shoulder. Talon turned and nuzzled his trainer's left cheek to see if he cooled down. Ash gave a faint grin at his Pokemon's thoughtfulness. The gang caught up with Ash. Hey guys. I'm sorry for that. Gary makes me lose my temper. Ash muttered, looking like a kicked puppy. Brock quirked an eyebrow at this sight. Who's Gary? He's my rival. He's always making fun of me. Ash stated, looking down, starting to find the ground interesting. Brock and Talon frowned at this response. Sounds to me that guy is a loser. Misty retorted, seeing Ash's expression. Ash smiled, hearing his friend's words, thanks guys. They smiled at Ash, and Talon cawed and preened his trainer's hair. Ash laughed at this, then looked dejected again. Gary is always ahead of me, even when we were really young. Ash whispered to himself in sadness. The others looked at each other. Talon continued preening Ash's hair to keep his trainer from feeling down in the dumps. He's gonna be even better when he sees this. Ash said with sadness as he gestured to his scar on the left side of his face. Brock frowned at that, wondering exactly how that happened. He didn't want to bring it up with Ash yet. Misty looked on with sadness at this. If he does, then he is a real grade A JRK. She said gently, looking at her friend. Ash gave a faint grin at Misty's response. The group continued their walk to Cerulean City. Ash and Brock were steadily walking forward. Ash stretched his neck and smiled, hearing a pop. It's a great day to just enjoy the sunshine. Ash said with a huge giddy grin. And while you're enjoying the sun, Gary's catching more Pokemon. Ash froze at Brock's retort. Talon glared at Brock, who had the decency to look sheepish. But I guess a Pokemon trainer can capture Pokemon and enjoy the sun. Was Brock's way of counter-fixing. Talon nodded with approval at that sentence. He then turned his head, noticing Misty walking further away. She stopped to take a deep breath and then started to run towards them. Hey! Wait a minute! She shouted. Talon cawed and nipped Ash on the ear. Ash turned and looked towards Misty. Where do you think you're going? She said, panting after running towards them. Well, I know where we're going. We're going to Cerulean City. Ash retorted, looking at Misty weird. He told them earlier they were going here. Cerulean City. What are you going there for? Misty shrieked out, looking frightened at his response. Well, it's none of your business. But I'm going for more badges. Ash said, lifting an eyebrow at her answer. Ah. Ash, you don't want Pokemon from there. Trust me. Misty said, scared as she leaned a bit closer to Ash. Why not? Ash questioned with his eyebrows still quirked. Because they're all dash. She stopped for drama effect. Ash glared at this, looking seemed, all what? Very scary ghost Pokemon who look like this. Misty stated, then showed a creepy looking face. A monster. She said with a grin and seriousness. Ash wasn't impressed by that. Talon and Brock sweat dropped at this. Ha ha ha. Nice face, Misty. Ash laughed, holding his stomach after looking at her face. Come on, Brock. Then he walked off with Brock. Talon cawed and nuzzled his trainer, who in turn started petting his chest feathers gently. He cawed in happiness at his trainer's gentleness. Hey! Hey, wait! Wait a second! Misty shouted. She ran in front of the boys to block them on the road. Hey, wait! What about Vermilion City? It's right on the water and there are lots of neat Pokemon. And you can watch all the boats pulling into the harbor. And there's a little parkway on the hill where you can sit and watch the stars. That's so romantic. Misty said with happiness, thinking about her favorite town. Ash looked at her with a weird face, hearing this. Brock quirked an eyebrow at that. It's much nicer than that old Cerulean City. So let's get going. Misty said with a big smile and then did a fist pump. Ash blinked at this and gave a smile. Okay. Let's go. Misty's eyes widened. Really? She said, looking at Ash in the face if he was serious. To Cerulean City. Ash said, closing his eyes with a smirk. Talon cawed with laughter. Misty froze and fell down dejected. I've got to get more trainer badges, Brock, and since there's a gym in Cerulean City. Ash said with confidence, looking at Brock. Yeah. Makes sense to me. Brock answered sincerely, nodding to Ash. Misty watched them walk away with a frown. Ah. I never wanted to wind up back here. Misty whined and then looked sad. She then went to follow the boys sadly. It was dark in another part of town. You see a stock room and a ventilation vent. It popped open and you saw a flashlight appear. Holding the light was James, who looked mischievous. The coast is clear, he stated with a smirk. Jessie popped her head out. Nothing to fear, she answered with a face conjoined in a grin. Behind her crept Meowth, who gave a dark smile. Nobody here. They then dropped to the floor and looked around. James looked around with his flashlight. It looked around and all you saw were electronics. They walked down the tech machines and continued their search. Then they stopped and looked with the flashlight. Well. Looks like we found it, James said. Just what we need to just get what we want, Jessie answered with a grin. Pokemon, Meowth said with fanged grin. Ash and the crew made it to Cerulean City. Ash and Brock were currently looking around. Talon ideally sat perched on Ash's shoulder. He didn't want to go in the Pokeball just yet because of his trainer's Gary episode. Call him a worrywart. So this is Cerulean City. A Brock? Ash questioned. Pretty nice place, isn't it? Brock said, looking around. Yeah. Pretty cool, Ash said, looking around with a smile, then frowned, noticing something. Hey, look. Misty's not here. Talon and Brock frowned at this. Well, she really didn't want to come to Cerulean City. Did she? Brock answered. I wonder why she hates this place so much, Ash questioned. Brock retorted, frowning at this. Oh. We'll never figure out, girls, Ash said with a grin. And ending with a laugh. Talon cawed in agreement. Brock snorted at that. They were walking in town when they heard sirens. Reaching a block, they saw a group of people. They saw the line of police cruisers in front of the building with their sirens on. The building said Machine Shop. A group of people were huddled in the front talking. The police. I wonder what happened, Ash asked, looking at the herd of people. Talon cawed and gripped his trainer's shoulder harder. Ash petted his head in reassurance. Let's go see what's happening, Ash said, then ran towards the scene. Right, Brock answered and soon followed. Inside the herd of people were a pair of police officers. They were scanning the place for evidence. Ash and Brock made it to the front of the line of people surrounding the herd. Ash turned to a guy beside the left of him. Excuse me? Do you know what happened here? The guy looked at Ash, got a little weary seeing his scarred face, but retorted, looks like some burglars broke into that store last night. Ash and Brock widened their eyes at this. Burglars, huh? Ash stated, looking nervous. What do you know about burglars? A female voice questioned. They turned to see a female cop staring intently at them and in a thinking pose. You two look very suspicious to me. Ash blinked at this response with worry. The female officer then noticed Ash's scar. Oh. Sorry for the inconvenience. I didn't know that was you, Ash. The lady said with a sheepish smile, even sticking a tongue out at her conviction. Ash blinked. You know me. I'm Officer Jenny, and a lady in Pallet Town called here to see if you made it here safely. Her name was Delia Ketchum. Officer Jenny said with a smile. Ash froze at that. Mom. Officer Jenny smiled hearing his retort. Yeah, she said she was your mother and was worried if any more problems happened to you. Sounds to me she was scared of you getting another one of those. She said with a grim look, seeing Ash's scars on his face and arms. Ash suddenly found the ground interesting rather than looking at the officer. Miss? I was wondering, since I'm new in town. Maybe we can get together tonight and you can show me around. Brock said to Officer Jenny with a good hearty grin. Well, I'm not off duty till past your bedtime. She retorted with a smirk, seeing the boy's face. Ah, kids always wanting to get with the older crowd, she thought. Brock looked dejected at her response. Ash gave a nervous smile and sweat dropped. And I even work around the clock to catch these burglars. Officer Jenny stated, looking tired. What exactly did they steal? Ash asked. Officer Jenny looked at him and frowned at this. That's the strange thing about it. They didn't take any money. Just a massive vacuum and a giant hose. She said. But what would anybody want that stuff for? Ash asked, thinking about it and how the stuff would be used. Talon looked at his trainer and cawed, nipping his hair. I don't know, young man. But I do know, I don't have time to do guessing games with you. Because I got a job to do. And it's time for you two to move. Come on, it's time to move. With that she pushed the boys away. Ash and Brock sat on a bench in a park. Good thing Mom called up to check on me. If it wasn't for her, I would have faced the police. Brock nodded at that, happy that his friend's mom saved them. Hey. Shouldn't you head to Cerulean City Gym? Ash froze at this, then smiled and turned his head to friend. Yeah. Hey Brock. I'm gonna stop by the Pokemon Center. I want to trade in my Pokemon for this battle. Brock looked at Ash. You know what to prepare for. Ash looked at him weird after hearing that. Yeah. The gym leader deals with water. Professor Oak was big on that while I was in the hospital. Brock frowned at that ending sentence. Alright, Ash. I'm going out too. I have to take care of things. And stuff to check out. Brock said, getting his travel pack. What kind of things? Ash questioned, looking at Brock. Stuff. Brock retorted, staring down at Ash. What kind of stuff? Ash repeated, looking back at Brock with questions. Just stuff. See you later. I'll see you at the gym later. With that, Brock walked off. Ash stopped by the Pokemon Center and Ash went to the phone. He instantly called Professor Oak. Ring ring ring. It was picked up shortly after by Professor Oak. Oh. Ash. Good to see you. I have your Pokemon that you've captured. Great job, my boy. The elder man said with a smile. Ash gave a grin at this. Yeah. Thanks, Professor. The man nodded, looking on with a clear smile, then cringed. Your Beedrill almost stinged me though. Your Sandshrew is most adventurous and your Clefable is very charming. Speaking of that, I want to talk to you sometime about how you got such a Pokemon. Professor Oak said, the end with a smile, then ending with a frown. The man in turn looked intently at Ash, who decided the wall was most interesting. Ah. Yeah. Talon caught in laughter at his trainer's problem. I'm waiting, Ash. The man questioned, lifting a brow. It was like a kid getting caught putting the hand in the cookie jar. I got her at Empty Moon. Ash stated looking at the elder man. The professor blinked at this. You got her there. But most Clefairy avoid travelers. Ash looked at him confused with that retort. You must be wrong. This girl jumped in front of us without a care in the world and took to me like glue. Ash said looking very sincere. Professor Oak looked on dumbfounded by this and then shook his head. All right. What's the reasoning for calling Ash? I know it wasn't really to talk much with me. Ash looked sheepish at that sentence and sweat dropped. I was calling for a transfer. I want to use Clefable in this battle in Cerulean Gym. The professor blinked and then smiled. Good thinking, Ash. I'll her set up right away. Is there any others you need too? Ash shook his head. Only her right now. I'll trade for someone else later. In fact, can you give Beedrill to my mom? I think she would like it more than me. Professor Oak blinked at this and frowned. If you're sure. I will do as you ask. Ash smiled. Thanks, Professor. I'll send Spike my pincer to you. I don't need him at the moment. Alright, it's set up. Just put Pincer into the transfer machine and I'll do the rest. Ash placed Spike's Pokeball on the transfer stage. Ash watched the transfer system in action. It teleported and got replaced with another ball in place. Ash smiled at this and picked up his Clefable's ball. He turned to the professor on screen. She got her safe and sound. Thanks, Professor. I'll tell you how it goes. I'll also catch more Pokemon and send them your way. Alright, Ash. Keep me posted. With that, Ash ended the call. He released her and watched her appear. Clefable opened her eyes and looked around. She spotted Ash and grinned. CLE Fable. It walked over and hugged her trainer. Ash had to laugh at his fairy Pokemon antics. It's good to see you too, girl. Talon cawed at her and she looked at the tiny bird Pokemon with her head tilted. Ash smiled and then remembered, you need a name. Clefable looked at Ash blinking cutely. He thought, looking for a good name. Then it popped out. How about Tinker? I mean, you're a fairy Pokemon and you chant. You and your friends like to take things like the Moonstone pieces. I think Tinker would be a great name for you, girl. Ash said with a gentle smile. Clefable thought and went through the name in her head. She thought it over and rather liked the name. She nodded and chanted in happiness, Fable CLE Fable. Ash laughed merrily. Welcome to the team, Tinker. Clefable smiled and hugged her trainer and Ash gave a smile. Ash walked down a pathway through certain developments. He was staring at a map and glancing around to keep track of where he was going. Talon was in his usual spot sitting on Ash's left shoulder. Cerulean City Gym. Cerulean City Gym. He repeated, looking around. Talon yawned and nuzzled Ash's neck. Ash continued his walk and walked around a corner. Should be around here someplace. Dang. Why me and my horrible direction skills? Ash stopped, noticing a big building in front of him. There it is. Ash said with a look of wonder. It was a circular building with a merry-go-round look. It was a pink and yellow blend mixed around the rooftop. The roof had a round top on it and a white dugong sign on the front. It had symbols of waves mixed into the building. Talon blinked at this and cawed. The inside of the building had a big room with a giant swimming pool and a large diving board. There were people everywhere in the two stands on the left and right side of the walls watching the swimming pool with great excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the stars of our show. The SNSL Synchronized Sisters, Cerulean City. Ash looked surprised at this statement. He thought this place was a gym. Then the spotlight hit the diving board after the man's sentence. It showed 3 young girls who looked to be around 13 or so. They all had different hair colors and eyes. One had a red swimsuit on and had long curled blonde hair. The other had a blue swimsuit and violet-colored hair. The last girl had on a yellow swimsuit with pink hair. They all had brown eyes and waved excitedly at the crowd of people. Ash looked on with great wonder at this. The girls then stopped waving and got into a stance. They all jumped off the diving board and did somersaults into the water, then it ended into a dive. The sisters then started to do their synchronized swimming. Ash looked at this show with great surprise. He awkwardly started to scratch the back of his head in confusion. I thought this was the Pokemon Gym Talon. Ash asked, looking very unsure. Talon cawed in agreement with his trainer as he too looked confused. Ash blinked in a confused manner. The show ended and Ash walked down the stairs with his arms crossed. His head was in a sea of confusion. His face was contorted into a frown and into a stern look. Talon looked at his trainer with worry. He didn't like that his trainer had on such a serious-looking frown. I can't understand it, Ash said after a few moments in convection. As he continued on down the stairs which came to a stop at the bottom, then he made a turn. Ash said, looking on. In front of him was a hall full of glass windows. It had glass showing underwater scenery that must have been the pool. Ash looked on with a sense of amazement. It's like an aquarium. How can this be a Pokemon gym? Ash said with wonder as he walked up to the glass window, seeing the swimming school of fish. He gently put his hands on the glass and looked to see what type of species there were. Talon looked on with Ash, seeing the school with great interest. Just then Ash heard voices coming along his way. He turned and stopped the Cerulean sisters walking down the hallway. Daisy, the drive you did was super. The violet-haired sister said in happiness with a grin. The practice really paid off. The sister who answered that was named Daisy answered with a nod. Like totally, said the last sister with pink hair. They all started to laugh at this. Excuse me. Ash interrupted their laughing while running towards them. The sisters stopped to stare at the boy and then looked at the scar on his eye. They looked a little uneasy at it and Ash frowned. The pink-haired sister was the first to answer. If you want to get an interview, you have to call our manager. Ash froze at this, then shook his head. No. It's not that. The sister frowned and stated, we don't do autographs. Ash then gave a look of disapproval. I don't want one. I just really wanted to know if this is a Pokemon gym. Ash asked, looking at the sisters with a sheepish smile. It sure is, the violet-haired sister said with a grin. Well, I'm looking for the gym trainer. Ash answered with a smile. You're looking at them, Daisy said with a great big smile. Ash said with a blink as Talon soon followed his trainer in looks. The three of us are the gym trainers here, Daisy said with excitement. We're the SNSL sisters, the pink-haired sister answered. We're world famous, the violet-haired sister retorted with a grin. But what's with all the swimming? Ash yelled with great confusion. Talon blinked olishly at the sisters himself. It's our hobby and our fans love to watch us perform, the pink sister said with a gentle smile. We pull our talents to make a big splash, the violet sister answered with a goofy smile. The sisters all then laughed with straight-up creepy chuckles. Ash felt very uneasy at that retort and sweat dropped. Talon joined his trainer, listening to the sisters' laughter. The sisters and Ash were beside the pool later. Come on, Ash said with narrowed eyes, looking hard at the three sisters. His hollow brown eye looking like it was peering into their soul. The sisters felt. I challenge all of you, Ash shouted with his hands clenched, looking hard at them. Talon screeched in agreement with his trainer. The sisters laughed awkwardly and looked elsewhere. They all answered to each other and looked at Ash with uneasy looks. What? Ash said, noticing the look on their faces. Talon blinked at this and wanted to hear their answer as well. We don't feel much like battling anymore. Daisy said with her hands behind her back in a relaxed position. What do you mean? Ash shouted, looking on shocked, and sweat dropped at this sister's retort. We just got beaten 3 times in a row by kids from this nowhere place called Pallet Town. The Violet sister said, looking at Ash with an annoyed look. Ash froze after hearing that, groaned after hearing that, not again. It was just one defeat after another. The Violet sister said, gesturing her hands at this. My eyes were spinning from all the losses. The Violet sister continued and sighed. We had to rush all our Pokémon to the Pokémon Center. Daisy said, looking at Ash with a frown. This is the only one left. The pink sister said, holding up a Pokeball. She released it and out came the Pokémon a Goldeen. Ash sweat dropped at that. You mean all you have is a Goldeen? Ash yelled in surprise, looking at the jumping goldfish Pokémon. He watched it get returned from the pink sister. If it would evolve into Sea King, then we could use it. But all it can do now is its horn attack. The Violet sister stated with a sheepish smile. So there's no point in battling. Daisy said. Now instead of having matches, we have time to make ourselves more beautiful than ever. The pink sister said with a smile. Oh. Was all Ash could say after hearing these remarks from the sisters. He then frowned afterwards. Talon looked at the sisters with disapproval after seeing his trainer's face. The sisters looked at his expression and then looked at each other. Daisy was the one to answer, I know what you want. She then turned and looked towards the pool. Seal. Daisy clapped her hands. Coming out of the pool was a white seal. Seal. It said, coming over to the sisters. It brought its tongue out and there was a badge on it. Daisy took it and walked over to Ash, the Cascade badge. This is what you want, right? You can have it. Daisy said, giving Ash a smile. Ash blinked at this and looked at the sisters uncertainly. Thanks. I'd rather earn my badges. Ash retorted, looking at them with a faint frown. Talon cawed and nodded at his trainer's response. Take it. A badge is badge. Daisy said, looking intently at Ash to take the badge from her. Ash looked down at the floor after hearing that retort and frowned. He sighed and walked over to them. Ugh. Talon frowned at this but agreed that there was nothing more his trainer could do. Here. Daisy said, holding the badge in front of Ash. He lifted his hand and was about to grab it when. Hold it right there. A young female voice shouted angrily. Misty. Ash yelled, turning to look at his female friend in shock. Talon caught out gently at the sight of the red-haired girl. Misty jumped off the rail and landed in front of the pool deck with them. All right, Daisy. If you don't want to battle him, I will. She said, looking at Daisy intently. Ash blinked at this in shock, then shook his head to shout, What do you mean? He asked, looking at Misty with an uneasy look. Misty smirked, I'm a Cerulean City trainer too. Ash blinked and looked at Misty with great shock. Talon dropped his beak in shock, mirroring his trainer. I'm the 4th SNSL sister. She shouted with a serious look on her face. There are only 3 SNSL sisters and 1 runt. The Violet sister retorted. Misty turned to her and growled. So little sister, it's a surprise to see you back so soon. Daisy retorted, looking at her younger sister. That little girl always running her mouth said she wouldn't come back till she said she was a great Pokémon trainer. Wasn't that you? The Violet sister said with a giddy smirk. Misty froze and gave a slight frown. I guess, I did say something like that when I left. She said, looking away from her sisters uncertainly. Ash watched the proceedings uncertainty. Talon on his trainer's shoulder could tell Misty wasn't too keen seeing her nest mates. So that's why Misty was so dead set on getting us for not coming here. Ash said, looking at Talon in question. Talon looked at his trainer and nodded his answer as well. Ash gave a faint grin and petted Talon's chest feathers in response. Misty. You left here pretending to become a Pokemon trainer because you couldn't compare to us. Because we're obliviously more talented and beautiful than you are. The pink sister said with a grin and laughed along with her violet sister in tow. Misty frowned and clenched her fists hearing her sister's response and laughter. She bit her lip. Oh. Ash said watching the actions Misty seemed to make, and he suddenly wanted to get away from this. Talon gripped his shoulder in response to that. That wasn't the reason. Misty shouted into her sister's faces. Daisy looked unimpressed. Then, I guess the reason you came back because you couldn't make it as a Pokemon trainer. She said with a sigh. Misty frowned and zoomed forward with her face to Daisy's. It wasn't my idea to come back here. The only reason I came here was because he wanted to come. Misty stated pointing to Ash. Who the boy in question frowned at hearing his friend's response to that. Well, he's totally not someone I would choose for a boyfriend. Though I have to say his scars really do make him look very handsome and strong. If he were just a little older it would be a different story altogether. But you're no prize yourself. Daisy said looking Ash up and down. Ash blushed in response of that statement. He brushed his hand to his eye feeling the scars. Talon cawed and nuzzled his trainer's cheek afterwards. Misty blushed at that. She knew Ash was cute but seemed not altogether. He's not my boyfriend. She shouted with a huge blush. If I battle him it'll prove I'm not a quitter and I'm just as good trainer as you three. Misty shouted looking at her sister Daisy intently with her hard-pressed blue eyes. Well, you are the only one of us with Pokemon that can actually battle. Daisy said thinking about it and ending the sentence with a small smile. Misty smirked at that. She ran up to Ash and pointed at his chest. All right, Ash. Are you ready to rumble? Ash blinked at this response seeing his friend with fire blazed in her eyes. He gave a sheepish grin. Oh. Yeah. She gave a smile afterwards. Good. Ending the seriousness with a gentle grin. Before we battle Misty. Can I let Mystic swim around in the pool? I want to let her out since this pool would be great for her. I usually train her in rivers, ponds or any small water beds near camp. This place would be a great water area for her to stretch in. Ash said looking at Misty with uncertainty. Misty blinked at this question and turned to her sisters who blinked in turn. As long as she doesn't provoke the others in the pool it's fine by us. They answered with a small grin seeing the boy's face convert into a smile. He really did look handsome with the scars on his face they noticed. All right girl. Come on out and enjoy the pool. Ash said as he threw his Magikarp into the water. Mystic appeared soon afterwards and gave a high bellow. Carp. She jumped in and popped her head out of the water. She gave a sigh in bliss and then saw her trainer. Carp car Magikarp. She said swimming up to the pool front. Ash gave a gentle smile seeing her greetings for him. I'm glad you like the water girl. I hope you enjoy yourself okay. I'm gonna battle Misty. I want you to have some fun. He said looking at his fish Pokemon. Mystic blinked and gave a nod understanding her trainer. She knew she wouldn't be much help with him at the moment. She carped at this and looked down. Don't be so down girl. I know you will be a sight to behold in battle. Ash said looking at his Magikarp. He leaned over and stroked the top of her head. Mystic gave a happy rumble at this. Ash then told her to have fun and the Magikarp soon started to swim off. Ash brushed off his jeans and stood up. He turned to see all the SNSL sisters smiling at his interaction with his Magikarp. Like. That was so cute. Daisy said with a giant smile. You were like so nice and a gentleman to your Magikarp. The pink sister stated. Ash blinked and soon blushed at her words. Ah. The sisters laughed and Talon cawed and nuzzled his trainer happy to see his poke friend being happy. The battle with Misty soon got ready. Both him and her were in the middle of the pool. They were on stepping blocks. In the pool were a few other blocks that were yellow floating. Misty was on the east red block and Ash on the west red block. Alright Ash. If you want that cascade badge then you have to beat me. Misty shouted and ended her sentence with a smirk. No problem. It'll be my pleasure. Ash retorted, giving himself a small grin. Talon cawed at his trainer's response, hoping for a good fight. Not this battle, boy. Ash said, looking at his Spearow. Talon screeched at this, you're a flying type. This wouldn't go well with you. You know that, right? Talon froze and cawed silently in sadness. Ash gave a sad smile, maybe next time. With that he patted Talon on the head and turned to Misty. So how many Pokemon? Ash shouted, wondering the battle type. 2 against 2 works for me. Misty yelled in a serious tone. Ash nodded in her response, you got it. With that he reached his hand to his belt. He found the Pokeball he wanted. Alright Gem. I choose you. He threw his Pokeball and it hit the block floating in the pool. It released his shoulder. It cooed at being released. If that's the case. I choose Stereo. Misty shouted and released her shellfish Pokemon. Ash blinked at that Pokemon and went inside to get his Pokédex. Pokédex Stereo, the core of this water Pokemon shines in a rainbow of 7 colors, a core that is valued by some as a type of jewelry. Oh. Ash grimaced seeing the starfish Pokemon. Talon winced at that, knowing his trainer was in for a hard battle. Wow. Leave it to a girl to show off her jewelry. Ash stated afterwards with a laugh. Quit stalling. And let's get this show on the road. Misty shouted, waving her arms in gesture. Her sisters watched on the sidelines, chattering against one another. Do you think could really Misty win? The violet sister said, looking on at the battle, frowning. Like in her dreams maybe. The pink sister retorted after hearing her sister's remark. Seal. Their seal Pokemon said, trying to interrupt their sibling talk. Gem. You can beat that Stereo. Use tackle and follow it with an icicle shard afterwards. Gem shrieked and jumped into the air. She flew downward to Stereo's block and hit the starfish head on and fired her ice shards. It hit Stereo full on and it fell back on its block. Misty shouted, Stereo counter-attack. The starfish got up and jumped. It started to spin towards Ash's shoulder. Gem. Use withdraw and hit it with a Aurora beam. Stereo smashed into Gem and it only hit her shell. She popped out and fired the beam. Stereo groaned in pain. Good girl Gem. You're doing great. Ash shouted with encouragement to his shoulder. Stereo water gun. Misty shouted, narrowing her eyes at this. She wasn't expecting Ash's shoulder to be this strong. Then she remembered how many times he went to train away from her because of his pincer. She had to smile inside at that thoughtfulness Ash did, knowing she was scared of bugs. Then she remembered her battle. Her Stereo jumped into the water soon after to command. It sprayed over to shoulder. Gem use withdraw. Gem retreated into her shell after the water gun. In that case. Use brine now. Gem popped out of her shell and released a typhoon of water. It sped towards Stereo and hit it with a massive waterfall attack. Stereo was hit badly from this. Oh no, Stereo's really hurt. Misty shouted in worry, looking on with concern to her Stereo. How can you tell it doesn't have a face? Ash asked, looking on confused. It's because I'm sensitive to others' feelings. Misty shouted in a confident remark. Ash narrowed his eyes at that and growled, and I'm not. He was really sensitive with his Pokemon. Talon showed it to his trainer by nuzzling him and Ash quickly stroked his chest feathers. Thanks boy. Ash whispered to his Spearow, who nodded in return. Seal clapped on the sidelines for both members of the battle. It mostly clapped for Misty since it really liked the battle. Stereo. Shake it off. Misty. Shouted, pointing to the water. Stereo jumped into the water and popped out. It still looked pained but looked a little recovered. Ash growled at this. Gem. Use protect. Gem cooed at that and did her defense. Stereo jump in the water and use tackle. Misty shouted to her starfish. It jumped in and started to come out of the water, hitting the shelter at different sides while spinning around. Gem sat waiting for trainer's command using protect. Misty's totally awesome. Daisy said with a smile, watching her sister with respect in her eyes. Misty didn't really get the looks in the family. I guess she had to get some talent. The pink sister retorted, watching the battle, admitting her sister was a good trainer. Gem. Use ice beam. Ash shouted after seeing an opening in Stereo's attacks. It hit Stereo in a second, who was frozen stiff. Oh no. Stereo. Misty yelled, looking at her Pokemon with worry. Return. She said, pulling out her Pokeball, which returned her frozen starfish. You did great, Stereo. She whispered gently to her Pokeball and put it away. Her eyes narrowed at Ash. Just because you won against Stereo doesn't mean you'll win. Misty shouted at Ash with anger. Ash lifted a brow. Oh yeah. Misty frowned at that. Misty calls Starmie. She threw her next Pokeball and it released another starfish with more arms. It was purple. Ash narrowed his eyes at the sight. Gem, be really careful about this. His shelter shrieked at her trainer's response. Starmie used tackle attack. Misty shouted at her starfish angrily. Gem. Use supersonic and follow by Aurora Beam. Ash shouted. Gem shrieked and released her sound wave. It echoed across the water and Starmie froze and started to spin like crazy. Gem then jumped and fired her Aurora Beam at the starfish. It was an instant hit and it went flying into a wall. Oh no. Starmie looks really hurt. Misty shouted in concern. The battle was about to come to a close when everyone heard a rumble. The wall smashed and rolling out of the smoke was a green tank. Everyone went to stare at it in great surprise. Check out that machine. The Violet sister said, blinking in surprise. Who invited the party crashers? Daisy asked, seeing the tank in their gym. Sorry to break in on you ladies. Came a voice who Misty and Ash saw was Jessie from Team Rocket. Allow us to introduce ourselves. They heard James' voice afterwards. The Rocket members came out of the tank while they were talking and stared at their audience of kids. Jessie, prepare for trouble. James, make it double. Jessie, to protect the world from devastation. James, to unite all people within our nation. Jessie, to denounce the evils of truth and love. James, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jessie, Jessie. James, James. Jessie, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. James, surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, Meowth. That's right. After the motto, everyone stared the Team Rocket members. The water Pokemon have the advantage underwater. James stated, looking at the pool with great intent. But if we steal that water away? Jessie said with a grand smirk. The Pokemon are ours for the taking. James answered with a greedy smirk. And Meowth knows just how to do it. Meowth yelled, pointing directly at the water. He hit a button and released a giant vacuum hose. What are they trying to do? Daisy said, watching the proceedings with confusion. Everyone widened their eyes, seeing the vacuum though. It went into the water with great force. Ash watched the process with worry. They watched the vacuum started to suck up the water. A massive vacuum and a giant hose. Ha! Team Rocket were the robbers who broke into that store back there. I should have realized that it was them. Ash yelled, no realizing that it was them that caused the problem earlier. Talon gave an angry screech. The SNSL sisters were looking distressed. Our swimming pool. Daisy shrieked in worry with her hands gesturing in disarray. They're skinning it dry. Misty yelled, looking on with surprise. That's our water. The pink sister yelled in angry suspense. Right. I should give it back. Meowth said with a smirk and brought the lever down. It made the vacuum go in the air and it released the water. It sprayed the water right at them. It hit Ash and the SNSL sisters with great force. Talon got off of his trainer's shoulder just in time, but watched him get washed away with water in worry. They all screamed at this. Gem shrieked, seeing her trainer in distress. The shrieking caught Ash's Magikarp's attention. You got to get the Pokemon. Misty shouted, being pulled away in the water. She was really worried what Team Rocket would do to the gym's water Pokemon. Like. What about my hair? Her violet sister shouted in worry. Misty looked disgruntled at that. Alright. Now's the time to SCK them up. Meowth stated and lifted the lever up again. The vacuum stopped spraying and went back into the water. Everyone was back on the land except for Ash, who was still caught in the water. Seal was in the water with him and was been SCKED into the vacuum hose since he was closer. Seal. The Seal Pokemon shouted in nervousness. Like, come back, Seal. Daisy shouted in worry. Seal was then SCKED up by the vacuum. Ash was screaming at the sight while being in the water, about to get SCKED up next by the vacuum. Talon looked on, horrified that he couldn't do anything about, and screeched. Ah! Ash yelled, noticing he was almost to the hose. He frantically started to swim away from it. Gem shrieked on land, noticing her trainer in the water. Mystic watched it all with great worry. When she heard Ash's scream, she instantly felt a huge part of her cry out. No one SCKS up my trainer. Mystic thought, and a force surged over her. She started to swim towards her trainer. Ash saw her and while frantically swimming held his hand out. His Magikarp tried to grab it with her mouth, but Ash was SCKED in from the hose. Mystic froze and the power surged through her, making her to glow. The SNSL sisters watched on with amazement, watching the Magikarp evolve. Wow! Misty said in wonder, looking at her friend's new Gyarados. The newly evolved Gyarados roared and went underwater and hit the hose with great force. It released her trainer and Seal. They swam to the surface and took a huge breath. Ah! Ash grunted and panted, realizing he almost drowned. Then he felt a long line of scales swept under him and he was lifted into the air. He looked down to see he was on the head of a Gyarados. Wah! A Gyarados? Where did you come from? Ash shouted, looking at it with amazement. It rumbled and looked at Ash on her head with gentle eyes that looked familiar. Mystic? Ash said cautiously, and the Gyarados rumbled again with a nod. Ash gave a huge smile. Wow, girl. You're magnificent. I almost didn't recognize you. The Gyarados roared with happiness, then frowned, looking down at Team Rocket. The Rocket members looked at the giant sea snake Pokemon with great fear in their eyes. Mystic. Hit them with a dragon rage. The Gyarados roared this in agreement and released her massive attack. It hit the Rocket members, who were sent flying. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. They all shouted with flying away from the gym and became a speck. The machine was still on and the others watched with worry in case Ash might fall off. Mystic looked down at the vacuum hose and roared. Ash noticed this too and shouted, Mystic, use Aqua Tail. The Gyarados obliged at this and hit the tank with great force that sent it flying. The SNSL sisters all yelled in happiness, cheering on the sidelines. Ash came over riding on the head of his newly evolved Gyarados. Mystic leaned down to let her trainer down off her head. When Ash got to the ground and got off her, he admittedly turned around and hugged her face. Oh, Mystic. Thank you for saving me. Ash shouted with a huge smile, hugging his sea snake. Mystic rumbled and with her tongue licked Ash's face. He laughed at this and rubbed his cheek against her scales, and she rumbled at her trainer's actions. The sisters watched with gentle smiles. Wow! He is totally in tune with his Gyarados. The pink sister said with wonder, watching the scene with wide eyes. It's not every day you see someone that affectionate with a Gyarados. Daisy said in amazement, seeing the boy not at all scared of his Gyarados. Misty had a proud grin on her face. Way to go, Ash. She felt something land on her left arm and looked. There was Ash's Spearow sitting on her arm, who in turn cawed at her softly. Oh, Talon. Nice to see that you got to safety. She said with a smile as she stroked the tiny bird Pokemon softly. He nipped her fingers gently and looked over at his trainer. She looked over to Ash, to seeing him smiling like there was no tomorrow, cuddling his Gyarados. He and Mystic's interaction looked so cute if it wasn't for the fact that Mystic looked like she could eat your face. Then Misty froze for a second and looked angry. Hey! We never got to finish our match, she said, remembering that Team Rocket interrupted their battle. Ash stopped stroking Mystic's scales, who rumbled in sadness that he stopped. Oh yeah. And I was just about to win it too, he said, thinking about it as he absent-mindedly petted the crown of his Gyarados, who gave a happy rumble to be petted again. Much to the amusement of the three SNSL sisters. Misty gave a frown at his response. What? Her sisters jumped into their conversation, trying to soothe their sister's fiery temper. You could say that your match had to be postponed. Like due to drain. Her violet sister said, pointing at the logic with a nervous smile. At least no body lost. Her pink sister retorted, trying to soothe things over. I wanted to win, Misty said sadly with her hands on her hips. Ash looked down at that. Mystic stopped rumbling and saw her trainer's expression. I guess, I'm not going to get that Cascade badge, Ash whispered, looking down, then felt his Gyarados' mouth nudging him to be fine. He smiled at her kindness and petted her face. Wrong. A voice interrupted his thoughts and he turned to look at Daisy, who answered. We're giving this badge to you, she said with a smile and showed him the teal tear-shaped badge. Huh. But I didn't win the match, Ash said, looking at the sisters confused. How come he gets the badge? He didn't win, Misty said, looking upset but also happy on the inside. Her friend got the badge. His Gyarados like totally saved us all, Daisy said, looking at the giant sea snake, who blinked at her and turned back to the two young kids staring at her. He was also doing really good in that fight with his Shelter. If those two creeps didn't like crash your battle, he would have won, Daisy said, staring at Misty, who looked down, knowing it to be true. Take the badge, Ash. You deserve it, she said with a smile, looking at the boy with the scar. Ash blinked and smiled gently. Gee. Thanks. He reached up and took it softly. He held it to his face and smiled. I'll take it. Mystic gave a happy roar and Talon on Misty's arm screeched in happiness. Ash and Misty were later standing outside the Cerulean gym in front of Misty's sisters. Talon was resting on his trainer's shoulder, preening his hair since he was so worried about him earlier. Geez, Talon. I'm fine. You can stop now. The Spearow ignored his trainer's words and continued to the sisters' amusement seeing the interaction. Misty, you just keep on trying to becoming a Pokemon trainer, her pink sister said with a smile. You might as well be good at something, 'cause you'll never be stars like us, she said with a laugh. Misty got an angry look on her face as her cheeks puffed up. You keep that up and you'll be seeing stars, he yelled out angrily. Her two other sisters' sweat dropped. Chill out, her violet sister retorted in a true stance. Misty, be careful. You know we love you, Daisy said softly, looking at her little sister with a smile. Yeah, Misty answered gently, looking at all her sisters, who in turn smiled at her. Ash. A voice yelled and they all turned to see Brock running towards them. Hey man. Brock shouted, getting close. Hey Brocco. Ash retorted with a smile, seeing his older guy friend again. Talon screeched in greeting. When Brock got there he smiled and asked, how did it go? Ash gave a happy smile and lifted his new Cascade badge. "See for yourself," he stated proudly. Brock nodded at this. "That's great, Ash," he said with a smile. Ash then got a big goofy smile on his face. It made him look cute with his scar kinda standing out. "Hey Brock. You won't believe it, but Mystic evolved," he shouted in happiness with gesturing his hands everywhere. Brock quirked an eyebrow. "Mystic?" Then Ash froze. "Oh. I don't think I showed you her. She was my Magikarp," Ash said, looking at Brock sheepishly. Brock laughed then froze. "Wait. Was?" Ash smiled at that response. "Yeah, she evolved in Gyarados," he said with a big grin. Brock stared at Ash unbelievably. "You have a Gyarados?" Ash gave a smirk. "Yeah. I do. Isn't it amazing?" he said with total happiness. Brock stopped at his words and saw his friend's face. He had to smile at the giddy look on Ash's face. "Yeah, that sounds great," Brock said with a caring smile. The SNSL sisters smiled at the boys' talk. "Oh, Ash. Wait a minute," the Violet sister said, remembering what she got for the Scared boy. Ash turned and looked at the Violet girl in question. She smiled and walked over to Ash. She pulled out a black box and handed it to him. Ash blinked and looked at the girl curiously. Misty and Brock leaned over his shoulder. Talon stared at the box in wonder. "Come on, like, open it," the pink sister retorted with a smile. Ash blinked and took off the lid. Inside was a blue stone. Misty went wide-eyed. "A water stone? Why is he getting one?" she said with wonder and in question. The sisters smiled. "It was the least we could do after he saved our gym. I don't think just giving a badge was enough," Daisy said with a smile, looking at the boy. Ash smiled at the sisters' generosity. "Thank you all." They all nodded at him. "You can use it on your shoulder. It looked powerful already, so with this it can reach its full potential," the pink sister said with a grand smile. Ash blinked at that and gave a huge grin. "Yeah. I think I will." With that he grabbed Gem's Pokeball. "Gem. Come on out, girl." He released his Shelter, who came out with a shriek. She stood in front of Ash awaiting his orders. She saw she was in front of the gym and no opponent even if she battled already today. Ash bent over and showed her the water stone. "I got this today, Gem. It's a water stone. I wanted to know if you wanted to use it to evolve," Ash asked gently to his shelled Pokemon. The Shelter blinked and then started to hop up and down happily. The others laughed. "I'll take that as a yes," Ash said, laughing at her antics. He took the stone from the box and pressed it gently on Gem's shell. It engulfed her in a sea of white. He watched her shape starting to morph and grow until there before him was a cloister. He wasn't small anymore but almost his height. He smiled at his new clam Pokemon. "How do you feel, Gem?" His new cloister gave him a grin and nodded, showing it felt great. "Cloister," Gem said in happiness. Ash smiled and turned to the SNSL sisters. "Thank you." They laughed and told him it was nothing. "Hey Ash, let's go," Brock said, looking ready to leave. Ash turned and once again smiled at his cloister as he returned her. "Right. Let's go." Talon nodded and cawed in response, ready to hit the road. Misty nodded and gripped her bag. She turned to her sisters. "See you all later," she yelled, running after her two boys. Her sisters looked on, seeing the pack of three walking off into the sunset, and gave each other grins. End chapter 5. Pokemon Opening, Kanto. Last time on Starting Things Differently. "Oh Ash, wait a minute," the Violet sister said, remembering what she got for the Scared boy. Ash turned and looked at the Violet girl in question. She smiled and walked over to Ash. She pulled out a black box and handed it to him. Ash blinked and looked at the girl curiously. Misty and Brock leaned over his shoulder. Talon stared at the box in wonder. Come on, like, open it. The pink sister retorted with a smile. Ash blinked and took off the lid. Inside was a blue stone. Misty went wide-eyed, a water stone. Why is he getting one? She said with wonder and in question. The sisters smiled, it was the least we could do after he saved our gym. I don't think just giving a badge was enough. Daisy said with a smile looking at the boy. Ash smiled at the sisters' generosity, thank you all. They all nodded at him. You can use it on your shoulder. It looked powerful already, so with this it can reach its full potential. The pink sister said with a grand smile. Ash blinked at that and gave a huge grin. Yeah. I think I will. With that he grabbed Gem's pokeball. Gem. Come on out, girl. He released his shoulder, who came out with a shriek. She stood in front of Ash awaiting his orders. She saw she was in front of the gym and no opponent even if she battled already today. Ash bent over and showed her the water stone. I got this today, Gem. It's a water stone. I wanted to know if you wanted to use it to evolve. Ash asked gently to his shelled Pokemon. The Shelder blinked and then started to hop up and down happily. The others laughed, I'll take that as a yes. Ash said, laughing at her antics. He took the stone from the box and pressed it gently on Gem's shell. It engulfed her in a sea of white. He watched her shape starting to morph and grow until there before him was a cloister. He wasn't small anymore but almost his height. He smiled at his new clan Pokemon. How do you feel, Gem? His new cloister gave him a grin and nodded, showing it felt great. Cloister. Gem said in happiness. Ash smiled and turned to the SNSL sisters. Thank you. They laughed and told him it was nothing. Hey Ash, let's go. Brock said, looking ready to leave. Ash turned and smiled once again at his cloister and returned her. Right. Let's go. Talon nodded and cawed in response, ready to hit the road. Misty nodded and gripped her bag. She turned to her sisters, see you all later. She yelled, running after her two boys. Her sisters looked on, seeing the pack of three walking off into the sunset, and gave each other grins. Present. Ash was walking down the pathway, still grinning about his fight in Cerulean City. He was astonished that his Magikarp evolved. He felt really proud that Mystic got to be a fighter now. Ash was even more proud to know that his Shelder got a water stone. Gem wanted to become a cloister and he did what his Pokemon wanted. He was very happy to know that he had some good water types on his team. Talon caught at that, seeing his trainer's happy expression that was lighting up his whole face. Brock and Misty laughed, seeing Ash's giddiness from the battle. Ash was still smiling at that thought. He couldn't wait for his next battle. He wanted to fight with his Gyarados sometime. He has been waiting to use her in battles, but since she didn't have many moves it wouldn't have ended well. So he was stoked to use her in any upcoming battles except for the Thunder badge, knowing it wouldn't be good for his Sea Snake with an electric Pokemon. The thought hit him in seconds, Pikachu. Ash whispered venomously at the thought of that cowardly rodent. Talon heard that response and gripped his trainer's shoulder in support. Ash turned and gave Talon a faint smile, thanks for that, boy. Just the that of that thing. He stopped there, bringing a hand to his face. He felt the scar on his left eye. In remembrance, and vowed to always remember it was that rodent that gave him this scar. It didn't do it himself, but he left him to be mauled by a flock of Spearow. Ash was pushed out of his memories after feeling a fierce nip to his ear. He awoken from his thoughts, seeing Talon's worried expression. Sorry, boy. I was lost in a sea of memories of how we first met. Talon's face went into a sad frown. It's okay, boy, you didn't mean it. Ash said, petting Talon's head. Brock and Misty looked on, wondering how that came to be. Misty knew a little of what happened but not a lot to fully understand. Brock didn't know the story at all. Ash. If you don't mind me asking. How did you get that scar? Brock asked, looking at Ash's scar with concern. Ash looked at Brock, looking at his scar inside. I got this on my first day on my Pokemon journey. I was given my former starter Pikachu to go on this journey. Ash said in no emotion, looking hard at Brock. Brock felt a chill go down his spine seeing the look of hatred in Ash's eyes after mentioning Pikachu. What happened to it? Brock questioned after not seeing it. I don't know and I don't care. That thing can die for all I care. Ash said with conviction. Just the name of the rodent got under his skin. He left me after I angered a flock of Spearow. Instead of helping like it should, it ran and left me. I was attacked harshly by them and just barely lived. Talon was the one to save me. He got me help from Mystic and they in turn looked for another help. You Misty. Ash said after telling his story. The others looked horrified at this. Misty started to cry. I really did save you that much that day, didn't I? She whispered, now knowing how much Ash's life that day was in stake. Brock couldn't believe all that happened to his friend. These scars will forever show me that some Pokemon can't be trusted. Ash stated, feeling his scar and gripping his fingers into his face. The others looked on sadly and had to agree that was some good logic. Talon cawed and nuzzled his trainer, who smiled faintly. The gang decided to move on to their journey. They were happy to know everyone's pasts now to make them understand each other better. They all said they will be everyone's guard and shield. Ash had to smile at his traveling buddies. He couldn't believe how well he took to them and telling them his story. He knew Misty could understand it, but was happy to know Brock did too and wanted to support him. He was glad to have them as his friends. Continuing their walk, they entered a forest. Ash gave a smile to Brock. So we're going to Vermilion City. I wonder what it's like. Ash thought about in his mind. It's got electric cruise ship and I'm dying to see it. Misty said with a smile, looking pointedly at Ash in that response. We won't have time for sightseeing. Ash said angrily with his eyes narrowed. He wanted to go to the gym. I've heard there's a great gym in Vermilion. Brock answered with a smile. Yeah. I heard that it's a gym that deals with electric types. I can't wait to battle there. Ash yelled with excitement. Let's go guys, I want to get to the gym in just a few days. Ash said while running in a hurry. His friends blinked at Ash's rushed sentence and saw him take off like a rocket. Talon flew off his trainer's shoulder in time. He had to caw with laughter seeing how excited his trainer got with his ideas. Hey! Ash! You better be careful around here. There are a lot of tough trainers around here. Misty shouted, looking at her scarred friend with worry. Ah! Bring them on. The better the battle, the better my Pokemon will get. Ash said, looking over his shoulder towards his friends with a smirk. They sighed at his antics. Just when you think he is mature, he goes and does something like that. Misty stated, looking annoyed. Well, he is 10 years old. And a boy, Misty. They have their moments. Brock said with a grin. I remember being like that at his age. Brock retorted to Misty, who blinked and gave a faint smile herself. I guess you're right. Let's go catch up with him. They nodded and took off after their friend. Ash was laughing while running. Talon flew down beside him, edging him to race him. Ash smirked at his Spearow's challenge. I'm gonna win, Talon, just you wait. With that he took off and Talon blinked owlishly, then narrowed his eyes. He too took off, flying as fast as he could. Talon had to admit his trainer had a set of legs that could make certain Pokemon jealous. Ash was running when he tripped over a bump in the road. He went flying and smashed into the road. He groaned and felt something nuzzling his face. Ash looked up to see Talon looking at him in worry. I'm fine, boy. Just tripped over a rock. He looked over and saw it wasn't a rock, but a Meowth. A Meowth. He saw it looked like it was sleeping, but when Ash tripped it over, it was wide awake. It was hissing at him. Sorry for that, girl. I didn't mean to wake you up. But you shouldn't be sleeping in the road in the first place. Ash said, looking sheepish. The Meowth stopped hissing and looked the boy over. She saw he looked like a strong trainer, and seeing the Spearow on his shoulder showed that too. It took skill to have a Spearow. She mewed in approval. She walked over and zeroed around his legs. Ash blinked owlishly at this and bent down to pet her. She arched her back at his petting and purred. He gave a grin and started to scratch under her chin. She purred even more and Ash was laughing. Wow! You're a pretty girl, aren't cha? Ash said, looking at the cat scratch Pokemon. She meowed and batted his hand with her paw for more scratching. Ash shook his head. Sorry girl, I can't play with you anymore. I have to train and fight more battles. He said, looking at her with a sadness. The Meowth's ears drooped till they perked up. Meow th. She stated and walked over to Ash once again. She climbed his pants leg with her claws and pointed to one of his Pokeballs. Ash's eyes widened. You want to go with me? Ash said with a blink. The Meowth nodded and gave him a happy mew. Ash smiled tenderly and bent down to her. Okay girl. He pressed the Pokeball to her forehead and was instantly sucked in. The ball teleported soon after. Ash smiled that he got a new Pokemon. Ash saw the others coming and turned. I just got a new Pokemon. He said with a happy grin. Misty and Brock blinked. Really, but we were gone for a few minutes. Misty said with amazement. Yeah, I guess she really liked me. She was a cute kitty. Ash answered with a grin. Kitty? Brock retorted, lifting a brow. Yeah. I caught a Meowth. Ash answered, looking at them. They blinked. A Meowth. Not Team Rocket's Meowth, right? Misty said in disapproval. No. No. A wild female Meowth. She really liked me. Ash said with a happy grin. The others sighed in relief. Okay, that's fine with us then. Good for you. They said with a smile. Talon cawed and nodded, agreeing for the good capture. They were interrupted by someone coughing behind them. Excuse me. Do any of you want to battle? Everyone turned to see a young boy looking at them. He wore a light blue button-up t-shirt. Green suspenders shorts. Brown belt and red boots. He had short brown hair and blinked at them owlishly. Do you want to battle? He repeated. Ash gave a smirk, and to the kid it freaked him out seeing Ash's scar. The grin Ash gave made him look very intimidating. Sure. Let's go. Ash and the kid had a battle. Go Rattata. The kid yelled, releasing the biting rat Pokemon. It hissed, ready for battle. Ash smirked. Talon. Your turn. Talon screeched and flew off his trainer's shoulder. He assumed the battle pose. Rattata bite attack. The rodent hissed and ran forwards. Talon fly above and use aerial ace. Talon cawed and flew into the sky. The Spearow reached the sky and fly downwards. It hit the Rattata, who hissed in pain. Shake it off, Rattata. It hissed. Talon finish it with fury attack. Talon flew forward and smashed into the rodent, which was sent flying towards its trainer. Oh. Rattata. Ash smiled softly. That was a great battle. Thanks for it. The kid blinked and gave a happy grin. Thanks. You're a great Pokemon trainer. Ash gave a smile and laughed. Well, I try to be. I still have a long way to go. The kid shook his head at that. I mean it. You seem pretty sound using those moves with your Spearow. Talon in question cawed in approval. He got very strong from Ash training him. I bet you could beat AJ. The kid said with happiness. AJ? Ash said, blinking at the kid with question in his eyes. He lives over there. He trains savage Pokemon. He built his own gym. He has never lost a single match. The kid said, looking excited that Ash might fight AJ. Ash blinked at this, never lost a single match. He repeated testing the word on his tongue. Talon cawed and nuzzled Ash's cheek. He smiled and petted his chest feathers. The others looked on in surprise hearing about AJ and wondering what type of fighter he was. I would like to know about this AJ. He seems like he would be a great person to battle. Ash said looking at the boy. The boy gave Ash a giant grin and grabbed his arm to pull him towards AJ's gym. He led them to a wooded fenced-in area. This is as far as I can go, Ash. The kid said. Ash blinked at this and then gave a grin. Oh. Okay then. It was great meeting you. Have a great day. He said watching Kid run off. The group walked around the fence area seeing their surroundings. They could see the pink and gold tent inside. It had a red flag blowing in the wind at the top. It had a huge board on it that showed the number of battles AJ have won. Wow, this gym looks nice. It isn't even licensed by the Pokemon League. Ash said with wonder. I can't wait to fight him. Ash said with a grin noticing the number of wins AJ had. It would be a great battle. Are you my next victim? A southern voice questioned. It showed a boy with wild dark green hair. He wore a red and black striped shirt. He had navy shorts on and red hiking boots on. He looked at them with a smirk. You must be AJ. I heard you're a savage Pokemon trainer. I would like a match with you. Ash said looking at him with a wild grin. That's me. And beating chumps like you are my hobby. AJ retorted with an evil smile. He gestured to enter his gym. Ready to lose? He said looking at Ash. Ash blinked and gave a wild smirk, not a chance. The doors opened and they all walked inside. It showed a small battle arena. Ash blinked at this. Wow! Ash said looking around in wonder. Talon cawed in agreement. He thought it was a nice-looking gym. Now this is not too shabby at all. Misty said knowing what a gym should be like. Just then a Butterfree flew over to them and in front of AJ. It landed on his backpack and picked it up. Ash blinked at this. What's in the backpack? Ash questioned. AJ looked over and said, the wild Pokemon I just caught. There's a bunch more in the tent. And then some. Ash looked excited after that. He wanted to see what type of Pokemon AJ liked to use. Hey! Can I see them after the match? Ash said with a grin. If you want. AJ retorted with boredom. So which Pokemon are you gonna choose for my 100th win? AJ said with a grin. Ash quirked an eyebrow. 100th. He whispered and then frowned. He walked up the steps and entered the arena. He looked on at his opponent. He pulled out a long brown training whip. You ready, kid? AJ said looking at the kid with the scar. Ready when you are. Ash retorted with a grin keeping his hand beside his belt. Let's get started then. Sandshrew go. AJ yelled as he threw his Pokeball. It released a Sandshrew. Ash gave a smile since he had won himself. Nice a Sandshrew. This'll get interesting. Ash said giving a wild grin. Let's be careful now, Ash. Brock said behind him looking at AJ intently. Ash nodded at his words and fingered Mystic's Pokeball. Alright girl. This'll be your first battle since you evolved. Alright Mystic. I choose you. Ash yelled as he threw his sea snake. AJ blinked wondering what Mystic was. It's probably a wimpy bug or something. That thought went away when the ball released a Gyarados. A Gyarados? How did a kid like you get a Gyarados? AJ yelled looking at the giant sea snake. It roared in happiness at being released. Sandshrew looked on being nervous seeing the giant water Pokemon. Sandshrew go. AJ shouted and whipped the ground. Mystic use Aqua Tail. Ash shouted with narrowed eyes. Mystic roared in agreement. She used her gilled tail and swum with a bubbling water ball. It smacked the sand shrew with great force. It gave a squeak in pain. AJ looked on wide-eyed, sand shrew. He shouted as the rock rodent landed. "Get up and finish it," he shouted, whipping the ground. It steadily got up and narrowed its eyes at the sea snake. "Earthquake!" AJ yelled and sand shrew shook the ground. Misty and Brock grabbed the arena to steady themselves. Ash stood feet pressed to the ground and had his back straight, staring hard at the battle. Talon sat perched looking on the battle with fierce eyes. Mystic used Ice Fang. His Gyarados roared and used its Ice Bite attack. It hit Sand Shrew, who squeaked in distress and fell in front of his trainer with dizzy eyes. "Oh, Sand Shrew!" AJ whispered and picked up his rock rodent. He stiffly patted it on the head and sat it on its feet. AJ pointed towards the tent. Sand Shrew squeaked and went towards the tent. Ash gave a huge smile and ran to his Gyarados. "Mystic, you did it, girl. And your first battle too. I'm so proud of you," Ash said as he grabbed his sea snake. She roared in happiness and bent her head down to her trainer so they were eye to eye. He smiled and stroked her scales, which she closed her eyes in response to give a happy rumble. Ash laughed and continued petting his sea snake. Talon cawed with laughter at his trainer's affectionate actions with his Gyarados. Normal people would think Gyarados are foul-tempered when Ash had his like a teddy bear to him. AJ looked on wide-eyed. "How?" He gestured to the interaction Ash had with Mystic. Misty and Brock retorted to the shocked trainer, "Don't bother, it's Ash. If there's something that can't be done, he's the one to do it," Misty said with laughter. AJ blinked on confused. "Oh. Wait a minute. You said after the battle you would show me your Pokemon," Ash said, turning to look back at AJ while still petting his happy Gyarados. While this was happening, they were being spied on by Team Rocket. They sat in a tree watching the kids. "That Sand Shrew tempting since it did hit the Gyarados," Jessie said after watching the battle the twerp had with the new kid. "We should grab it," James said with a look of intent. Looks that. You two have to carry it," Meowth retorted, seeing the Sand Shrew before it went into the tent with his binoculars. The Rocket members then started to talk about AJ's fashion sense. "At least he doesn't look like he's trick-or-treating like you do," Meowth said with boredom, ending with a smile. James looked enraged at this and brought his fist down on Meowth's head. Meowth, who fell out of the tree and hit the ground in pain, then groaned. AJ frowned and then remembered telling Ash that he would show him his Pokemon. "Yeah. I did promise you I would." AJ then gave a grin. "Come on, follow me." Ash was about to go follow and remembered Mystic. "All right, girl. It's time to return." She gave a sad rumble and wanted to be petted more. Ash laughed, "Maybe later, girl. I want to see what type of Pokemon AJ uses. I'll play with you later." She rumbled sadly one last time and huffed, knowing her trainer was always right. Ash returned her and put her Pokeball back on his belt. The group followed AJ into the tent and went wide-eyed. There were training equipment everywhere. "Wow!" Ash whispered in wonder. There were Pokemon everywhere training. Butterfree and Beedrill doing flying attacks. Rattata jumping through flaming hoops. They saw Sand Shrew on a diving board and jumping into a small pool. It jumped out of the water and AJ frowned, "Get back in the water," he shouted, whipping his whip on the ground. Ash winced but stayed rooted to the ground. He knew some trainers did harsh training to get the Pokemon to command them stronger. Ash was a strong commander himself, just didn't like to resort to physical discipline. He understood using psychological training with an unruly Pokemon. So AJ's training didn't bother him much. Misty and Brock gasped in the treatment of this. "Hey AJ. What's that? That looks like a straight jacket," Ash retorted, looking at the Sand Shrew wearing the weird wire suit. That's no straitjacket. It's a strength intensifier. AJ stated with a grin, happy to tell someone. Who invented that thing? Brock asked with a frown. I did. It's my own secret weapon for unleashing Pokemon's powers. AJ said with a proud smile. AJ looked over to see Sandshrew out of the pool looking at Ash's Spearow, Sandshrew back in the pool. AJ shouted. It gave a squeak and jumped back into the pool. I'm amazed, AJ. I like your idea of thinking of releasing and training your Pokemon to the highest potential. It takes strong skill to do that. Ash retorted, looking at the training room in approval. AJ smiled. I like your thinking, kid. I can see that you're a hard trainer yourself to train a Gyarados like that. Ash gave a sheepish grin. I still have a long way to go till I'm a very tough trainer. Though, can I ask a favor of you? Ash asked, looking at AJ intently. AJ quirked a brow. Yeah. Ash smiled. Can I have a few of those suits of yours? They look like they would come in handy with training. Ash said with a grin. Talon nodded, liking that. AJ went wide-eyed. You really want my suits? Some trainers think I'm abusing my Pokemon. AJ said with amazement and then ended with a frown. Ash shook his head. I understand the meaning to be a little hard on your Pokemon. When you have some foul-tempered or unruly types, you're bound to be a little harsher than normal. I'm one myself when training my Pokemon, though the whip is a little much. Ash retorted with a smile. AJ blinked and smiled. I rather like your thinking, Ash. They laughed and butted fists. Misty and Brock blinked at the bro moment and shrugged to each other. Talon on Ash's shoulder laughed at his trainer's actions. Brock peered down at the Pokemon before him and turned to AJ. Your Pokemon are all in great shape. What kind of Pokemon food do you give them? Brock asked with question. AJ looked happy at that response. My own recipe. Come on. I'll show ya. He led them to a cabinet labeled food. AJ opened it to show different glass containers labeling which one belonged to each Pokemon. Brock nodded in approval. Ash smiled, liking more of AJ's thinking. To get the results I have to carefully monitor the Pokemon diets. Of course the recipe is secret. AJ said with a proud grin. Oh yeah, of course. Brock answered and looked happy at the food supply being a breeder. Ash looked over to see AJ's Sandshrew weightlifting and gave it props that it was a very well-trained Pokemon. I need to get my Sandshrew from Professor Oak. Ash thought. Outside the tent, Team Rocket watched and looked at each other, ready to break into the tent. Meowth told them to wait after a certain time. And why is that, Meowth? James retorted, quirking an eyebrow at the cat scratch Pokemon. Meowth grinned and said, if it's tired it won't put up a fight. The Rocket members blinked at this and then smirked. Inside the tent the sound of a timer went off. Ding! AJ looked at the clock and turned to the training Pokemon. Alright you wimps. Time for a 15-minute break. After hearing that, all the Pokemon fell to the floor. Panting. Ash looked at the three Rattata panting and looking bone-tired. He saw a Butterfree and Beedrill exhausted in the corner. He turned back to glance at Sandshrew looking a bit winded. He had to say that AJ was a good trainer to work his Pokemon to the bone. Ash smiled, hoping one day to be a good trainer to get his Pokemon to that level. He felt Talo nuzzling his left cheek, showing that he thought he was already there. Heh. If you say so, boy. Ash said, scratching his Spearow's chest feathers. Just then Ash felt a tugging at his jeans and he looked down. Below him, staring up at him with big huge black eyes, was a Eevee. It yipped at him cutely. VV. It shouted in earnest. Ash had to smile down at it. Well, hello there, girl. As he bent down and started to scratch behind its ears. It cooed and jumped into his lap. Ash laughed and petted it. AJ peered over to see Ash sitting on the floor when he saw why his eyes widened. Hey! Is that Eevee really sitting on your lap? AJ shouted with alarm. Yeah, why? Is that a problem? Ash retorted, scratching the EV under its chin, listening to it yip in happiness. Ah, no. I'm just surprised. That little girl hates everyone it's been around. It's a biter. AJ said with shock and showed fingers with bite marks. Ash lifted a brow. Well, she hasn't done that to me. She was even begging me to pet her. Ash said with curiosity. AJ blinked at that and gave a frown. He nodded at that. It you say so. With that, AJ walked off to talk a little more with Brock. Ash shrugged and went back to petting the happy EV. Team Rocket came into the building rolling in this red huge ball. They rolled and looking for their subject. They found it rolled up into a ball in a state of rest. They grabbed a sack and grabbed it. They then popped their legs out of the ball and made a run for it. The Rocket members almost smashed into walls since they couldn't see good. They muttered to themselves on where they were going. They complained to each other and ran like a bat out of hell. Back to the others, Ash was still playing with Eevee, who was happily content to be in Ash's lap. The others walked over and watched. That guy can seriously get Pokemon to like him. AJ retorted, watching his unruly Eevee look like a puddle of goo in Ash's lap. He gave a stiff grin at this. Then he heard the alarm clock. Ding! Time's up. Back to work, all of ya. AJ shouted, and his Eevee drooped his ears in sadness. It jumped off Ash's lap and walked over to its training suit. It placed it on and resumed hitting and tackling a bean bag. Ash brushed off his jeans and walked over to stand by AJ. Hey! Where's Sandshrew? AJ said, looking around in surprise. Ash blinked at that and looked around as well. That's weird. AJ retorted, looking confused for his main Pokemon not around. Ash looked around in worry, feeling for his new friend. I don't know, AJ. It couldn't have ran off. It seemed really close with you. Ash said with a small smile, trying to cheer his new friend. AJ gave a faint grin at that. I know, it's just this hasn't happened before. I've been together with Sandshrew for a long time. AJ said with a frown. I know. I can tell how close you guys are. He wouldn't do that to you. AJ smiled. Thanks, Ash. I know it wouldn't break its promise with me to beat 100 people and start getting badges. AJ retorted. Ash smiled. That's a good goal. I want to be seen as one of the strongest trainers out there. I'm a newbie at the moment, but someday I'll get there. Ash said with a happy grin to his future goal. AJ gave a smile. That's a good goal yourself, Ash. I wish you luck. They both gave wild grins at this. They couldn't find Sandshrew in the tent area at all, and AJ got really upset. Now move it. Go find Sandshrew. AJ said, looking at all his Pokemon before him. Team Rocket was in the forest, leaning on trees, panting. Those clowns will never catch up with us. Jesse said after recovering from the long run. James grimaced, I'm exhausted. You take the bag now. He stated, lifting the bag towards Jessie. She frowned and gave a coy smile, but a real gentleman always carries the bag. Jessie retorted with a harmless gesture. James narrowed his eyes at this. Is that so? Well, as you know. I'm no gentleman. He shouted, holding the moving bag and handing it to Jessie, who frowned once again. They fought for a second and the bag opened. Out came flying Sandshrew. It fell downwards and onto Meowth. Meowth! Shouted after being smashed by Sandshrew. Meowth then bite onto Sandshrew's tail unconsciously. Sandshrew squealed in pain and digged a hole in the ground frantically. Ash sat down beside AJ, who looked really worried. I told you before, AJ, he'll be back. Ash said, looking at AJ, unchanging expression. AJ gave Ash a faint grin and resumed his sad frown. Ash narrowed his eyes and gave a sigh in exhaust. No matter how much he tried to converse with AJ, that Sandshrew didn't leave still didn't help AJ listen. Just then Ash felt the ground cracking and he looked down at the cement floor. He saw the cracks forming and yelled for AJ. When the hole appeared out came Sandshrew. AJ looked on with happiness as he walked over and pulled Sandshrew out. He hugged him and his swarm of Pokemon came over to greet Sandshrew. Ash and the gang smiled on the sidelines. AJ sounds really happy that Sandshrew's back. Misty said with a smile. Ash nodded looking at his friend's giddy expression when earlier he looked like someone kicked his Growlithe. He smiled gently seeing AJ being like my Sandshrew, that's a sign of true friendship. Ash said closing his eyes with a smile. Talon cawed on Ash's shoulder agreeing with him on that. He nuzzled his trainer for his thoughtfulness with AJ. Then Talon looked over and stopped something on the floor. Talon let out a loud screech and flew down to the ground. Ash and everyone looked over to see what was wrong. There on the floor was Meowth laying unconscious. Meowth! Ash shouted with alarm seeing the Team Rocket's Pokemon. So it must have been Team Rocket who kidnapped Sandshrew. Brock said looking at the cat Pokemon with a frown. Ash gave a scowl at that and bent down to the Meowth. He grabbed his tail and held him upside down. Wake up! He retorted looking hard at the cat Pokemon. It woke up and scratched his face. It hit him right in his right eye. Ash screamed in pain and gripped his face. Everyone looked alarmed. Talon screeched hearing his trainer's cries. Hey, here am I. What's going on here? Meowth stated looking around in alarm. Everyone heard a growl. Ash growled and looked towards Meowth with hate. He looked deadly with blood dripping down his face and his hollow unseeing left eye looking into your soul. In a voice so cold that if he had ice powers then you would be crystal at the moment. That wasn't a smart idea, Meowth. Ash replied with a stern frown. Ah. Ha hey. Meowth yelled looking petrified seeing the Scarred boy look deadly at him. Meowth noticed he was cornered with AJ and his crew on one side. Then noticed Ash's crew on the other side. Ash was fingering his poke belt ready to beat the cat scratch Pokemon senseless. How am I gonna get out of this mess? Meowth said looking really worried as he thought of a plan. Then he heard his team. Prepare for trouble. He heard Jesse retort. Make that double. He also heard James say soon afterwards. Meowth. He shouted with happiness that his team got here. Ash glared at them, Team Rocket. He shouted with a snarl. Meowth smirked, used the old motto. And ran towards them. Jesse, prepare for trouble. James, make it double. Jesse, to protect the world from devastation. James, to unite all people within our nation. Jesse, to denounce the evils of truth and love. James, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, Jesse. James, James. Jesse, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. James, surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, Meowth. That's right. They then to the horror of everybody start to cry to themselves with a look of happiness. Ash sweat dropped at this and questioned. Do I even want to know? Nah. I don't think so. Ash shook those thoughts away and glared at the Rocket members. So these are the creeps who kidnapped my Sandshrew? AJ yelled looking really set off at the sight of these clowns. Jessie smirked and waved her finger in smugness. He seemed like the best Pokemon but we think now that it's just a second-rate Pokemon. AJ narrowed his eyes at that, what? Second-rate. He glared at the Rocket members who laughed, the only Pokemon we want are really strong types like that Twerps type. Ash in response of that gave a glare and narrowed his eyes at Meowth who saw the hatred burning in those eyes and glucked. James smirked and retorted, you can keep all those other wimps behind you. James stated closing his eyes in a pretty boy routine. AJ narrowed his eyes and looked said to the max that you could almost see steam, wimps are they? AJ growled out and clenched a fist. Ash shouted, that's it. He grabbed Naga's Pokeball and was about to throw it when AJ blocked his path. "I'll take care of this. No one insults my Pokemon and gets away with it. Let's step outside," AJ stated, looking like a possessed man. Ash blinked at this and thought, oh. Everyone was outside watching the arena with concern. Team Rocket on one side, AJ and Sandshrew on the other. AJ whipped the ground in anger. "Team Rocket has insulted our gym. We'll answer them with our 100th win." Ash blinked at that and smiled. 100th win. "Yeah, good luck to you, AJ. Kick their buttes to the moon," Ash yelled, throwing a fist pump. AJ smirked at that response and turned to the battle. "Your small talk will cost you big time. Ekans go." Jessie yelled, holding her Pokeball and releasing it to be her Ekans. "My turn." Coughing, James shouted, releasing his gas Pokemon. The Pokemon were released and growled on the battlefield. AJ shouted, "Sandshrew go." The two rocket Pokemon went towards the rodent, who dodged them all. It jumped into the air and got into a ball. It started to spin rapidly. Jessie growled and shouted, "Ekans. Bind it now." Her Ekans hissed and curled around the Sandshrew to choke it. It squeezed the ball but did nothing. Her Ekans kept it up till it got tangled into a knot and the Sandshrew tackled it to the ground. "It's so strong." Ash shouted, happy to know his friend's Pokemon was very well trained. "Good work." Misty shouted in joy. "Excellent." Brock shouted on the sidelines with intent. Coughing. Sludge attack. The gas Pokemon released his attack Slime. The Sandshrew curled up into a ball and the sludge rebounded off the Sandshrew. "Meowth, don't just stand there," James shouted, looking at the cat Pokemon. Meowth hopped on the arena and hissed. It giddily chased the rodent ball around for a while. Jessie's face looked sad. "Stop footing around." She had an angry face. Meowth froze and gave a sheepish smile, "Just biding my time." With that he bit the Sandshrew ball. It broke his teeth. "Ah! It broke both of my teeth." He shrieked in pain. AJ whipped the ground and narrowed his eyes. "Finish it, Sandshrew. This is our last fight." The Sandshrew squeaked in agreement and jumped up into the air. It came falling down and had its one fist into a punch look. It was rapidly coming down with great force. "Go, Sandshrew. Drill it into the ground until it splits." AJ shouted and punched the air in response. Sandshrew at the ground and all was silent. Then it started to crack. The crack formed around the arena and formed a hole. Meowth fall in and the rocket members fell over. Ash and the gang jumped out of the way when the crack formed, almost taking them out too. Everyone looked on shocked. Meowth came crawling out of the huge crack and groaned, "That's it. I forfeit the match." The cat Pokemon shrieked and took off. The rocket members' other Pokemon said their agreements too and followed Meowth soon after. "Come back here," Jessie yelled, running after their Pokemon. "Meowth. Where are you going?" James shouted, trying to keep up with them. "To write us a theme song," Meowth shouted back to James. The rocket members groaned, "Not that again." Ash didn't really care what they wanted. He was happy to know his friend won the match. "We did it, Sandshrew. We finally reached victory." Battle number 100. AJ shouted with a huge grin. Sandshrew gave a happy squeak. "Today all our sacrifices and hard work have finally paid off. Now we can start winning our badges." AJ cried and kneeled down to hug his Sandshrew in happiness. Ash watched on with a smile. "Good for you, AJ." Ash and crew were in front of AJ's fenced gates looking at AJ. He had his travel pack and trusty Sandshrew beside him. He smiled and looked towards his own gym. "When I return here, I'm gonna be the #1 Pokemon Master," AJ said with a happy grin. "Why don't you come along with us? Ash asked, looking at his new friend who had the same goal in Pokemon training as him. They got along with each other well too. Thanks. But Sandshrew and I have our own path that we must follow. AJ said. With a gentle smile. AJ then smiled and held out his hand to Ash. Ash blinked for a second and his face settled into a smile. He reached out and shook hands to show their friendship that day. Someday we'll meet again at the big Pokemon League competition. Ash stated with a wild grin. AJ looked stoked at that remark. Okay. I'll look forward to that match. He said with an equally wild grin. They both smirked soon afterwards. Misty and Brock sweat dropped at this. Talon cawed with laughter. Oh wait. Ash, before you go. I want to give you something. AJ said, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a Pokeball and a metal stone. This here is a metal coat, I won after some trainer here bet with it. I don't know when to use it, so I thought maybe you can have it. Ash gave a smile and took it. Thanks, AJ. I'm sure it'll be useful in the future. Ash retorted, remembering to research its uses. Here's the other thing, I wanted to give you, Ash. AJ handed Ash the Pokeball and Ash blinked. Wah. He looked at AJ unbelievably. Take it. It's yours now. He didn't like me to begin with. AJ stated. Ash blinked and released the Pokeball. Out came the EV Ash was playing with earlier. It saw Ash and gave a happy yip. Ash blinked and looked at AJ, but she's yours. AJ shook his head, she likes you better, so she would make a great Pokemon for you. Ash frowned at that and sighed, are you sure? AJ smiled, it's fine with me. I know she'll be in good hands with you. AJ smiled at Ash. I'll take great care with her. Ash retorted, picking up the brown fox-like Pokemon. She's yours now, so do what you want with her. AJ said. The two friends once again smiled and parted ways. He's tough. But pretty cool. Misty said with a smile. She couldn't believe how fast Ash became friends with AJ. Yeah. Looks like to me you found another rival. Brock retorted with a laugh. Ash smiled at that, yeah. He felt something liking his neck and looked to see the EV liking him. Talon cawed at that. The EV yipped and liked the Spearow too. Talon squawked at this while Ash laughed. Misty and Brock laughed along with Ash. The EV yipped cheerfully. Well, welcome to the team, girl. Since you're in your own ball, I can have up to 7 Pokemon now. Ash stated with a grin. He scratched her ears and thought of a name for her. I like the name Edlon for you. You're a evolutionary Pokemon and a pretty girl needs a pretty name. Ash said with a smile, lifting her in his arms. She blinked cutely at him and gave a happy yip, liking the name. Ash smiled, twirling her around and pulling her to his arms into a hug. She happily cuddled into his vest. Talon cawed and nuzzled his trainer's neck soon afterwards. I can feel the love. The gang laughed at his Pokemon's affection. They couldn't wait to see what else this journey had in store for them. End Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Poke Tech. Pokemon. Last time on Starting Things Differently. Oh wait. Ash, before you go. I want to give you something. AJ said, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a Pokeball and a metal stone. This here is a metal coat, I won after some trainer here bet with it. I don't know when to use it, so I thought maybe you can have it. Ash gave a smile and took it. Thanks, AJ. I'm sure it'll be useful in the future. Ash retorted, remembering to research its uses. Here's the other thing, I wanted to give you, Ash. AJ handed Ash the Pokeball and Ash blinked. Wah. He looked at AJ unbelievably. Take it. It's yours now. He didn't like me to begin with. AJ stated. Ash blinked and released the Pokeball. Out came the EV Ash was playing with earlier. It saw Ash and gave a happy yip. Ash blinked and looked at AJ, but she's yours. AJ shook his head, she likes you better so she would make a great Pokemon for you. Ash frowned at that and sighed, are you sure? AJ smiled, it's fine with me. I know she'll be in good hands with you. AJ smiled at Ash. I'll take great care with her. Ash retorted, picking up the brown fox-like Pokemon. She's yours now, so do what you want with her. AJ said. The two friends once again smiled and parted ways. He's tough. But pretty cool. Misty said with a smile. She couldn't believe how fast Ash became friends with AJ. Yeah. Looks like to me you found another rival. Brock retorted with a laugh. Ash smiled at that, yeah. He felt something liking his neck and looked to see the EV liking him. Talon caught at that. The EV yipped and liked the Spearow too. Talon squawked at this while Ash laughed. Misty and Brock laughed along with Ash. The EV yipped cheerfully. Well, welcome to the team, girl. Since you're in your own ball, I can have up to 7 Pokemon now. Ash stated with a grin. He scratched her ears and thought of a name for her. I like the name Evlon for you. You're a evolutionary Pokemon and a pretty girl needs a pretty name. Ash said with a smile, lifting her in his arms. She blinked cutely at him and gave a happy yip, liking the name. Ash smiled, twirling her around and pulling her to his arms into a hug. She happily cuddled into his vest. Talon cawed and nuzzled his trainer's neck soon afterwards. I can feel the love. The gang laughed at his Pokemon's affection. They couldn't wait to see what else this journey had in store for them. Present. The gang was wandering the dense woods and looked annoyed with all the fog. Ash was happy to train in this whenever they took a break. He wanted to transfer his Cloyster and Clefable to Professor Oak to get his Sandshrew and Meowth. He still took the time to train while on the go. Ash loved his new EV Evlon. She was such a cutie and would always try to snuggle with him. Talon, Naga, and Champ were almost to the point of evolving. Ash started to notice that and he couldn't wait for that. He was currently training Champ for learning to bring his punches faster and the move Protect when Champ froze. Ash blinked in a stop and then widened his eyes. Champ started to glow. Ash then what was happening and grinned, alright Champ. The newly evolved Primeape opened his eyes and called, Prime. Ape. Ash smiled and ran over to his punchy Pokemon. Champ, you did it. I'm so proud of you. Ash yelled out and patted his Pokemon's head. Primeape chattered happily and started at his trainer with proudness. Misty and Brock smiled watching the training happening and were happy along with Ash that his Primeape evolved. It was only a matter of time before Ash's Spearow and Ekans joined in. Brock was currently getting ready for dinner. He magically made table, cloth, chairs, dishes and everything appeared. Ash wondered if he had a never-ending backpack. Talon was currently on Ash's shoulder panting from all the training they did. He knew he would evolve soon and was getting really excited about it. He and Naga couldn't wait for that. Ash's new EV was happily nuzzling Ash's legs. Ash and Misty were still currently amazed at Brock's flying food out of nowhere. How about some cerulean coffee? Oh wait, you kids are too young for this. Brock said, holding up coffee and then looking conflicted after his sentence. He then brightened up and said, how about some prune juice? Brock placed a can on the table and Ash groaned, already feeling his stomach clench at the sight. I'll pass. Misty then looked excited and smiled, how about some herbal tea? Ash looked happy at that, alright. I can take some tea. He said with a smile. Then you kids are lucky. Brock retorted, digging into his bag, I brought my official Pokemon tea set. He said with happiness. The others' sweat dropped at this. Of course, to good tea and coffee is good water. He then went back to his bag and started to pull something deep within out. Ash said, blinking confused. And I just happen to have a generous supply of sparkling delicious empty moon spring water. Brock shouted with pure happiness. Ash and Misty looked at him dumbfounded. And for the piece of resistance, I prepared a special snack of French crepes. Brock said with a fake French accent. Misty then looked excited at that remark as her eyes sparkled. Oh! I love French things. They're so romantic. She said with giddy. Ash sweat dropped and then turned to give Brock a smile. That's great, Brock. By the way, I can't cook crepes and boil water if I don't have a fire. Brock said angrily. Ash and Misty froze at that. One of you is going to have to go in the forest and carry back some firewood. Ash gave a smile. I'll do that for you, Brock. It'll also give me more chances of getting more Pokemon. Ash retorted and set off to the forest. His Pokemon Talon and Evlon blinked and took behind him. The gang had to laugh at the sight of those Pokemon following Ash around like a baby duck. Ash was looking around carrying his happily contented Eevee in his arms. Talon resting comfortably on his left shoulder. Ash looked at the ground carefully for good firewood. He also kept sneaking a few glances into the forest path to see any good Pokemon. He heard a snap and turned to see a blue blur a few feet away. Ash looked and saw a female Nidoran chattering. She twitched her ears and looked at him sniffing. Ash gave a grin. I think you would be a great Pokemon. He then looked down at Evlon. You want to battle her, girl? Evlon blinked and looked at her trainer with a fierce nod. VVE. Ash smiled and placed her on the ground. The Nidoran female growled and did a poison sting move. Evlon. Use takedown. His Eevee yipped and did her headbutt. It smacked that Nidoran and it groaned and got up. Ash glared, used sand attack followed by a tackle. Eevee yipped again and unleashed a powerful sand attack. The Nidoran looked around in frantic and didn't see the shadow coming out of the sand. Evlon smacked right into the rodent and it squeaked in fright. The female Nidoran looked dazed. Ash smirked and grabbed a Pokeball and threw it at her. It caught the Nidoran and dinged after a minute, signaling the capture. It then teleported away. Ash gave a happy smile and saw the Eve jump into his arms. You did great, girl. Ash praised his Eevee as she yipped happily and snuggled into his shirt. Talon gave her a approved caw and she nodded, giving him a happy yip. They then went back to searching for the firewood. Talon flew off and came back with a few sticks of wood. Evlon ran off and came back herself. Ash smiled and petted his faithful Pokemon. Thanks, guys. They yelled back at him, showing they didn't mind in the search. Ash himself found a few good big pieces of wood. He was about to carry them off when he saw his Eevee twitch her ears. What is it, girl? He saw Evlon yip and get in a pointed position. Ash saw the light in the fog and then nodded to his Pokemon. It looks like a fire. They nodded and ran towards it just before Ash placed the pile of firewood safely on the ground. In the light there was a kid running on a treadmill. Alright, what's name of this one? Another kid questioned, lifting a card showing a bird Pokemon. The kid on the treadmill looked at the card. Is it a Zubat? He asked in question with a tired voice. The kids, who you could now tell were boys, frowned. Listen, just because it's foggy out here doesn't mean your brain has to be in a fog. The green-haired boy retorted, looking at the kid with annoyance. The kid on the treadmill frowned at that remark and narrowed his eyes. It's a Pidgey. The fog started to go away a little and it showed more boys surrounding the kid on the treadmill. All the kids, including the one on the treadmill, were wearing school uniforms. They were also carrying candle holders that were lit. Nice guess. You just got lucky. The red-haired kid holding the card stated. Okay, tell us what its special attack is. The green-haired boy questioned. The kid running panted and started to think it over. Pidgey's attack is Gust. At level 5, Sand Attack. At level 12. He was about to continue when the red kid interrupted. Everyone knows that. Now can you just tell me which level Pidgey evolves? And what's the name of the advanced stage? The kid said with a smirk. The kid running frowned and looked nervous. The other boys smirked at this. You better come up with answers quick or you'll have to run faster. The green kid said, looking at the kid with a dark smirk. The kid frowned more and looked at the boys around him. They all stared hard at him as he ran panting. He then tripped in nervousness. Oh! He shouted and smacked down on the treadmill. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. The kid said, avoiding eye contact with the others. The others groaned at this. The kid looked up to see the red kid looking down at him. You forgot. HM. And you call yourself a Pokemon tech student? Dude, we don't want to study at the likes of you. The kid frowned some more at this and looked sad. I'm sorry. Ash saw all this happening with unbelievable eyes. Hey! Leave that kid alone. What's going on here? Ash shouted, coming out of the fog. The kids looked over to him and froze. Ash's face was in a stern expression with his scars showing his face darkly in the fog. His eyes were narrowed and hollow. One stared at them like it could see into your soul when it couldn't. The Spearow on his shoulder was also impressive and had a look that matched its trainer. The Eevee on the other shoulder stared hardly at them too. It gave a growl. The kid on the ground looked at Ash with wide eyes. Ash's eyes softened seeing the kid on the ground and walked over to them. The kids frowned and stated, "There's nothing on here. Mind your own business. This is a private training session." The red kid retorted. The green kid frowned and said, "There's no room for our Pokemon school for losers who don't even know Pidgeys evolved stage. We have to take standards." Ash frowned at that remark and leaned down to pick the kid up. His Eevee hopped off his shoulder and stayed at his feet. Ash narrowed his eyes. "I don't know about this school of yours. But if it's turning out to be students like you, I have to say the standards are pretty low." Ash retorted, looking them over. The kid looked at Ash with wide eyes at his remark. Just then another voice came into the conversation. "That's right, Ash. You tell him." Ash turned and saw Misty. She was glaring at the tech kids behind him. "You better stop bullying that kid. Or you'll have to answer to us. Right, Ash?" Ash nodded and turned back to the kids. "Misty, you stay out of this. Okay. Leave it to me. I wanted to knock this losers over the second I saw them," Ash said with narrowed eyes. Misty saw Ash's face and nodded. "Give them a good butt kicking, Ash. They deserve it." Ash gave a wild smirk and reached for his Gyarados. He knew she'll scare the pants off them. Fighting is for caveman. This isn't the Stone Age, you know. The green kid stated. A long black-haired kid said, "And if we wasted our time have a fight a little insect like you, it'll just make Pokemon Tech look really bad." Ash narrowed his eyes at that remark and growled, "Insect. We'll see you back at the Tech, Joe." The green kid stated and walked off. The kid nodded and shouted, "Okay." Ash froze. "Hey. Maybe you cowards are afraid to fight." Ash growled, wanting a piece of those brats. "We already know we would beat a little punk like you." The red kid said with a smirk and started to walk away following the other boys. "Who do those guys think they are?" Ash said, looking at the boy's retreating form. Evlon yipped and nuzzled his leg. Spearow cawed in agreement. Brock appeared stirring his cooking bowl. "So those are the infamous tech students?" Brock retorted, watching them leave. Ash blinked at this. "Tech students?" Ash questioned. "Pokemon Tech. It's a school for Pokemon trainers. I think I have a flyer here somewhere." Misty said, looking unimpressed, and looked into her suspenders for it. "Yeah, here it is," she said, pulling out a piece of paper. Ash peered over his shoulder to look with a frown. "A Pokemon school in the middle of nowhere?" Ash retorted with a blink. Brock took the paper. Let's see what it says here about this place." He answered, looking the paper over. Ash and Misty blinked. Talon and Evlon blinked in union. Brock looked at the paper, Pokemon Institute, a boarding school for serious Pokemon preparation. All students guaranteed to enter Pokemon leagues upon graduation. Pokemon Technical is the educational felicity of top-ranked students who want to become Pokemon trainers. In a very short time without traveling to get difficult badge collecting journeys. Oh. So that's the story. Brock stated and ended with boredom. Getting into the Pokemon League without badges is too easy. Ash said with narrowed eyes at that. Oh wait, there's more. Brock said, looking at the paper again, student entrance fees and tuition are keeping with the high standards set by the Pokemon Technical. Brock said with a frown. Misty groaned and turned to Ash, you know what that means, don't you? Ash gave a groan as well. This school is for the snarky loser rich kids. Wow. So glad I didn't fight that kid. It would only make my team angry. This really makes me mad. Where is this place anyway? Ash said with a frown. Misty and Brock nodded. The kid in the back blinked, hearing the gang complain about his school. After perking up and hearing Ash's question, he stated, it's right over there. The kid named Joe yelled. The fog started to part and it went away to reveal a massive school. They heard the loudspeaker, today's special class battling techniques has no ended. Tomorrow's lesson will be snow competition secrets. They heard the school bells ring. Ash and the crew blinked. Evlon yipped and jumped into her trainer's arms. Ash was only happy to catch her and pet her absently. The kid Joe sighed at this. Oh well. I guess tomorrow they's make me into a snowman again. Ash heard this and turned to the kid. Do they treat you like that all the time? Ash questioned with his eyes narrowed. Joe frowned. My friends are just trying to help me. Joe whispered. Ash blinked at that. You call them friends? Ash yelled out, looking at the boy wide-eyed. Talon screeched in disbelief. Evlon yipped in disapproval. Brock frowned and walked over to Joe. With friends like that, who needs enemies? Brock said, looking down at the tech student. Joe had a sad frown. But they helped me learn that Pidgey evolves to Pidgeotto. At level it learns Whirlwind, at level it learns Wing Attack, at level, and as its level rises it learns various tricks after evolving into Pidgeot. It can fly at 120 miles per hour. Joe said with conviction. Ash frowned, tightening his arms around Evlon, who in response liked his check. I don't get it. If you know everything about Pidgey, why didn't you just answer them before? Ash stated, looking at Joe confused. Joe turned to Ash. Sometimes, I make believe that, I don't know all the answers, because if I do they make all the questions at that much harder. Joe retorted. But, I have to stay here at Pokemon Tech. My mother and father worked hard to save money and send me to school here. Joe said with worry and sadness. The others felt for him. Joe then pointed to a boy. You see that guy over there? He's an upperclassman. The classes are so hard here that certain students are held back for many years. Everybody is too ashamed to go home without getting a diploma. Joe said, then continued, that guy is in the beginner's class with me. Joe stated. Ash blinked at that, looking at Joe in confusion. You're a beginner? Talon and Evlon blinked as well. Beginners have to have the same qualifications as someone with 2 badges. The intermediate class has the qualities of the advanced have the same as. And if you graduate you can enter the Pokemon League without traveling around without collecting the badges. That guy's a beginner, but he's so much older than everybody in the class. The kids don't bother to help someone like him like they help me. Joe retorted. Ash and the gang frowned after hearing Joe's explanation. Misty walked over to Joe. What do the teachers say about that type of help? Misty questioned, looking concerned. Joe blinked and frowned. They don't even know about it, or if they do they pretend not to. Joe said with a blink. Ash looked very angered at this response. Talon tightened his claws on Ash's shoulders, feeling angered as well. Evlon growled, not liking that. The rest of the gang frowned at that. I for one think this is a violation of students' rights that must stop immediately. If not sooner. Ash shouted with anger. His Pokémon cried in agreement with him. I want to meet the student in charge of this system and I'll see that it stops. Ash questioned in anger, staring at Joe intently. Joe blinked and went into his shirt pocket. He pulled out a picture of a girl. Here's a picture. Joe said in earnest. The others crowded around it. It's a girl? Misty questioned in surprise. Ash and Brock were blushing at how beautiful she looked. Ash's Pokémon had to admit she was an attractive female but wasn't right for their trainer. Oh yeah. You're right about that. Ash said with a goofy smile, looking at the picture. Misty frowned at that. She can violate my rights if Brock is about to respond before Misty yelled. Hey! If she's making your life too miserable, how come you're carrying her picture around? Misty said with anger as she placed her hands on her hips in question. Joe sheepishly looked away. I hate the way she treats us. But I like the way she looks. He said with a small grin. Ash and Brock still had goofy grins. Yeah. Ash said with grin. Evelyn frowned at that and bit her trainer on the ear. Ow. What you do that for, Evelyn? Ash shouted at his EV. It yipped angrily and Ash remembered that she was the one causing the mess. Oh yeah. Sorry girl. I forgot about that. Let's give her a piece of our mind. Ash growled out. Misty glared. I want a piece of that wretch myself. Ash nodded at Misty. Whoever gets to her first can have a go at her. Ash said. The two of them got very chilling smirks after that. Joe looked afraid and turned to Brock. Are they always like this? Brock sighed. They are oftentimes worse. He said and stumped her way to the school in anger. Watching them from binoculars was Team Rocket and Meowth was holding the binoculars. That place brings back memories, James. Jessie said, looking sad. It certainly does, Jessie, and all of them are awful. James retorted in sadness. Meowth looked over at them. Tell me your tale of failure again. He said sarcastically. We studied for the test. Jessie whispered. So sure we would beat all the rest. He sighed in sadness. Meowth nodded with a smirk at their pathetic rhythms, and here's the part I like the best. They continued their verses. We frolicked that night for our futures seemed bright. Jessie said with wonder. But things weren't right. James whispered and looked down sad. They both sighed and said, we got the lowest scores in the history of the school. They cried out with a whine. You should look at the bright side. Meowth retorted. They blinked and turned to him with tears in their eyes. What's the bright side? They questioned. Meowth smirked. At least you guys were the top of the bottom. He stated. They then smiled and ran to their cat Pokémon in happiness. Oh Meowth, you're the best. They shouted, rubbing their faces in him. He blinked owlishly at that. Back to the group. Ash was about to follow Misty when he stopped in remembrance. Hey Joe. Does your school by any chance have a phone and Pokémon transfer system? Ash questioned. Joe blinked and said, yes, in matter of fact we do. I can show you the way if you want. Ash smiled and nodded. That would be very appreciated. Joe led them to the contacting office. Ash walked over to the phone. Ring ring ring. He contacted the professor. He answered and smiled at Ash. Oh Ash. Good to see you. I saw that you caught some more Pokémon. Good for you. I also noticed the new evolved Pokémon. It scares me to know that you have a Gyarados and Primeape, Ash. Ash laughed at the professor. Oh Professor Oak. They're not bad at all. Mystic is an angel and Champ is a teddy bear. Ash said with a grin. Everyone merely stared at him. Ash blinked. What? I know they are. Ash said with a frown. They all sighed at him. He can be so mature at times, then he'll do something like that. Misty whispered. Everyone else sweat dropped. Hey Professor. I wanted to call and do a transfer. I want to give my cloister and clefable to you. I wanted to get my sand shrew and meowth from you. Ash asked. Professor Oak blinked at this and smiled, sure Ash. I can do that for you. Just start the transfer. Ash walked over to the machine and placed his Pokemon in it. He waited and watched them teleport off. He waited a little longer and got the 2 new ball. He turned back to the professor, thanks Professor Oak. Also can you give that Nidoran to Mom? I know she can use some company even if I gave her my Beedrill. Ash stated. Professor Oak blinked and laughed, sure. I can do that for you Ash. Make sure you do good at your travels and catch more Pokemon. With that the call ended. Ash then remembered that he hasn't called his mother in a while and sighed, oh great. He called. Ring ring ring. The phone was picked up and everyone saw Ash's mom. Oh. Ashy. You called sweetie. How are you? Are you okay? Is that eye of yours been hurting? His mother boomed him with questions as everyone laughed. I'm okay Mom. I just wanted to check up on you. Ash said looking at his mother. She smiled in response to that. Oh that's great sweetie. I was really worried about you. She said lovingly. Ash gave a cute smile, I love you too Mom. Everyone smiled at that. Oh yeah. Thank you so much Ashy for little Videl. His mother shrieked. Videl? Ash questioned. You know that Beedrill? His mother stated. Oh. Oh. Glad you like her Mom. Ash said with a grin. His mother nodded, all right. I can tell you have other things to do than talk with your mother. Just remember that I love you and remember to change your you-know-whats. She said with a chipper smile. Ash blushed hotly at that. Goodbye mother. He shouted and ended the call. Everyone was laughing hard at that. Ash glared at them. Talon cawed with laughter. Evelyn yipped seeing her trainer's expression and liked his face to show she cared. Ash smiled and scratched under her chin, thanks for not laughing girl. She yipped in agreement. Joe led them to a room of the building filled with machines that were like arcade looks. Giselle always practices here all by herself. Joe stated showing everyone the room. Ash blinked at it and looked around. All that he could see were machines everywhere in the room. He didn't look impressed. Talon peered around and snorted agreeing with his trainer. Evelyn in Ash's arms blinked. If you beat her in a fight it won't matter to her. At the tech it's your skill of a Pokemon trainer that counts winning more than one battle. Joe said continuing his talk about Giselle. Ash got upset at that and growled, that's what, I'm hoping. I got 2 badges recently and I don't like the logic this school says about that. Ash said with anger. Joe shrugged and said, Giselle is the top beginner here at the tech. That's even better than having 3 badges. Joe then frowned and crossed his arms, even though, I'm at the bottom of my class, I'm still more powerful than 2 badges. Joe said nonchalantly. Ash froze at that. What? Ash growled out in anger at Joe. Talon and Evelyn glared at the kid at that remark. Ash was about to get Talon to show how he felt about that when Misty knocked him over. Hold on a second here. I learned how to be a Pokemon at the Cerulean City gym. Are you saying that you can beat me? Misty yelled out in total anger at this kid dissing her skills. Everyone frowned at him. Oh. Cerulean City Water Pokemon. Joe said sitting at a computer and pulling up on screen a Weepinbell and Starmie fighting. How did you know? Misty said with question wondering how Joe knew. I always know how to beat them on the simulator. See? Showing him beating the Starmie. Misty frowned at that, what is this? She shouted in outrage. She turned to Joe unamused, a simulations is one thing. But this is real life. Let's battle. Misty shouted, pulling out her Starmie in pure anger. Joe perked at that remark and turned to Misty. You'll be sorry, he said with a grin. Outside, Team Rocket climbed a tree outside the lab. They got up to the top and peered in the classroom. They saw Misty and Joe getting ready for a battle. Misty and Joe stared at each other, sizing each other up. Why do you have to battle each other for? Ash stated, wanting a piece at Joe, saying that he was weak. I'll show him weak by sicking Champ on his butt. A good old thrash attack oughta do the trick. Ash thought and got a dark smirk. Brock saw that look and wished Joe the best of luck. But out, Ash. I have the Cerulean City Gym's reputation to defend. And, I'm gonna defend it. Misty shouted in pure anger. Misty threw her pokeball. Misty calls. Starmie. She unleashed her Starmie, who came out with a bang. Joe smirked and in a cocky tone, "Too bad your water Pokemon won't be able to beat my plant," he stated. "Alright, Weepinbell. Let's go." Joe shouted and threw his plant Pokemon. Misty narrowed her eyes. "I'll teach him about Pokemon," she shouted, clenching her fists. "Starmie, go." Misty shouted, pointing forward at her starfish. Starmie fired a powerful water gun that sent the Weepinbell flying. Joe looked very surprised at this. Huh. But Weepinbell is strong against water Pokemon. A voice entered the ending battle. True, but there's one thing you didn't know. Your opponents from the city gym. They all turned to see a pretty brunette in the school tech outfit. It was Giselle. She continued her talk as the familiar tech boys appeared behind her. Her Pokemon has much more experience battling. You should have known that. You're an embarrassment to the whole school, Giselle stated arrogantly. But, Joe said, looking conflicted. Ash and Brock had to blush, then Ash shook it off. She is really pretty, but a beach, Ash said bluntly, narrowing his eyes. Giselle looks just like a movie star, Brock stated with a massive blush. Ash had to admit she did, except her attitude was horrible. Misty gave a glare at Brock, but a smirk at Ash, saying that. She saw Giselle's face contort into a frown after hearing Ash's beach comment. I'm the top student in the beginning class of this exclusive prep school of the world. Pokemon Tech. It's sad that others are blessed with my beauty, my talent, and my humble attitude. People call me a star. But, I'm just Giselle. Giselle stated with a wide arrogant smile, striking a pose. Ash and crew frowned at this. Talon cawed at the pig-headed girl. Evelyn snorted at her, unimpressed, happy to know that she was right on the money earlier when she saw her picture. Outside, Team Rocket blinked at this. I think she's even more conceited than we are, Jessie said with shock. Yes. But she's awfully cute. Isn't she? James said with a smile, looking happy at that. Not as cute as Meowth, Meowth said with a grin. The Rocket members growled at that and sent him flying. Inside, Giselle walked over to Joe. I want to continue to help my classmates be the very best that they can be. To teach each other and respect each other. And enjoy the Pokemon of tomorrow, she said with a smile to herself. Then she narrowed her eyes a second later. But you're a weakling. Joe blinked and looked shocked at that. You better get stronger fast, or before you know it your fellow students will turn their backs on you for good, Giselle shouted. Joe looked shocked at that sentence. Giselle snorted afterwards and turned her head arrogantly. She walked away from Joe, who looked saddened. Not so fast, Misty shouted in anger, watching that interaction unbelievably. A true friend wouldn't walk away from someone who needs their help. You may look beautiful, but remind me of a old saying that beauty's only skin deep, Misty said, narrowing her eyes at the prep girl. Misty thought back to the time of saving Ash when he was bleeding at the riverside. Giselle frowned at that and gave a snort of laughter. Jealously isn't very pretty either, is it? Giselle retorted with a smirk. Ash looked shocked that someone said that to Misty. I better do something, Ash said to himself. Brock heard this response and leaned down to whisper to Ash's ear, wise Pokemon trainers never get involved with a catfight. Brock stated. Ash blinked at that and then remembered how scary girl fights could get. He shuddered at that. Talon had to admit it was true. Evelyn smirked knowing that girl fights are oftentimes sometimes more tougher. For a water Pokemon battle. I'll choose. Gravel or go. Giselle shouted, throwing her Pokeball. It released the boulder Pokemon. Ash narrowed his eyes at that thing. Misty frowned and had Starmie ready for battle. Graveler. But rock Pokemon are more weak against water Pokemon. Brock shouted at this. Giselle smirked, my Pokemon are at such an advanced level they can beat water Pokemon. Giselle stated arrogantly. Her Graveler went forwards and tackled Starmie. Starmie dodged and went away from the boulder Pokemon. Graveler turned and followed the flying starfish. Starmie used its water gun and Graveler rolled into a ball resisting the water spray. It smashed right into Starmie's jewel. It went flying out a window, smashing the glass and falling into the pool outside. Misty looked on shocked. I can't believe it, she whispered to herself. Outside Giselle smirked, now we're by the pool. Your Pokemon's specialty. You can use a different Pokemon if you want, Giselle stated with a smirk, looking towards her Graveler. Misty looked on sad, holding her Starmie towards her to comfort it. Oh. And, I sure you'll choose another Pokemon who's weak against water, Misty shouted with narrowed eyes. Pokemon are only as strong as the trainer who raises them, Giselle retorted with her hands on her hips in a cold smile. A Pokemon who's weak but better trained can still win. It depends on the trainer. I hope you're learning something from this, Joe, Giselle stated with an arrogant tone as she turned to look at Joe. Ah, he said in surprise. A Pokemon's level of training is just as much of a factor as a Pokemon's fighting deciding a match, Giselle said with a smirk. Joe looked conflicted at this and gave a sad frown. A first-class Pokemon trainer can calculate that, she said arrogantly. Ash glared at that. Wait a minute. There's more to training than calculating levels, Ash retorted, looking the girl over. Who are you? Giselle said with a blink, looking the scar at it over. She had to say he was pretty cute, but the thought went away soon after. I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet. And I already got 2 badges, he said, narrowing his eyes at the girl. She laughed at this. In other words, you're a beginner, she said with a smirk. And how long have you been trying to become a Pokemon trainer? She stated, looking at him. Ash frowned at this and retorted, about 2 months. I guess, he stated. She looked shocked at this. 2 whole months. Then you must be really weak then, Giselle stated with a laugh. Ash growled at this. Weak am I? How about we put that to the test? A Pokemon battle. You and me, Ash shouted. Evelyn yipped in reply. Giselle saw the EV and got a smirk at for a second. I'm up for that. How about we make the stakes higher? If I win, I get your EV. If you win, you can get my Graveler, she stated with a smirk. Ash looked shocked at this and said, I would never do that to Evelyn, he shouted, tightening his hold on his little girl. She yipped at him in happiness for his care. Are you afraid to lose? I knew a newbie trainer like you couldn't win against someone like me, Giselle stated, flipping her hair away. Ash twitched an eyebrow at this and growled. Evelyn growled in that remark and turned to her trainer. She yipped at him to have a battle with her. Are you sure, girl? Ash said, looking conflicted at this. Evelyn nodded and liked his chin in reassurance. Ash gave a smile and then turned coldly at the girl. Let's have a battle, Ash stated. He placed Evelyn down and Talon flew off to land on Misty's shoulder. "We'll have a 2-on-2 Pokemon match," Giselle stated. Ash nodded and gave a bone-chilling smile. "I'm up for that," he stated, grabbing Mystic's Pokeball. "I'm gonna knock the floor with you, Beach," Ash yelled, looking at her, possessed to bet on his EV. She saw the look in his eyes and wondered if she did the smart thing. "Mystic, let's trash this girl," Ash yelled out, throwing his sea snake. Giselle, the other boys, and Joe behind blinked at this, wondering who Mystic was. "Most be a weak Pokemon," they all thought. Ash's ball hit the ground a second later. It glowed and released his Gyarados, who roared to the heavens. The tech students all went wide-eyed at that. "That's Mystic," they shouted at this. Ash smirked, "Use Ice Fang followed by Aqua Tail." Ash shouted at his Gyarados. She roared and slithered to the Graveler. She used her fangs to hit the Graveler and it yelled, feeling the frostbite. She then sent it flying into the air with her watered tail. "Graveler!" it shouted as it free-falled to the ground. It left a crack in the ground after landing. It looked on, dazed. Giselle looked shocked that her Graveler lost. She saw Ash's stern face staring back. "Will you look at that? You just lost. How about the next match?" Ash said coldly. Giselle gulped and got her other Pokeball. She returned her Graveler and released her next Pokemon. "Cub1 go!" she shouted, throwing her bone Pokemon. Ash blinked at this and gave a wild smile. "Alright, I'm game with that. Mystic, get into the pool, you're done. For now just relax in the pool," Ash stated, and Mystic gave a rumble. She slithered into the pool and went back to stare at the battle. "Alright boy, time for your turn," Ash shouted and threw his Sandshrew Pokeball. It popped out with a squeak. It stared at its opponent, waiting for Ash's orders. Giselle shouted, "Leer attack." Cub1 did its glare attack and Sandshrew froze before hearing Ash's command, "Use rollout followed by Fury Cutter." Sandshrew nodded and rolled into ball. It rolled towards Cub1 and hit it. It then popped out of a ball and uppercut it with a powerful Fury Slash. Cub1 cried out in pain. "Cub1, use Bone-a-Rang," Giselle shouted, looking worried. "See you bone," it shouted and threw its bone. Ash glared at that. "Sandshrew, use Magnitude," Ash shouted angrily. Sandshrew squeaked at that and smashed its foot on the ground. It shook the ground and everyone tried to stand up with great force. Mystic roared, feeling the pool shake. "Sorry girl, it'll be over soon," Ash said in concern for his Gyarados. Sandshrew's attack ended and Cub1 fell down with a cry. "End it with a swift attack," Ash shouted. Sandshrew squeaked and fired its stars at Cub1. It flew back to Giselle's feet and cried. "Cub1!" Giselle shouted in alarm. The boys behind her looked shocked. Ash smiled at his Pokemon's victory. Giselle fell to her knees watching her Cub1 cry, "I lost." "Cub1, good try. Come on back. Don't cry," Giselle said with a faint smile. She returned her bone Pokemon silently. "You'll be okay now," she told herself and her returned Pokemon. She looked over to Ash and his gang. She looked shocked that she even lost to him. Joe was amazed that Ash's Pokemon were that strong. "I lost a match," she whined to herself. She never lost ever, and this kid from nowhere beats her. All for that stupid EV2. Wait. I lost so. No. Graveler. She realized with that thought. She was lost in her self-pity when a smoke started to from. Giselle looked up with shock and looked around where it was coming from. The others blinked as well until they heard Ash say, "Oh no. It's not Dash," he was interrupted by Team Rocket. "Allow us to reintroduce ourselves." They all heard Jesse and James say at once. "Jesse, prepare for trouble." James, make it double. Jesse, to protect the world from devastation. James, to unite all people within our nation. Jesse, to denounce the evils of truth and love. James, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, Jesse. James, James. Jesse, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. James, surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth came flying down from the sky, falling to the pool. It was underwater and saw Gyarados staring at him in curiosity, and he swam up frantically. He jumped out of the water to land in front of Jesse and James. Meowth, Meowth. That's right. I love a splashy entrance. Giselle instantly knew who they were, as did the rest of the Pokemon Tech kids. I heard of you, Team Rocket. You're the ones who got the worst grades ever at the entrance exam. How about your team faces our team? Giselle said with a smirk, holding up her Pokeball. All the rest of the Pokemon Tech boys smirked along as well, holding their Pokeballs. Team Rocket looked shocked at this. The two of us against all of them. Jesse shouted with alarm. But the rules say 1-on-1. James yelled, remembering the rules. Bad guys don't play by the rules. Get 'em. Giselle shouted as she threw her Pokeball. The Tech boys did the same. Meowth saw Ash's dark smirk aiming right at him, ready to sick his Gyarados on him. I don't think he got over that scratch. Meowth thought with a glup. Team Rocket took off in a blast, running away. Look like Team Rocket's blasting off again. They shouted. It was later and Giselle sat at the pool's stone side. It was sunset. She was watching Ash petting his Gyarados across the pool. It was giving a happy rumble as he scratched her scales. He was laughing as it liked his face with its massive tongue. The Tech boys were swarmed around him in the back, looking the giant water Pokemon. They were amazed that he had a Pokemon like that. They were more than shocked that Ash was really affectionate with it too. There's just things that you can't learn in school. And that's a good lesson. Giselle said, smiling at Ash's interaction, watching Ash rub his face against his Gyarados. Who in turn closed its eyes and gave a deep happy rumble in return. Joe walked up behind Giselle, watching him too. Giselle turned to look at Joe as he said, I'm going home and starting from scratch with my first Pokemon. I hope to be like Ash is right now. He has all this great team himself. Someday I hope to be that strong. Joe stated with a smile, watching Ash turning his head to pet his Spearow, Talon, on his shoulder. Hey Giselle. Maybe we'll meet someday at the Pokemon League. Joe said, turning to Giselle with a smile. She gave a small smile in return, I hope so. She then turned back to look at Ash. She told Joe again, I'll try my hardest to be a worthy opponent if we do. Joe nodded and replied, is it alright if I keep your picture with me? He said shyly. Giselle laughed and nodded, sure. I have pictures of my friends too. She answered. Joe blinked with shock, huh? Do you have mine? She smiled and got up. She walked to Joe with a smile, we're friends now, aren't we? She stated and held up a hand. Good luck, Joe. Joe looked at Giselle and gave a grin. He held his hand and they both shook as a sign of friendship. You too, Giselle. She watched Joe walk off and turned to look at Ash. She then looked at the Pokeball in her hand and nodded to herself. She walked over to where Ash was and coughed politely, knowing she left a wrong impression on him earlier. She remembered him calling her a beach. She had no doubt in her mind that she most likely was. Ash turned to look who it was, then his face went to a frown in a matter of seconds. All his Pokemon growled at her. She suddenly found the ground interesting. I know, I came off as a beach. She muttered to herself. That's for sure. You make a Gyarados look like a Pidgey with your attitude. Of course not from you, Mystic. Ash stated bluntly to her and looked back at his Gyarados, apologetic. It roared, showing that it was fine with that statement since it agreed that the girl made her kind look kind with her attitude. Giselle winced at that, as did the gang looking on. Ow, that one was a burn. Misty said with a wince. Brock grimaced hearing that remark from Ash. I know that now, Ash. She whispered. Ash narrowed his eyes at her and lifted a brow. All right if you say so. He retorted, not buying her sudden change. Giselle looked sad at that. Well, if it's too much. I remembered the promise we made today, she stated. Giselle lifted her pokeball towards Ash. Here. I promised you a Graveler if you bested me in battle. You won, so here's Graveler, she stated, holding the Boulder Pokemon's Pokeball. Ash blinked at that. Are you sure? Ash questioned. Giselle nodded. I don't deserve it with what I did to it today, she remarked. Ash blinked and gave a nod. All right. I'll take it. He gently took the ball from her and placed it on his belt. He smiled and turned to her. Thanks. It was a good battle, Ash stated. He knew she was a witch before, but a good opponent. Giselle smiled. I hope we battle again someday, she retorted. Misty smiled, walking beside Ash, and said to Giselle, I hope we can have another battle sometime. Giselle grinned at that and nodded to Misty. Ash laughed and smiled. He held out his hand. Giselle blinked and then settled to a smile. They shook hands, signaling a good match. They walked away from the Pokemon Tech and Ash smiled, holding his new Pokemon. He wondered what he could do with a Graveler. He wondered in his mind. He couldn't wait what else was gonna happen on his journey. He felt Evelyn liking his chin and looked down at his evolution Pokemon. He laughed soon afterwards. End Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Hidden Village. Pokemon. Last time on Starting Things Differently. Ash turned to look who it was. Then his face went to a frown in a matter of seconds. All his Pokemon growled at her. She suddenly found the ground interesting. I know, I came off as a beach, she muttered to herself. That's for sure. You make a Gyarados look like a Pidgey with your attitude. Of course not from you, Mystic, Ash stated bluntly to her and looked back at his Gyarados, apologetic. It roared, showing that it was fine with that statement since it agreed that the girl made her kind look kind with her attitude. Giselle winced at that, as did the gang looking on. Ow, that one was a burn, Misty said with a wince. Brock grimaced hearing that remark from Ash. I know that now, Ash, she whispered. Ash narrowed his eyes at her and lifted a brow. All right if you say so, he retorted, not buying her sudden change. Giselle looked sad at that. Well, if it's too much. I remembered the promise we made today, she stated. Giselle lifted her Pokeball towards Ash. Here. I promised you a Graveler if you bested me in battle. You won, so here's Graveler, she stated, holding the Boulder Pokemon's Pokeball. Ash blinked at that. Are you sure? Ash questioned. Giselle nodded. I don't deserve it with what I did to it today, she remarked. Ash blinked and gave a nod. All right. I'll take it. He gently took the ball from her and placed it on his belt. He smiled and turned to her. Thanks. It was a good battle, Ash stated. He knew she was a witch before, but a good opponent. Giselle smiled. I hope we battle again someday, she retorted. Misty smiled, walking beside Ash, and said to Giselle, I hope we can have another battle sometime. Giselle grinned at that and nodded to Misty. Ash laughed and smiled. He held out his hand. Giselle blinked and then settled to a smile. They shook hands, signaling a good match. They walked away from the Pokemon Tech and Ash smiled, holding his new Pokemon. He wondered what he could do with a Graveler. He wondered in his mind. He couldn't wait what else was gonna happen on his journey. He felt Evelyn liking his chin and looked down at his evolution Pokemon. He laughed soon afterwards. Present. Ash was leading the others through the forest in high grass that went to his waist. Misty and Brock followed right behind him. They looked nervous because Ash had horrible direction skills. Ash turned to look at them. "Don't worry, I'm positive that this way will take us back to the path." Ash retorted, looking sure of himself. Talon on his shoulder gave a sigh. "Positive? Ha!" Brock said with sarcasm. Misty frowned and stated, "That's what you said an hour ago." "I'm tired," she said angrily. Ash stopped and turned to look at them. "Phew. I told you to stick to the main road. But you had to take a shortcut," Misty stated, looking sternly at Ash. He had the grace to look sheepish, then frowned. "My fault. It was you who said to go this way." Talon loved his trainer, but at times like these he wished he had better sense of directions. "Ha, if I was leading we wouldn't have gotten lost like this," Misty shouted at Ash angrily. "Who says we're lost?" Ash shouted in self-denial. "Listen, genius, if you don't know where you are or where you're going, that means you're lost," Misty shouted. Brock tried to be peacekeeper. Talon cawed at Ash to be calm. "Chill, chill." Brock spoke, holding his hands in surrender. Misty frowned and crossed her arms. "All right. But remind me to yell at you some more if we ever get to Vermilion City," Misty stated. Ash and the crew were sitting by a river after long hours walking through the dense forest. They were sitting on large boulders. "Time for a break," Ash stated. He sighed and released some of his Pokemon since they were in their Pokeballs for a bit. Out came his Ekans and Meowth since they haven't been released. They hissed and mewed in happiness. When they saw him they ran over to nuzzle him in happiness. He was tackled instantly. He laughed at Naga, hissing in delight at her trainer. Meowth mewed and purred at her trainer, happy to be with him. Ash smiled and picked up his cat Pokemon. He went back to sit on the boulder and relaxed. Naga curled up around him, wrapping her tail around his thigh. Ash's Meowth needed his jeans, purring and curled up in his lap. Ash laughed and petted each of them. Talon was on a tree branch letting them relax. Ash also released his Sandshrew since he wanted to give his Meowth and Sandshrew names. "Alright you, I think it's time for names," Ash retorted. They both looked at him with curious eyes. Ash then thought of names in his mind. He looked over his Sandshrew. I think, I got just the name for you, boy," Ash said in a muse. Sandshrew looked at him, wondering what it will be. "I think Quake would suit you, since you're a ground Pokemon and can make earthquakes," Ash stated with a grin. The newly named Quake squeaked in happiness at that name and ran up, hug his trainer's leg. Ash laughed and petted his rough-skinned rodent. He then looked at his Meowth. I think, I got a good name for you, kitty cat," Ash said to his cat Pokemon. She mewed in question. "Botet." The Meowth blinked. Misty, who heard this, smiled. "Oh Ash, that's a wonderful name for her," she said with a smile. Meowth blinked and looked at her trainer with curiosity. The name Botet comes from an Egyptian god who was a cat goddess. "I think the name would be perfect for you, Ba," Ash said with a smile. The newly named Botet looked rather happy at that and purred in response, liking the name. Ash laughed and resumed petting her. Just then he heard water splatter. He glanced over and saw a Oddish lapping water out of a water hole. "Oh wow. I wonder what type that is?" Ash questioned. He pulled out his Pokédex. Pokédex Oddish. This Pokemon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around. Ash gave a grin at this. "I think that sounds cool. It could be a good member for the team," Ash said to himself. He was just about to lift a Pokeball and get Naga to fight when Misty butted in. "Hold it!" she shouted, blocking Ash's way. Ash frowned at this. "What for?" he questioned. Misty smiled and pointed to herself. because, I'm gonna catch that Pokemon. She retorted with a smile. Ash blinked at that and remembered Misty hasn't caught any Pokemon. He smiled soon afterwards, alright. You can catch this one, Mist. Ash said with his eyes softening. Misty smiled, thanks Ash. He nodded and watched Misty get ready to fight for the Oddish. They both saw the Oddish about to run away. Misty shouted, go Starmie. She threw her starfish Pokemon and it came out spinning. It jumped in front of the Oddish. It squeaked out in surprise and ran in another direction. Water gun now. Misty shouted. Starmie hit the Oddish with its water gun full blast. The Oddish went flying and spinned looking dazed. Now that's the way to spray. Tackle it Starmie. Misty said with a grin. Starmie went spinning towards it and smashed the Oddish into the ground. It landed on the ground looking dizzy. Misty smirked and grabbed one of her Pokeballs. That weakened it. Gotta catch it now. Pokeball go. She threw the ball towards the Oddish. Just when it was about to hit the Oddish it went flying. Everyone looked shocked. Oh. Misty retorted with a blink. Oh. Ash said looking at the Bulbasaur before them. It was growling at them. Ash got very happy at this, remembering on before the journey that he wanted a Bulbasaur. Wow. I can't believe it, a Bulbasaur. Ash stated with a smile. He got his Pokédex out for that. Pokédex Bulbasaur, it bears the seed of a plant on its back from birth. The seed slowly develops. Researchers are unsure whether to classify Bulbasaur as a plant or animal. Bulbasaur are extremely calm and are difficult to capture in the wild. Ash looked the Bulbasaur over and saw it looked very strong. The Bulbasaur growled and ran towards Starmie, giving it a powerful tackle attack. It went flying to Misty. Oh Starmie. Are you okay? She shouted with worry for her starfish Pokemon. Ash growled and shouted, now it's my turn to try. He held out his Pokeball. Talon. I choose you. Talon screeched and flew down to the field. It stared hard at Bulbasaur, who growled in return. Talon used Drill Peck. Ash shouted. His Spearow cawed and flew towards the plant Pokemon. It growled at this and used its Vine Whip. Talon dodged this and started drill the plant furiously with its beak. It roared with pain. Talon used Aerial Ace. His Spearow flew into the air to get ready for its spy move. Bulbasaur growled and watched it come. It got its vines out. Talon came flying down and smacked Talon hard. It went flying and hit a tree. Ash cried out in alarm, Talon. He watched the Bulbasaur and Oddish take off in a hurry. He then ran over to pick up his bird Pokemon and looked him over in worry. Talon nipped Ash's fingers gently in response, showing it was alright. Ash gave him a gentle smile. Maybe next time we'll get him, boy. Ash said with a grin. Talon cawed at that in agreement. Ash returned Talon so he could rest for a while. He returned all his Pokemon and got ready to move again. Ash and crew were over a river. Ash was looking over a bridge with a hard look on his face. He carefully checked the ropes holding it and didn't know if it was okay or not. He would just have to find out. They were crossing the bridge soon afterwards. What is this place? Misty said in question, looking around while walking. Brock looked down at his map. I can't find this bridge on my map. He said. Then a powerful wind went by and rocked the bridge. It shook it and the old ropes snapped. Everyone screamed in alarm. The bridge fell and Ash grabbed a hold of the one bridge wood. He growled, holding on tightly. Misty was holding on tightly to him by his right leg while his other gripped the wood piece. Brock was holding on to the other side of the bridge. It got hard for him to hold and he fell off. Aw! He screamed. Ash growled and turned to look at Brock falling with his bad eye. Brock's falling. Ash cried out in alarm, worried for his friend. Brock landed in the raging river. Misty shouted with worry, Ash. You have to pull us up, it's our only chance. Misty cried out. Ash nodded and with great strength he lifted himself up on the bridge. He pulled Misty along and gave her a hand which she was very grateful for. They were now on the other side of the cliff. The bridge looking down even more. Ash was happy that he made it across with just his arm muscle. Phew! I'm totally wiped out. Ash said panting. Misty looking out of breath turned to Ash, we can't rest now. We have to find Brock. She said with worry. Ash blinked at that and nodded, right. They climbed down the slope and ran down the river's bed. They followed the current downstream to lead them to Brock. Hurry up! Ash shouted back at Misty. She nodded and ran a little faster before she fell in something. Ash heard her cry out and turned to see what happened. He saw her in a hole. Wow! How did you get down there? Ash questioned. Misty in the hole groaned at his rubbing her sore behind. I fell in. How else? What's a trap doing here? Misty yelled in question at this. It seems pretty strange. Ash remarked looking around. Just help me out quick. Misty said, scared to be in the hole as she held her arms out for Ash. He bent over and grabbed Misty's hand. This is just not our day. Ash retorted looking winded. Misty nodded and too wondered the river bed still following it to take them to Brock. Ash sighed looking at the river. He heard a splash and looked and saw a blue Pokemon. Ash blinked at this and grabbed his Pokédex. Pokédex Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon. It has no arms, but its tail makes it a good swimmer. Ash nodded at this, I think he will be cool to have. He grabbed Naga's Pokeball. She came out with a hiss. She spotted the Poliwag and hissed in response. Alright Naga. Use acid spray. Naga hissed and hit the Poliwag with a powerful acid spray. The Poliwag cried out in alarm. Use skunk shot. Ash shouted watching the tadpole Pokemon with intense eyes. His Ekans hissed and shot a herd of gunk at the tadpole. It cried and fell back in the water. It came back up with angered eyes. It glowed starting to evolve. It became a Poliwhirl. Ash blinked and frowned at that. He grabbed his Pokédex. Pokédex Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokemon. Its highly developed muscles allow Poliwhirl to move efficiently on land, plus making it more agile in water. Ash glared at that explanation and yelled at Naga, alright girl. Let's kick it up. Naga hissed in agreement. Mud bomb. Ash yelled out. His Ekans hissed and released her bomb. It exploded and Poliwhirl went flying. It landed on the ground with a groan and started to slowly get up. Use wrap Naga. His Ekans slithered over fast and Vice gripped the tadpole Pokemon. She squeezed until it couldn't breathe any longer. Ash told her to release it and it fell down fainted. Ash smirked, good girl Naga. Ash grabbed his Pokeball and threw it at the Poliwhirl. Go Pokeball. It caught the tadpole Pokemon and he waited until it dinged. It took a few, but he got it. Ash smiled as his snake. Pokemon slithered to him. Great job Naga. I'm proud of you. He said stroking her scales gently. She hissed in delight then froze. Ash watched her froze and looked at her in worry. Naga, are you okay? He said with concern. Just as he asked that his Ekans started to glow. Ash widened his eyes and got a smile. Naga was evolving. He watched with bated breath as the glow went away to reveal his new Arbok. It blinked owlishly at him. Oh Naga. You're even more beautiful. Ash whispered and hugged his Cobra Pokemon. It hissed happily that her trainer still thought she was lovely. Misty smiled at the sidelines happy that Ash got 2 new Pokemon. Ash stroked her one last time before he returned her. They continued their looking for Brock at the river bed. Ash walked over a root on the ground avoiding it. Misty didn't and tripped over it. It triggered a trap. They were lifted into a tree with a capture net. They yelled in distress, kicking in the net. "Hey! How did we end up in a tree?" Ash shouted out with anger. "I don't know, do something." Misty shouted, looking distressed. Ash blinked at her. "What can I do?" he retorted, thinking about maybe getting Quake out to see if he could help. "Try wiggling. See if the net will open," Misty shouted. Ash started to wiggle the net. Oh. She didn't like the wiggling. Ash sighed, "This isn't helping at all, Mist." Misty frowned at that. "You got any better ideas?" "Let's hear them." Misty shouted at Ash angrily. Ash frowned at Misty's yelling but knew she was distressed, so he let her slide. They heard a noise. Bulbasaur. Ash looked over, turning to see Bulbasaur in the grass looking up at them. It had a smug look to him. Ash frowned at that, gripped the ropes on the net. "It's that Bulbasaur," Ash said to Misty. She blinked and peered down at it with question. The Bulbasaur started to walk away. Ash narrowed his eyes at that and sighed, knowing he wasn't going to be able to fight it. It wouldn't do to yell and scream in this net. What if he kicked Misty or hurt himself in the process? Looking over at the tree tops in the dense forest, Team Rocket popped out with binoculars. "The village we're looking for should be the other side of that bridge," Jessie said with a smirk. "Let's just hope the rumors are true," James answered with a grin. Coming out of the trees, Meowth smirked. "Tee-hee. Just you wait and see what Team Rocket has planned for you. You delicious little village," he said with a laugh. Team Rocket smirked once. Back to Ash and Misty, who were still in the net. Ash sighed. "Gee. I wonder happened to Brock." Ash said with worry. "I wonder too," Misty whispered, nervous for their friend. Ash smiled to Misty. "Don't worry, Mist. Brock's a rock Pokemon trainer. He can take anything," Ash retorted, trying to reassure his friend. She smiled at Ash's thoughtfulness. "Yeah. Ahoy." They heard. They looked down from the net to see Brock waving at them. "Hey Brock." Ash yelled in surprise, happy to see his friend. Misty smiled a greeting at her friend as well, glad he was okay. "Why are you hanging around in that tree?" Brock said, looking at them with question. They both scowled at that remark. Brock walked over and pulled out a pocket knife. He cut the rope not a second later. Ash and Misty felt their gravity hit the ground in seconds. They groaned at once. "That was nice, but maybe next time maybe you can let us down more gently?" Misty asked. Brock looked sheepish. "Yeah, sure." "Ah. Sorry," he said, scratching his hair with nervousness. Then Ash and Misty smiled after seeing Brock in front of them. "We've been looking all over for you," Misty shouted. Ash nodded. "We saw you fall into the river, then what happened?" Ash questioned. Brock nodded at this. "Well, I was been washed away in the rapids." It shows a clip of Brock almost drowning. His hand being held out to grab something along the way. He was grabbed by a girl near the river. "I got you, so hold on," she shouted and pulled him to land. He got on land and panted, happy to be out of the water. He looked to see a pretty young girl in front of him. "The girl who saved my life was incredibly beautiful," Brock stated with a smile. Ash blinked at this. "A beautiful girl, huh? That's cool, Brock," Ash said with a smile. "Doesn't hurt to be saved by a pretty girl." Brock led them to a small log cabin area. It had a river beside it, and sitting on a log when entering the site was a young woman. There were Pokemon all around her. Ash had to admit when coming in that he was rather beautiful. She turned to them and smiled. "Oh." Brock gave a happy grin and turned to his friends. "Melanie. This is Ash and Misty," Brock said, showing her to his friends. Ash gave a grin. "Hello." The girl Melanie smiled, seeing the scarred boy. "So you're Brock's friends?" "He told me all about you." she said, looking at the boy, Ash uncertainly seeing the scar. Brock told her that Ash was a little sensitive about it, so don't mention it. Misty smiled hearing Melanie's greeting. Great. Then she blinked seeing the Pokemon before her. Wow! Look at that! Misty shouted in surprise. All the Pokemon were eating out food bowls. All different forest kind were there. Do all those Pokemon belong to you? Misty questioned to Melanie. The girl looked towards Misty. Oh no. Melanie said with a laugh. Brock walked over and bent down to pet a Paras. This a place where Pokemon are able to come and relax. Brock stated. Ash thought it over for a sec, sorta like summer camp. He questioned. Brock smiled, sorta. But all year long. Pokemon who get abandoned or injured, they can come here. Melanie takes care of them until they feel better. Then they leave. Brock said, patting the Paras still. It chattered happily to him and he smiled. Misty then blinked the logic, so this is like a Pokemon center and Melanie is the doctor. Misty stated with a grin. Melanie smiled and shook her head. Oh no. I'm not qualified to be a Pokemon doctor. Brock laughed and stood up. This is more like a Pokemon help spa. Brock retorted. And then Misty blinked at this. Here the Pokemon don't have to battle one another. They relax and try to enjoy themselves. Until they recover. Melanie said, smiling. Cool, Misty said with a smile. Brock walked over to them with Paras at his heels. Melanie collects plants to use for medicine. She knows all about which plants that can help a Pokemon feel better or grow stronger when it's too weak. Ash looked excited at that prospect. So you and Melanie both love to take care of Pokemon? Ash said with a big smile. Brock gave a grin. We do. He said, smiling at Melanie who was playing with the forest Pokemon. Misty saw the look in his eyes and smirked. Well, it looks to me that there is something else Brock might love. Misty said with laughter. Brock blushed hotly at this and Ash blinked as he too gave a similar smirk to his female friend. They teased Brock, who jumped, putting his hands on their mouths. Be quiet or she might hear you. They laughed at that remark. They were checking the little village in wonder, then Ash stopped. I wonder who put that net up in that tree? Ash questioned. Misty blinked at that and looked confused. Probably the same person who dug the hole I fell into. Misty said, looking nervous. Melanie turned over after hearing that and looked upset. I'm sorry. I was the one who set those traps. I wanted to catch Pokemon trainers before they reached the village. Melanie said. Since you got caught. I guess they really work. Melanie asked and giggled. Ash and Misty still didn't like that they got caught, but the anger went away soon after. But why? Misty questioned. Melanie turned to look at the Pokemon. There are so many injured Pokemon here. I have to protect them. Melanie said with conviction. Ash then remembered something, so the bridge was a trap too. Melanie turned and nodded, yes. Ash frowned at that. Team Rocket was currently crossing the bridge. They were stepping through the rope holes for their feet to get into while crossing. They gripped the rope side that was still dangling. Across this bridge lays a lifetime supply of Pokemon. Jessie said with a grin. How will we ever going to carry them all? James said with question. Meowth was walking on 4 legs behind them since he had good balance. Don't worry. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Meowth stated. The bridge snapped and they all started to fall. It smashed them against a cliff side. They then fell off and into the raging river. The gang was still back at the hidden village. Brock was leading them around. I promised Melanie we wouldn't capture any Pokemon here. Brock stated, turning to them looking hard at Ash. The scar-ed boy in question gave a sheepish grin. I won't, Brock. I promise. Brock nodded at that. Misty got a smirk on her face. And did you seal the promise with a kiss? Brock smacked her head lightly, blushing hotly. Misty groaned and glared at Brock, then smirked again. Then that must mean you really do love her, she stated, and Brock smacked her head again. Brock was growling with his face blushing a cherry red. Ash sighed and turned away. Mist, just stop. Misty nodded, rubbing her head in pain. Yeah. Only bad guys only capture sick Pokemon. Ash then froze at that, but are those traps tough enough to keep robbers from this place? Ash questioned. Misty blinked at that and nodded, thinking it over. They then wondered if that was true. A scream hit the air as Team Rocket fell into one of Melanie's traps. They were getting annoyed with feeling for the trips. This is the third hole we've fallen into. How come nobody falls into one of our traps? We always fall into theirs. Jessie shouted in anger, holding a fist. James groaned and retorted, well, this one was cleverly hidden and well made. He commented on it. Jessie growled at James, I'm glad you're enjoying it. She looked sad to the statement. Meowth just growled in pain. They got out of the hole and started to walk forward again. They tripped one of the tree nets and were pulled up into the tree. They started to wiggle and kick. They shouted at each other. Stop pulling my tail. Meowth shouted in anger. The gang was currently helping Melanie with her Pokemon. Ash was currently being covered by Caterpie and Rattata since they knew he was great at petting. They all sighed when he got to the best part. Brock was currently petting the Paras that wouldn't leave his side with laughter. Misty was currently bent down talking to Oddish. I'm sorry about what happened in the forest, Misty said with sadness. The Oddish chattered, looking at Misty curiously. Misty gave it a gentle smile. I shouldn't have surprised you like that. Heh. You must have been really scared, she asked with a frown. The Oddish nodded at the girl. It was really scared. Misty nodded at this. Melanie told me that your old trainer got rid of you. Was it really that he thought that you were too weak? She questioned in sadness. The Oddish looked down sad and nodded. You know, some trainers can be insensitive, but not all of us are mean like that, Misty said with a gentle smile. She ruffled the Oddish's leaves and it closed its eyes at this, liking the petting. You just need to find a trainer who understands you, Misty said. The Oddish looked up at Misty and liked the girl already. She wanted Misty to be her trainer. She was interrupted by her thoughts by Misty. Anyway, I'm sorry about what I did and I hope we can be friends. Misty started to cry. The Oddish was taken back from this and looked saddened at Misty. It reached out and dried a tear. Misty blinked and looked at the Oddish in shock. Ah. You're sweet, Oddish. I am sorry. All I think about lately is winning. I hope I'm not becoming heartless. The Oddish looked at Misty and shook her head. If Misty was heartless, why would she shed tears for her? Ash came by after hearing Misty's remark. Misty, if you were heartless, then you wouldn't have saved me in my time of need. You would have left me bleeding in the river, Ash said, looking at Misty gently. She looked at Ash shocked and saw the gratefulness in his eyes. She smiled at that. Thanks, Ash. The Oddish heard this and looked at the scarred boy in shock. It saw the scar on its face and felt sad for the boy. While Oddish looked shocked at this, Misty was tackled by Bulbasaur. She hit the ground with a groan. Ash frowned at this and turned to glare at the Bulbasaur. It looked rather taken back seeing Ash's hollow brown eyes staring at him. His scar and stern expression didn't help it either, but Bulbasaur shook those thoughts away, growling at the girl. Hey, it's rude to tackle people, Misty shouted in rage. Ash nodded. She's right. Ash glared at the Bulbasaur, ready to give him a piece of his mind. Ash saw the expression on its face and smirked. I know what's happening. You're just mad that I was gonna beat you, but you chickened out and ran off, Ash retorted, thinking about its cowardly moment. He disliked cowards as Ash ran a hand to Scar in remembrance. That must be it, Misty shouted out behind him, looking at the Bulbasaur in anger. Ash growled, then. Let's see how tough you really are. He was about to grab one of his pokeballs. Please wait. Please. Melanie shouted and cut right in front of them. She was blocking their path to the Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur is only trying to protect Oddish. Melanie said. Ash blinked at that and looked behind it to see the Oddish watching them nervously. It wanted to go back to Misty, but Bulbasaur blocked its way. Bulbasaur volunteered to guard our whole village. Melanie stated. The others looked shocked at this statement. It protects all the injured Pokémon whenever enemies try to attack them. Melanie said with conviction. Ash and Misty looked at each other in shock. Melanie continued her tale, Bulbasaur is the bravest and most loyal Pokémon, I know. She said. Misty looked conflicted, so that's why it attacked me. It must have thought, I was taking Oddish from the village. Ash nodded at this, but still annoyed that it ran. He felt something pushing his legs and looked down. He saw Bulbasaur pushing his legs to move. Ash blinked at this in question. What's he doing? Ash asked looking at the Bulbasaur. Melanie looked shocked at this, Bulbasaur doesn't like Pokémon trainers. It wants you to leave the village now. Melanie said in confusion. Misty frowned at that, but we're not here to capture Pokémon. We want to help you. Misty said. Melanie nodded to the Bulbasaur still shoving Ash, it's true Bulbasaur. These are our friends. Melanie stated. Bulbasaur ignored their words and continued its actions. Ash blinked and smiled, Bulbasaur was worried about the other Pokémon. So it decided to be the village bodyguard. Now that's what I call bravery. It would be great to have a Pokémon like that. Ash said with a grin. Just then Team Rocket came down on floating balloons. It had 6 balloons holding them and a huge metal stadium up. They started their motto. Jesse, prepare for trouble. James, make it double. Jesse, to protect the world from devastation. James, to unite all people within our nation. Jesse, to denounce the evils of truth and love. James, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, Jesse. James, James. Jesse, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. James, surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, Meowth, that's right. They congratulated themselves about a job well done about not going through the forest and the traps. Team Rocket were happy to finally get towards the village. It set off at once looking for it. It found the log cabin and its huge shadow covered the village. Everyone in the village looked up in shock. Ah! Everyone shouted and jumped after the Gant floating stadium smashed into the ground. When Ash saw who it was he groaned, here we go again. He said with boredom. The only Jesse Stadium. It's the Team Rocket Pokémon Challenge. Jesse retorted. James looked annoyed, the flying stadium was my idea. James stated angrily. Jesse gave a sheepish grin. The doors opened on the side showing pipes. The Gant tube hit the ground and started SCK things in. It was a powerful wind. All Pokémon invited to enter the stadium. Jesse said with a grin. James smirked, step right up. Meowth gave a smirk and leaned over to taunt the others, but froze after seeing Ash's face glaring at him. He gulped and backed up to Jesse. Meowth. That kid can really hold a grudge. Ash groaned and grabbed a stereo about to be SCKED in, they never run out of ideas do they? Then he took off to the others with stereo in hand. Quick! Everyone in the cabin. Brock yelled out holding the cabin door open. Everyone Pokémon and people ran inside. Misty tripped while running to the cabin with Oddish. It was being SCKED in. No! Oddish! Misty shouted with worry. Oddish screamed being SCKED in. Bulbasaur grabbed her just in time and Oddish muttered gratefully to Bulbasaur while in his vines. Misty looked happy afterwards, Bulbasaur thank you. Ash ran up to her and handed stereo to her. Take Stereo. He handed the starfish to Misty and ran to Bulbasaur. He went behind it to give it a push. It looked shocked that this boy was helping him. Keep going, Bulbasaur. Ash shouted to the plant Pokemon. They finally got to the cabin in seconds. Misty closed the door in a slam. Team Rocket looked annoyed by this, that rotten little pest. He's always ruining our flawless plans. Jessie shouted, thinking of that Scared kid. Not this time. He's gathered them all in one place for us. James stated with a grin. Our super vacuum will SCK them up. Meowth shouted with a grin. The vacuum went towards the cabin and got very close to it. Team Rocket cheered themselves on. The vacuum SCKED and rattled the cabin. Bulbasaur hopped out and landed on the roof, glaring at Team Rocket. It used its vine whip and heading towards the machine. It smacked the machine left and right. Ash came out of the cabin and threw Talon's Pokeball. Talon. I choose you. Use your uproar attack. Ash shouted. Talon screeched and unleashed its powerful roar. It echoed through the forest and made its way to Team Rocket. They looked shocked at this and it blasted them away. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. They shouted. Ash smiled, seeing his Spearow doing a great job. He turned to Talon, who landed on the ground before his trainer. Wow, Talon. That was great. I knew learning that move would be great for you. Ash said with a grin. Talon nodded at this and cawed in happiness. Talon then froze and Ash blinked, wondering what was wrong. Talon felt a powerful surge go through his body. Everyone watched Talon evolve. Ash was breathless, taking in his new Fearow. Talon opened his eyes and cawed to the heavens. He flapped his new wings and gave a caw of happiness. He saw his trainer marveling him and Talon cawed to him gently. Ash smiled at him. Talon. Wow. You evolved. That's so great. Ash said with a great smile. He bent down and hugged his new bird Pokemon. Talon cawed and preened his trainer's hair. Ash groaned, hey. Stop that. Talon ignored it and continued its preening. Ash pouted at this. Everyone else laughed at this. Everyone finally left the cabin after realizing it was totally safe once more. Is everyone okay? Melanie said, looking everyone over. Ash smiled and nodded. I just got the wing knocked out of me. Talon cawed and nuzzled his trainer's side since he could no longer perch on his shoulder. Bulbasaur laughed at that. Bulbasaur. It said in happiness. Ash smiled down at the plant Pokemon. This village is well protected with this Bulbasaur here. Ash stated with a grin. Melanie then turned to Ash with a smile. Ash, don't you agree that Bulbasaur would make an excellent addition to your team? Melanie asked. Ash blinked at this response and then got a grin. Oh yeah. He would be great. Ash said with a smile. Melanie nodded. I think Bulbasaur should go with you. Ash looked at her shocked. Huh? He yelled in surprise. Bulbasaur stayed here to protect the weaker Pokemon. But this village is too small, the bulb on its back can't grow. It needs to go out into the world now. And I know you'll take good care of it. Melanie said, picking up Bulbasaur and holding him in her arms. Ash blinked at this. Please do me this favor. Take Bulbasaur with you on your journey. He'll be a good companion. She said, looking at Ash with a smile. Ash looked down to see Bulbasaur staring at him intently. Misty looked shocked at this, but what will happen to the village without Bulbasaur? She questioned to Melanie. Yeah. Who's gonna protect you? Brock said, looking at Melanie confused. It's true that Bulbasaur has done a great job. Maybe too great a job. You see, these Pokemon shouldn't remain in this village forever and ever. After they recover, the Pokemon are supposed to leave. But's too safe here, so none of them wants to go away. They don't want to return to the outside world. Melanie said. All the Pokemon hearing this looked down, realizing that. The Oddish and Parasect looked intently at Misty and Brock, hearing Melanie's explanation. It's better that they all return to the wild. That's where Pokemon belong, and hopefully someday they'll find food trainers like you. Of course, taking care of sick Pokemon will always be my mission. I know my job isn't finished until they return where they came from. So it's the day a Pokemon leaves is the most rewarding to me. She said to them. Everyone looked amazed at this. Melanie. Brock said quietly. You see, it's time for Bulbasaur to leave here. Please take it with you. It won't be a burden. I promise. Melanie said, looking softly at Ash. She knew he didn't like Pokemon who were unruly and injured him. She knew just by seeing that scar on his face. Bulbasaur still has a lot of growing to do. I want it to be with a place that it can surely grow strong and happy. I'm sure that place is with you, Ash. Melanie said calmly. Ash smiled at this. Well, if you really want me to dash, he was about to say when he heard Bulbasaur talking to Melanie. What did it say? Ash questioned. Melanie giggled. Bulbasaur, he'll join you on one condition. It wants to battle you in a Pokemon match. Right, Bulbasaur? Melanie said with a giggle. Bulbasaur nodded at the sentence and stared at Ash. Ha! If you want a match, you'll get it. Ash shouted with excitement. Ash and Bulbasaur stared at each other on the grassy field. Ash looked to Bulbasaur. Before this, I got a name for you. Ash stated. The Bulbasaur looked rather taken back from this and nodded to know that the boy had in mind. Ash gave a smile. I think Alpha would be great, you. Since you're like a leader to this village. Since you're a leader, I think that would fit you. Ash stated with a grin. The newly named Alpha nodded, liking the name. It was time to get back to the battle at hand. Ash keep a hand on his belt with the empty Pokeball. Bulbasaur growled. Ash nodded and yelled for Talon to fight. Talon screeched and flew onto the field. It stared his opponent down. Bulbasaur used its Vine Whip. Talon. Fury attack. Talon cawed and scratched Bulbasaur furiously. Bulbasaur growled in pain. It used Razor Leaf on the Fearow. Talon cawed and flew into the air. Ash nodded. Let's use that new move, boy. The one we've been working on. Ash shouted to his Fearow. Talon nodded and flew high into the air. Try attack. The Fearow came flying down at great speed and towards Bulbasaur. Talon fired a powerful beam and it smacked the plant Pokemon with great force. It roared with pain and on the dazed. Great job, Talon. Ash said to his Fearow with a grin. He then turned to the downed plant Pokemon. Alright. Pokeball go. Ash shouted through the Pokeball he had the Bulbasaur. It smacked the plant Pokemon and was SCKED in. It went to ding for a while. After a while it dinged, signaling the capture. It then teleported away. Ash smiled and turned to Talon. Talon. That was great. I'm so proud of you. Ash said in happiness. Talon cawed and nipped his trainer's fingers gently. Ash laughed. Bulbasaur. I'll miss you. Melanie said in sadness and happiness that Bulbasaur got a good trainer. Misty and Brock smiled that their friend got a good Pokemon. The gang was getting ready to leave to head to Vermilion City. Have a safe trip. Melanie said with a smile. I promise to take good care of Bulbasaur. Ash stated to Melanie. She giggled and nodded to him. Brock turned and asked if he could stay with Melanie. She laughed and turned him down, wanting him to have cool adventures with Ash and Misty. They were about to leave when Brock and Misty felt something on their legs. They looked down to see Paras and Oddish looking at them. They blinked in confusion. Wah? Brock questioned. Misty looked shocked. Oddish? They cooed at them. Melanie giggled. it seems 2 more Pokemon here want to come with you. Will you please take good care of them? Melanie asked. Brock stared at the Paras that wanted to go with him. Brock smiled and took a Pokeball. All right, Paras. You can come. Brock threw the Pokeball and it caught Paras with a ding. Misty bent down to slide Oddish's leaves. Are you sure, Oddish? Misty questioned. Oddish cooed she liked Misty a lot. Misty smiled and threw her Pokeball as well. Brock and Misty smiled that they caught new Pokemon. Ash gave a grin happy for his friends. Goodbye. Ash and crew shouted as they started to walk off. They walked away when Misty started to tease Brock, who looked sad. So what did Melanie say when you told her that you loved her? Did you kiss her goodbye? She said with a grin. Brock growled at this. That's enough stupid questions. Will you please stop embarrassing me? Brock shouted at Misty, putting a hand on her lips to shut her up. Ash smirked at this, happy to have great traveling buddies. He couldn't wait to see what else came his way. End chapter 8. Pokemon Ash has so far. Fiero, Talon, male, evolved. Gyarados, Mystic, female, evolved. Cloyster, Gem, female, evolved. Arbok, Naga, female, evolved. Primeape, Champ, male, evolved. Pinsir, Spike, male. Beedrill, Videl, female, mother's Pokemon. Sandshrew, Quake, male. Clefable, Tinker, female. Meowth, Botet, female. Eevee, Evlon. Female. Nidoran, Queen, female, mother's Pokemon. Graveler, Grav, male. Poliwhirl, Wave, male. Bulbasaur, Alpha, male. Ash is a ladies' man. Has more girls than Brock will ever get. Winky face. Listed is what I think could work in the next chapter. Squirtle. What do you think? Name any others you would think will work with him in this story. Chapter 9. Abandoned Charmander. Pokemon. Last time on Starting Things Differently. Ash turned to look who it was, then his face went to a frown in a matter of seconds. All his Pokemon growled at her. She suddenly found the ground interesting. I know, I came off as a beach. She muttered to herself. That's for sure. You make a Gyarados look like a Pidgey with your attitude. Of course not from you, Mystic. Ash stated bluntly to her and looked back at his Gyarados, apologetic. It roared, showing that it was fine with that statement since it agreed that the girl made her kind look kind with her attitude. Giselle winced at that, as did the gang looking on. Ow, that one was a burn. Misty said with a wince. Brock grimaced hearing that remark from Ash. I know that now, Ash. She whispered. Ash narrowed his eyes at her and lifted a brow. All right if you say so. He retorted, not buying her sudden change. Giselle looked sad at that. Well, if it's too much. I remembered the promise we made today. She stated. Giselle lifted her Pokeball towards Ash. Here. I promised you a Graveler if you bested me in battle. You won, so here's Graveler. She stated, holding the Boulder Pokemon's Pokeball. Ash blinked at that. Are you sure? Ash questioned. Giselle nodded. I don't deserve it with what I did to it today. She remarked. Ash blinked and gave a nod. All right. I'll take it. He gently took the ball from her and placed it on his belt. He smiled and turned to her. Thanks. It was a good battle. Ash stated. He knew she was a witch before, but a good opponent. Giselle smiled. I hope we battle again someday. She retorted. Misty smiled, walking beside Ash, and said to Giselle, I hope we can have another battle sometime. Giselle grinned at that and nodded to Misty. Ash laughed and smiled. He held out his hand. Giselle blinked and then settled to a smile. They shook hands, signaling a good match. They walked away from the Pokemon Tech and Ash smiled holding his new Pokemon. He wondered what he could do with a Graveler. He wondered in his mind. He couldn't wait what else was gonna happen on his journey. He felt Evlon liking his chin and looked down at his evolution Pokemon. He laughed soon afterwards. Present. Ash was walking along the path with the crew following him close behind. He couldn't believe that Talon evolved. It felt weird that he wouldn't have his little tiny bird Pokemon on his shoulder anymore and he felt naked without him there. The thought quickly went away when he knew his Fearow had reached his full potential. Ash grinned at this. He was also happy that he got one of the starters he wanted in the beginning of his journey, but woke up too late to get one. He smiled inwardly at the thought. Ash was very happy his team was getting stronger, they were almost all evolved. Just then he felt something wiggling from his belt and Ash stopped to see what was wrong. He saw it was his EV's ball. It popped open and Evlon came out and yipped at seeing him. She jumped into his arms and liked his face. Ash blinked at this and stared at her, then his face softened into a smile. "Do you want to be my traveling buddy? Is that what you wanted?" Ash asked with a grin at his evolution Pokemon. She yipped in agreement and pointed her paw at his heart. "You love me?" Ash asked with a whisper. Evlon yipped and snuggled to her trainer, showing she didn't want him to be lonely. Ash smiled lovingly at her and petted her fur softly. "Thanks Evlon, you're a one-of-a-kind," Ash said softly to his drowsy Eevee who yawned. She slept in his arms and Ash carried her. Ash saw Misty and Brock smiling. "She wants to be my new traveling buddy," Ash said with a smile. "I can see that," Brock retorted with a smile. Misty got sparkly-eyed at the sleeping Eevee whose paw was dangling over Ash's arm. "Oh. She's so cute. I want one." Misty yelled in earnest. Ash blinked and laughed sheepishly. They continued walking down the main road to the Pokemon Center. Ash wanted to have his Pokemon checked after all the traveling they had been doing. They took a break from all the walking they've been doing today. Ash was currently looking around for new Pokemon. He looked in his binoculars to see only Spearow. He sighed, "There are only Spearow around here. I already got Talon," Ash stated. Evlon yipped and liked her trainer, showing not to get discouraged. He smiled and petted his fox-like Pokemon on the ears. Misty glared and turned to him. "Well, that's the least of our worries, isn't it?" she said angrily. Ash narrowed his back at her. "Just because we're a little lost doesn't mean that I have to stop catching all the Pokemon I can, does it?" Ash said with question. Misty frowned. "Of course not, enjoy yourself," she stated with sarcasm. She sighed afterwards. "I just can't take one more step further. We've been looking for Vermilion City for 10 whole days." Misty shouted and flailed her arms everywhere in anger. Brock blinked and saw something. "Hey Misty, there's a bug on your dash," he was gonna say. Misty screamed and hopped on Ash's back. He groaned, feeling Misty's weight on him. Evlon yipped angrily for the girl to get off. "Ah! Get it away!" Misty shouted, scared of the bug being on her. Brock blinked and looked sheepish as he held up a cattail reed. "Ah! It was just a piece of grass," he said with a grin. Misty looked angered after hearing that and growled. Brock was still laughing before getting hit in the face by Misty's foot. She shouted to the heavens, "I'm going crazy. Where are we?" Ash frowned, wondering that too when he saw Brock's map floating in the air after Misty's kick to the face. He looked at his twitching friend on the ground before he grabbed the map and read it. According to this, we're right in the middle of nowhere. "But it looks like Route 24 leads right to Vermilion City," Ash said with a blink and pointed it to Misty. Misty looked excited after hearing that. "Does this trail take us to Route 24, she said in happiness, wanting out of this forest. Ash nodded. "According to my calculations it does," Ash said with a smile. Misty grinned. "All right. Then let's get this show on the road." She walked past the downed Brock. Misty was walking ahead of everybody when she saw a shadow stretch in front of her. Misty got very nervous and turned to the others. "Hey, Ash, take a look at this thing," Misty whispered. Ash looked at the long shape before him and blinked. "I wonder what it is?" Ash asked to himself. Brock peered up at this. "Evelyn, can you see what it is, girl?" Ash said, looking at his EV. Evelyn turned to her trainer and nodded. They all got closer to it and looked. What they saw was a large rock, and laying down on it was a Charmander. It looked at them curiously. "A Charmander," Brock said in surprise. The lizard Pokemon yawned cutely at them. They all fell over at that with sweat drops. Pokédex Charmander, a flame burns on the tip of its tail from birth. It is said that a Charmander dies if its flame ever goes out. Ash blinked at this response and gave a smile. "When I went to get my first Pokemon from Professor Oak, I was disappointed that I couldn't get a Charmander. Now I can catch my own," Ash said with a smile. He always loved the lizard starter, instead he got that rat. Good riddance too. Stupid cowardly rat. Ash thought. He tightened his grip on Evelyn at the thought of Pikachu. Evelyn yipped at this and liked her trainer's neck in response. Misty peered at the Charmander. "I dunno. It looks like it's in bad shape," Misty said, looking at the panting Charmander. Brock noticed this. "Yeah. Catch it and we'll take it to the Pokemon Center for help," Brock said, turning to Ash, who nodded and went to grab an empty Pokeball. He threw it at the Charmander and it blinked at this, then narrowed its eyes and frowned. It used its tail to smack the Pokeball away. The Pokeball fell right back into Ash's hands. He blinked in shock at this action. "It looks really healthy to me. Do you think I should use Evelyn to battle it and make it easier to catch?" Ash asked, turning to look at Brock flabbergasted. Misty looked at Ash. "Why don't you let me catch it? My water Pokemon are stronger and can weaken it," she asked curiously. Brock frowned at this and looked towards the lizard. "Hold on a minute. Take a look at the flame on its tail," Brock stated, pointing to Charmander's tail. They all looked to see it panting and saw its very small flame. "There's no way it can still have the strength to battle, Ash. Try the Pokeball one more time," Brock said, looking towards Ash. Ash narrowed his eyes at this and nodded. "Okay." He threw the Pokeball and it hit the upset Charmander. Ash smirked at this, ready for it to ding, but to his amazement the Pokeball spat out Charmander. Ash blinked at this owlishly and the ball hit him in the head. Ash groaned at this and growled at the lizard Pokemon. "No one threw things at him. No one. It sure has a lot of spunk," Brock retorted, looking the Charmander over. Ash glared. "A little too much if you ask me," Ash stated, looking sad at the little lizard. Misty frowned. "I think this Charmander has an attitude problem," she said with her hands on her hips. Ash glared at the lizard and Evelyn blinked at the lizard herself. She yipped for Ash to put her down. Ash blinked at this and gently put her down. She walked up the rock and peered at the Charmander. "EVVE?" she questioned. The Charmander blinked at this and growled at her. "Charmander." They started to communicate and Evelyn looked shocked at this. She ran back to Ash. "What's the story, Evelyn?" Evelyn ran over and started to do gestures. Ash looked at them. "A man?" Evelyn nodded and continued. Ash frowned at this after hearing more and more from Evelyn. Everyone saw his expression. "What's the matter, Ash?" Misty asked, seeing Ash's expression. "Evelyn says that this Charmander is waiting on that rock for his trainer to get him," Ash stated, looking at the Charmander seriously. Misty blinked astonished. "You mean it belongs to somebody?" Ash frowned at this. "Well, I'm not exactly sure. But Evelyn has never been wrong," Ash said, looking at his EV, who yipped yes in response to that. Ash smiled and gathered her in his arms. Brock nodded. "Well, if it's waiting for someone, then we better leave it. It's probably best that its own trainer takes care of it," Brock stated. Ash nodded at this. "I hope his trainer comes back soon," Ash said, looking at the lizard Pokemon in pity. He and the others walked away soon afterwards. Storm clouds started appearing after they left. The gang were walking along the road for a while and Misty stopped something. "Hey guys! Take a look over there," she shouted in happiness. The others ran over the hill to see what she was happy about. "It's the Pokémon Center." Misty shouted and pointed it to them. Ash smiled, "The one on the map. Route 24 can't be too far," he said with a grin. Just then the storm hit. The rain started to downpour on them and Evelyn whined at getting wet. Ash gathered her and covered her in his jacket. He ran off with her and zipped his jacket on the way. "Hurry!" Ash shouted, running to the Pokémon Center to avoid getting soaked. Everyone nodded and ran to the Pokémon Center. In the forest the Charmander was using a huge leaf as an umbrella. It didn't want to get really wet and have his tail go out. He hoped his master got here soon. In the Pokémon Center everyone was really warm and cozy. It was storming like crazy outside and the trainers inside were grateful to be inside. Ash was at the cafeteria table with Eevee sitting in his lap. Brock was sitting across from him quiet with his hand on his chin. Ash was currently petting his Eevee tenderly. She purred in response to this and stretched for more. Misty came over and handed him soup. "Here's some nice hot soup," she said with a chirp. "Thanks Misty," Ash said with a smile. "Here's some soup Brock." She frowned seeing Brock's expression when he didn't answer. "What's wrong?" she questioned. "I wonder. Do you think anybody picked up that Charmander yet? What if its trainer left it there?" Brock wondered, looking worried. Ash frowned at that response. He hated people and Pokémon who abandon others. Ash pressed a hand to his scar of that. "I don't think Charmander would wait around this long, do you?" Ash stated. "He wouldn't in this storm." Brock perked up at that. "I don't either Ash." "Its trainer must have gotten it by now," Brock said and smiled happy that lifted Ash's worries away. Ash nodded and was about to eat his soup when laughter caught his attention. Brock noticed the laughter too. The gang looked over to see a group of boys crowded around a kid on a couch. "Wow! You sure got a lot of them," one kid shouted. "Wow, that's for sure," another kid said. The main kid smirked. He had blue hair and wore a pink t-shirt. He had on a brown cowboy vest, black leather pants and cowboy belt. He had a mixture of cowboy and biker looks to him really, the group thought to themselves. "Just look at them. It's a pretty cool collection," the kid said looking smug. Another kid said, "Heh heh. Way cool." The kid smirked to himself. Ash thought he looked like a JRK. "You're the man Damien," said another kid. "Yo, I thought you had a Charmander too," another kid questioned. The kid Damien frowned at this. "Yeah. I had one, but that puny thing was so weak it couldn't defeat the weakest opponents," he said smugly to them. Ash and crew frowned at this. "I don't like his attitude," Misty said with a frown crossing her arms. "Charmander may be weak against water Pokémon, but if their trainers work hard they can become strong," Brock stated fiercely hearing Damien. "So what did you do with that Charmander?" the same kid questioned. Damien smirked. "Oh, I left it on some rock in the woods." The gang froze at this in shock. "That thing is so stupid. No matter what I do it keeps on following me. I finally got rid of it by promising I would come back for it. It fell for it. It's probably still there waiting for me," he said with laughter. Ash clenched his fist at that remark. He was starting to see red at this point. How dare he leave that Charmander? Brock frowned at this and was about to get up when he heard a snarl. He looked over to see who did. Ash got up from the table in an instant. Misty and Brock blinked at him until they saw his eyes. They recoiled in shock. He looked possessed and his eyes were like seeing two glaciers. He growled and walked away from the table and made his way to Damien. Damien was still laughing at this until he felt someone grab his neck. He was shoved into the couch back intensely. Damien looked alarmed. Hey, what's the big-eyed dash? He froze, seeing a scarred face staring into his and saw cold eyes staring into the depths of his soul. He flinched, seeing that one of them looked dead. Who the hell are you? Damien shouted in anger. Ash growled at this and squeezed his neck. Damien gagged at this. Everyone in the Pokemon Center looked alarmed at this. Damien's friends looked ready to jump in when they saw Brock and Misty blocking them. Brock and Misty looked over at Ash in worry. It was scary seeing him like this. Ash gave Damien a look from hell. How dare you call yourself a trainer, Ash said coldly. Damien blinked at this. Wah. Ash glared and tightened his grip. Damien widened his eyes. Dude, you're crazy. What did I do to you? Ash then got a dark smile. You didn't do anything to me. It's what you did to your Pokemon. It's creatures like you who abandon others. You all should get together, it'll be easier to beat the shit out of you then. Ash got a bloodthirsty look then, and the others flinched at this. Why do you care? It's not your Pokemon. Damien shouted. He was rendered silent after a fierce punch to the face. It made him see stars for a second until Ash lifted him up by his shirt. What to do with you? Since you seem so keen about causing your Charmander pain. I think you can deserve some pain yourself, Ash said, pondering. Everyone looked frightened by that. Ash cracked his fingers and backhanded Damien, who cried out. Not fun, is it? This is what your Charmander is feeling at this second in this storm, Ash stated. Ash kicked Damien around for a few more minutes until he was a bleeding, twitchy mess on the floor. Damien groaned in the end. Ash stared down at him coldly. I'm gonna get your Charmander and get it some medical care. You can just lay here, you piece of shit, Ash stated and spat on the floor beside Damien. He walked away and people parted for him in case he decided to go after them as well. His friends looked worried as Ash drew closer. He turned to his friends and calmly said, "Let's get Charmander," he stated, leaving no room for argument. They nodded. Right. They turned to Nurse Joy, saying to keep things prepared. Nurse Joy nodded and looked worried at Ash after seeing his fight with Damien. They then ran out into the storm soon after. Brock leading the way with Ash a close second. Evelyn was at his heels, making sure to keep up with him. Misty following behind them as quick as she could. This is dangerous going out in a storm like this to help a Pokemon. We could catch pneumonia, Misty said in worry. Ash turned to glare at her, his eyes a little softer than earlier. If you don't want to come, you can run back to the center, Ash stated while running through the puddles. Misty smiled and shook her head. Gotta help a Pokemon in need. Back with the Charmander, it was currently curled up under the large leaf to keep itself dry from the storm. He was unaware of being watched from the tall grass. He was alerted after hearing screeches. He cried out in pain as 4 Spearow started attacking him until a rock was thrown. The Spearow all got angry at that. Ash threw the stone at the attacking Spearow. It reminded him of when he got attacked. One of them went near his face to scratch it and he went nuts. Talon! Ash shouted and sent his Spearow out. Talon came out and saw what was happening and unleashed a powerful uproar attack on all the Spearow. Ash glared at them as they all flew away. He then ran over to the rock to check on Charmander. Brock was already there looking grim. Ash was shocked when he saw it. Huh? Oh no! The flame on its tail is almost out. Ash cried out, worried for the Charmander. Brock nodded and gave it his jacket to keep warm. Let's get it to the Pokemon Center, he stated in alarm. Ash nodded and unzipped his jacket to use it to cover Charmander's tail. I'll make sure its tail flame stays lit. Ash stated and covered the lizard's tail with his jacket. They all ran to the Pokemon Center, fighting the icy wind and rain. They all kept sneaking glances at the Charmander in Brock's arms. Ash kept a firm hold on the jacket to keep it covering the Charmander. He saw the tail was still lit. Come on! You can make it, Charmander! Brock shouted with encouragement. They saw the Pokemon Center and sprinted faster than ever. Nurse Joy was by the window waiting for them to show. She heard the doors slam open and turned to them and saw the kids before her looking tired and distressed. The one named Brock had a jacket wrapped around a Pokemon. Joy. Please help us, Ash said looking really worried. Nurse Joy looked scared and ran over to the wrapped Pokemon. What? What is it? What's wrong? She shouted in alarm. Brock panted one last time and looked to Nurse Joy. This Charmander is in bad shape, he said in worry. Ash looked up and stared at her with sadness, the flame on its tail. She looked alarmed at that and saw it looked almost out. There's not much time. She took the Charmander and ran to the intensive care unit. The others followed her as she placed Charmander on a medical bed. They wondered if the Charmander was going to be fine. Will it survive? Brock asked looking at the lizard Pokemon in worry. Nurse Joy frowned at that. Charmander is very weak, she stated and turned to them angrily. How could you get it into this condition? The others were taken aback by this. Ash shook his head back and forth. It's not our fault. Damien is the one who abandoned it, Ash said with a scowl after mentioning that loser's name. What? Nurse Joy said in shock after hearing that. Ash looked down at this point. Well. Damien promised Charmander he would come back for it. Charmander is loyal to Damien so it believed him, Ash said in sadness. Poor Charmander. Nurse Joy said looking at the unconscious lizard Pokemon in sadness. She then turned to the others. And Damien just left with the rest of them, Nurse Joy stated looking upset. Ash frowned at this. If I ever see that loser in front of me again, he'll have my Mystic to deal with. Look at what his abandoning did to a loyal Pokemon, Ash said with a snarl. The others nodded knowing what Ash said would surely happen if that kid showed up again. I dunno if I want him to though. Everyone thought after seeing Ash's expression. Evelyn yipped and Ash's stone expression turned into a gentle one as he picked up his fox-like Pokemon. She liked his face to make her trainer happier and it did. Nurse Joy, I'm begging you, please save it. Charmander's got to get better. Brock said fiercely. Nurse Joy nodded seeing his face and stated, I'll do whatever I can. With that she set to work and the others went out to the waiting area. The others waited outside the emergency room worried for the little guy's health. Ash played with his Evelyn and Botet in the meantime. He was worried about the Charmander, but he needed to keep his thoughts happy. He smiled feeling the purring at his neck when his Meowth got on his shoulders to nuzzle his face. He laughed more when he felt his Eevee liking under his chin. Okay. Okay, you two stop it. That tickles. The Pokemon cooed at him and continued. They all went into his lap and curled up. The others smiled at this happy moment of peace then frowned remembering that Charmander was fighting for his life. Charmander, you got to hold on. Please keep your flame burning, Brock thought seeing the happy interaction Ash had with his Pokemon. He wanted Charmander to have something like that. They continued watching the light signal for hours until they saw the light go out. Nurse Joy came out grim and then turned to look at them in a smile. She gave the peace sign signaling that it was a job well done. Everyone smiled at that and got up to peer into the room and saw Charmander still asleep on the bed. Charmander's recovering. It should be fine by morning, Nurse Joy said with a smile letting them peek in to see the lizard Pokemon. That's the spirit Charmander, Brock thought when looking at the Pokemon. It was morning now and everyone was still sleeping. Ash was currently having two puffballs laying around him. His Meowth was sleeping on his legs and Eevee was sleeping on his chest. He had a warm pink sheet on and was very content asleep. Misty was curled up into a ball asleep. All was fine until they heard Brock's shout, "Wake up!" Ash froze and shot up in alarm. He almost threw Evelyn off in fright. Same with Botet who was at his feet. Ash dazedly looked towards Brock with sleepy eyes. "What's up, Brock?" Ash questioned with a yawn. His Pokemon glared, hoping it be a good reason to, since they were happily asleep on their warm trainer. Misty got up and rubbed her eyes. "Yeah, Brock. What's the matter?" she stated, not happy to be up this early in the morning. They saw their friend panting, and it most not be a good sign, they thought. "It's Charmander. Charmander has escaped from the ER." Brock shouted in worry. Ash looked at Brock in shock. "But how?" Ash questioned. They ran to Nurse Joy, who looked worried, looking at the bed Charmander had been sleeping on. The windows were open behind her, blowing the curtains. They all noticed this. Ash looked at Nurse Joy. "I bet it went back to that rock to wait for Damien," Ash stated, looking sad for the creature who was sure its trainer would come for it. "We gotta go back," Brock shouted in alarm. Misty frowned and looked at Brock. "But that's no use. We can't force Charmander to come with us if it wants to wait for Damien, even if he's a lying creep," Misty stated, knowing you can't force somebody to do something they don't want, even if it's the right thing to do. Nurse Joy nodded. "She's right. There's nothing you can do until Charmander realizes the truth," she said sadly. They all looked grim at this, realizing it might be a while when they saw how stubborn it was. Charmander was making his way up the hill, intent on going back to the rock. It was grateful that those trainers saved him from the storm and got his tail to safety. He wanted to go back to Damien, but he realized Damien had not once came back. He looked back to the Pokemon Center below and frowned. He was thinking of maybe going back to them. He rather liked the kindness they gave him. The group decided to head out. Ash returned Botet so she could rest. He would let her out later for some more freedom. They were walking in silence, and Brock looked bummed as he sighed. "I thought Charmander understood we cared about it," he said sadly. Ash heard this and turned to his friend. "Brock, Charmander knew that we cared, but didn't you see, it couldn't have forget Damien. It's still loyal to him." Evelyn yipped at this with a nod. "That's why it went back," Ash stated to Brock, knowing how loyal Pokemon can be. He knew since his Pokemon were truly loyal to him. If one misbehaved, then they would deal with the whole team. Brock nodded at Ash's answer. Misty gave them a smile. "Let's get going. Route 24 is just ahead. Once we get to Vermilion City, there'll be plenty of Pokemon," Misty said with a grin, trying to cheer everyone up. Team Rocket were currently staring at their new invention. They couldn't wait to SEK up new Pokemon. They have been following that scarred boy for a while now, since they realized he had such valuable Pokemon. They were also annoyed with him as well because of his strong Pokemon. They shuddered remembering his Gyarados. They looked proud of themselves with their new invention though. It was a tank thing with a satellite, metal arm, and a little of everything they could think of. Jesse, prepare for trouble. James, make it double. Jesse, to protect the world from devastation. James, to unite all people within our nation. Jesse, to denounce the evils of truth and love. James, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, Jesse. James, James. Meowth growled. Mind if I cut in? Huddle up, they'll be here soon. Meowth stated. James nodded. Finally a foolproof plan to capture that twerp's Pokemon. James said with a smirk. I'm so excited. I can't wait to test our new automatic super speed whatchamacallit. Jesse said in happiness. They all stared at each other and nodded. Start it up. They pressed the button, hearing the sounds of it working. So what does this thing do anyway? Meowth questioned, looking at the machine in awe. He saw the thing spinning and turning. Out of it came a drill, and it started to make a hole in the ground. He got set at this. Not another hole driller. We tried that already, he shouted angrily. The other Rocket members ignored him. If at first it doesn't coquette, try again, Jesse stated. James nodded. This time we'll remember where the hole is, James said with a grin. The machine stopped digging and they got to work on covering the hole. They made it blend in nicely, but Meowth looked nervous. "Are you sure you guys will remember where the hole is set?" Meowth said in a hurry. The rocket members looked at him annoyed. "Don't you think we're smarter than that?" Jessie questioned. Meowth wisely kept his mouth shut. He then twitched his ears, picking up the sounds of footsteps and the noticeable sound of the twerp. He shuddered thinking of that kid. "Geez, it was one lousy scratch and that kid wants to bite my head off or something," Meowth thought. "Here they come," he said, spotting them and pointing to them with his paw. The rocket members ran into the woods fast. Jessie pressed a button to get the machine to hide as well. The group started to get close to the trap and the rocket members smirked at this. "They're getting warm," Jessie said with a grin. "They're getting warmer," James stated. "They're burning up," Meowth answered lastly. They saw the EV walk over it no problem. They frowned at this. "You made it too hard," Jessie said to James. "I'm not the one who covered it with too much dirt," James retorted angrily. "Quiet," Meowth stated after scratching them to be silent. They saw the others walking over the whole trap. Ash was walking when he paused, hearing a crack. He froze and tilted his head, feeling the ground below him shake. "Wow. Did you guys feel that?" Ash questioned. "Yeah," Brock said, nodding his head, stopping with Ash. Misty leaned in. "Feel what?" They heard the sound of a snap and the ground below them broke and they saw the hole where they then fell and screamed. Evie ran over to the hole and peered in. She saw her trainer and his friends looking dazed. "VVE," she yipped in worry. Then her ears twitched, hearing the sound of footsteps. "I can't believe they fell for it." Meowth stated in mirth that the kids fell in the hole. Evlon heard him and glared. "Our plan worked. We're geniuses," Jessie said in happiness. "Come with us, little Evie, you belong to us now," James retorted with a smirk. Evlon growled at that. The only person who she belonged to was Ash. She started to fire a shadow ball at them, but it did little damage to them. "You're gonna have to try harder than that, Evie, if you want us gone," Jessie stated. Evlon yipped in worry. She ran away from them. "We'll use this bazooka cannon. It's good for electric Pokemon, so it should be great with that EV," James said and got out the cannon. He launched it and it followed after the EV. Evlon saw it and tried to avoid it, but it got her. She cried out for Ash. Ash heard Evlon. "Evlon," he shouted out of worry for his little fox Pokemon. He kept trying to climb the walls of the hole to get out. It was really hard and he kept sliding back down. Ash growled out in frustration. "Come on guys, you got to get up," Ash said, glaring at the top of the hole. Misty groaned and glared at him. "Yes, Ash. We would love to get up. Unfortunately you're standing on us," she growled out. Ash blinked and looked down in shock. Indeed he was, and they were twitching at this. Then they heard Jessie's laughter. "Well, hello down there. Thank you so much for dropping in," she stated with a smirk. James held up Evlon in the rubber balloon bag. "Don't worry, Evie is safe with us. We wouldn't lose it like you did," James said smugly. Evlon whined at this and looked at Ash for help. Ash growled at that, his hand already on Mystic's ball. "Oh. They are so gonna get that one. I hope Mystic fires them a new one," Ash thought. He saw Evlon's expression. "Evlon. Don't worry girl," he shouted to his saddened Evie. Team Rocket laughed and walked away. "Let's get out of here," Meowth stated. Just then they heard a voice. "Charmander." Team Rocket turned to it and saw a small Charmander staring at them hard. "What is that thing?" Jessie stated, blinking at the fire lizard. It started to point at the EV frantically. "What's it saying?" James questioned. Meowth was blinking at this and turned to his team. "It's saying that you better give Evie back to those guys right now," Meowth stated. Jesse frowned at this. It's got to be kidding. James narrowed his eyes at this. Now step aside, you insolent little firebug, we haven't got time to play with you, James stated. Meowth nodded and walked in front of them. Team Rocket plays rough. So get moving, Meowth grunted. The Charmander got angry at this and started to growl silently. It clenched its fists. Team Rocket blinked at this in wonder. Charmander then unleashed a very powerful flamethrower attack. It barbecued the Rocket members and they were so overwhelmed that they dropped Evlon's bag. They ran away soon afterwards. You see. Didn't I tell you we needed fireproof uniforms? James cried out. Jesse growled out, shut up and keep running. Some geniuses. Meowth retorted while they ran off. It looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, they shouted. When they were gone, Damien came out of the woods watching them run off. Charmander beat them? Damien questioned in shock. Ash and the crew were crawling out of the hole. Ash saw Evlon and ran to her. She yipped at him and jumped into his arms. Evlon. I was so worried about you, girl, he cried out and hugged her tightly. She yipped in happiness to be in his arms and liked his face. He turned to Charmander, thank you, Charmander. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have Evlon in my arms again, Ash said with a smile. Charmander nodded. Ash then turned to help out the others with Evlon in his one arm. He and Misty helped Brock out of the hole. Wow, thanks for the help, Charmander. Brock said in gratitude. Misty smiled. You see, Brock, Charmander knew we cared. That's why it's here, she said with a smile. Brock nodded and said, way to go. Then Brock got himself totally out of the hole. Ash turned to look down at Charmander. Charmander. How would you like to join up with us? I'm afraid your trainer isn't going to be coming back, Ash said and grimaced at the word trainer for that loser. He was then interrupted by the sound of that said loser. Hey Charmander. Been looking all over for ya. The group turned to see Damien. Ash smirked at seeing Damien's black eyes and red cheeks. Charmander blinked at his trainer's appearance, wondering what happened. Damien flinched at seeing Ash, but straightened his back. Brock glared. What do you want, Damien? Damien smirked and looked at Charmander. I came back for Charmander just like I promised, Damien stated. Charmander looked shocked at that. So let's go, Damien said with a grin. Ash growled at that, knowing a loser like him wouldn't keep a promise. Charmander looked sad and looked to the group, then back at his trainer. Brock saw this action and said, careful. This trainer has already abandoned you once before. Damien heard this and smirked, Charmander is mine. I'm the one who caught it, remember? Ash growled at this, tightening his grip on his EV. Damien, you're the one you bragged about how you abandoned it in the first place. Damien smirked, making his black eyes look darker. Good thing I did, that toughened it up. Besides, what's wrong with dumping a weak Pokemon? Damien said with a smirk. Ash growled at that. It looks like that beating I gave him did nothing. Maybe another one should do the trick, Ash twitched his fingers at that thought. Charmander heard this and looked down in sadness. I wasn't gonna come back for it, but now that I could see what it can do, I'm real glad I ran into you guys. Damien said with a dark smile. Charmander looked horrified after hearing this. The others growled at this. Ash was ready to go over there and finish what he started earlier. The best thing is, I didn't have to raise it myself. Damien said with a laugh. Misty frowned. That's terrible, she said in disgust. Brock growled at that remark from Damien. Raising a Pokemon is the best part of being a trainer, he argued. Damien looked bored at that. You wish. It's the most boring part of the job. Damien answered. Brock growled. How dare you call yourself a Pokemon trainer, he yelled out, remembering Ash said that to Damien last night. Misty frowned and walked to kneel before Charmander. You see? He doesn't care about you, he just wants to use you to win matches, she said angrily. Charmander looked downhearted at this point. Ash growled at this. Charmander, he whispered, feeling the Pokémon's pain of being abandoned. Everyone shouted at Charmander. Damien growled. Charmander, return. He threw his Pokeball at the lizard Pokémon. Charmander blinked and hit the Pokeball with its tail. It went flying right into Damien's face. Everyone looked shocked at this. The ball fell off of Damien's face and he looked sad. That's it. I'll crush you with every Pokémon I have. Damien shouted, holding a pile of Pokeballs in his arms. Charmander growled and unleashed a flamethrower at him. Evelyn yipped at this and fired a Shadow Ball with Charmander. It hit Damien with a lot of force. When the attack stopped, Damien cried out. Mommy, he whimpered and was about to run away. Ash smirked at Evelyn. That was good girl. I want to give him my response before he goes. Ash calmly walked up to Damien and placed his hand firmly on the other guy's arm. Where do you think you're going? Ash stated, his eyes looking cold to the kid. Damien flinched at Ash's gaze. What are you gonna do? Damien exclaimed, already in pain from last night and from minutes ago. Ash smirked, I already left my markings on you, but I have a friend of mine who hates people who abandon others. I know she wants to talk to you, Ash stated and grabbed a Pokeball from his belt. He threw Mystic out. She came out with a roar to the heavens. Damien froze at seeing the Gyarados. She turned and glared down at the boy. She curled around Ash protectively and gave an angry rumble. Ash smirked at this. Damien looked frightened beyond this point, seeing that Ash looked scary with a Gyarados curled up around him. He looked like a demon of hell. Damien was backing away at this point. Stay away. Ash shook his head. Mystic, why don't you show him how you feel? His Gyarados roared in approval and sent Damien flying away with a powerful aqua tail. Damien soon became a dot and disappeared. Ash grinned at this and turned to walk back to the others. Mystic slithering behind him, rumbling in content of getting rid of a loser like that. Ash smiled at this and smiled down at the odd Charmander looking at him. The Charmander looked at Ash with unbelievable eyes. He sent his old trainer flying and showed that he cared about his safety. Charmander was touched by this and walked over to grab Ash's pants leg. Ash blinked and saw the fondness Charmander had for him in his eyes. Ash turned to look at Brock, since he knew he took the most to care for him. Brock placed a hand on Ash's shoulder. You take him, Ash. It'll be a great Pokémon. Brock said with a smile. Ash shook his head. But Brock, you saved it. You deserve it, Ash said, looking intensely at his friend. Brock shook his head. You did so much more. You showed me that you cared. Not many people would defend a Pokémon's rights like you did in the center. You gave Damien a piece of his own medicine. Also, don't forget that you're the one who kept the flame on his tail lit. I'm sure you'll raise Charmander to become a great Pokémon, Brock stated, looking at Ash in approval. Ash smiled and then nodded. Thank you, Brock. Ash then turned to Charmander. Alright, Charmander, welcome to the team. Ash smiled, grabbing a Pokeball. Charmander called out in happiness and nuzzled Ash's leg. Ash laughed and petted the scales softly and snickered, hearing the rumbles Charmander gave at this. I think the name for you should be Torch. Ash said, petting Charmander. The lizard Pokémon blinked at this and rather liked it. The newly named Torch called out one last time before being captured in the Pokeball. It dinged and was instantly teleported away. Ash smiled at this and looked down at the EV at his feet. I'm so glad that you're okay, girl. I don't know what I would have done if Team Rocket took you or anyone else, Ash said, looking at his EV and to his Gyarados, who was still out. He knelt down and hugged his EV. You're one of my best friends, girl. The whole team is my best friend, Ash said looking at Evelyn gently. She yipped and liked him before she froze. Evelyn, what's the matter, girl? Ash questioned in worry with his evolution Pokemon. He watched her glow before he realized she was evolving. Wow, Ash said in wonder. The glow disappeared and he saw a lavender-long fox-like cat with a red gem on her forehead. The newly evolved Evelyn opened her new eyes that were a light violet. Esp. She cried out and climbed into her trainer's lap to lick him in the face. Ash laughed and pulled out his Pokédex. Alright girl, can you stay there for a second? I need to know what you are now, Ash said with a smile and scratched behind her ears. Pokédex Espeon, the Sun Pokémon. Espeon are able to read air currents, allowing it to predict the future as well as its opponent's next moves. Ash widened his eyes at this and stared at his new Pokémon. Wow girl, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you, Ash said with a grand smile and hugged her tightly. Evelyn yipped in happiness, wagging her tail. Misty and Brock smiled at this. They were shocked at this since they didn't know about the Espeon evolution at all. They only heard of the 3 Kanto EV evolutions, Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon. This one was new to them. They were happy, though, for their friend to get this evolution. They watched in fondness as Ash was getting liked by his new Espeon and his Gyarados who felt left out. Ash laughed at this. The group wondered what was gonna happen next. End Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Squirtle Squad. Pokemon. Last time on Starting Things Differently. Ash smiled at this and looked down at the EV at his feet. I'm so glad that you're okay, girl. I don't know what I would have done if Team Rocket took you or anyone else. Ash said looking at his EV and to his Gyarados who was still out. He kneeled down and hugged his EV. You're one of my best friends, girl. This whole team is my best friends. Ash said looking at Evelyn gently. She yipped and liked him before she froze. Evelyn, what's the matter, girl? Ash questioned in worry with his evolution Pokemon. He watched her glow before he realized she was evolving. Wow. Ash said in wonder. The glow disappeared and he saw a lavender-long fox-like cat with a red gem on her forehead. The newly evolved Evelyn opened her new eyes that were a light violet. Esp. She cried out and climbed into her trainer's lap to lick him in the face. Ash laughed and pulled out his Pokédex. Alright girl. Can you stay there for a second? I need to know what you are now. Ash said with a smile and scratched behind her ears. Pokédex Espeon, the Sun Pokémon. Espeon are able to read air currents, allowing it to predict the future as well as its opponent's next moves. Ash widened his eyes at this and stared at his new Pokémon. Wow girl. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you. Ash said with a grand smile and hugged her tightly. Evelyn yipped in happiness, wagging her tail. Misty and Brock smiled at this. They were shocked at this since they didn't know about the Espeon evolution at all. They only heard of the 3 EV evolution. Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon. This one was new to them. They were happy though for their friend to get this evolution. They watched in fondness as Ash was getting liked by his new Espeon and his Gyarados who felt left out. Ash laughed at this. The group wondered what was gonna happen next. Present. Ash was currently walking down the pathway to the nearest town. Ash was happily stroking his new Espeon, Evelyn, beside him. She was glued to his leg and nuzzled him every often for him to pet her ears. Ash would gladly do it to his little psychic fox. He was also really happy to know that he got a Charmander for his team. Ash smiled to himself at this. Torch will do just fine. Ash thought to himself. He was pleased to know that this was his first fire Pokemon. Ash was interrupted by his musings by walking over the ground when he heard a crack. He stopped at this with his head tilted. Huh? Misty and Brock, who were behind him, stared and asked what was wrong. They heard the cracks too and looked to each other. The ground exploded and they fell in. They all screamed and hit the bottom with a groan. Ash was getting sad at the holes appearing. Oh! Not another hole! Misty shouted in anger. Ow! I landed on my head. Brock yelled, rubbing his head in pain. Ash groaned and rubbed his aching back. Ow wow. Brock frowned and looked up to the hole top. It must be a prank. He didn't look amused. Misty frowned at this as well. Somebody has a bad sense of humor. Ash blinked at this. Who would play such a rotten trick? Ash questioned. They heard laughter above them and looked up. What they saw were 5 Squirtle laughing at them. All the Squirtle wore black shades. All was the same except for the one wearing curved shades. Brock glared. Who are you? Misty frowned and shouted, that's not funny. We could have been hurt. The Squirtle then laughed at Misty's remark and went away from the hole. Ash growled at that. Ash crawled out of the hole with Espion gripping his back with all her paw's might. He was still hanging on the ledge, but enough for Evlon to get off his back. Dangerous practical jokes are nothing to laugh about. Ash shouted in anger. He totally did a parent moment there, he thought in surprise. Esp. Evlon stated, getting off her trainer's back. Misty and Brock crawled out of the hole and hanged beside Ash. They all got out to see all the Squirtle laughing at them. Ash got out of the hole then in frustration. He then glared at them and pulled out his Pokédex. Pokédex Squirtle, this tiny turtle Pokémon draws its long neck into its shell to launch incredible water attacks with amazing range and accuracy. The blasts can be quite powerful. Ash glared at them. Evlon. I think these guys need to be taught some manners about being more cautious of who they're pranking. Ash said, turning to his Espion. She nodded at him and walked in front of them. Shadow Ball. Ash said calmly. Evlon started to have a glowing ball in her mouth and fired it at the Squirtle squad. It was aiming towards the leader till another Squirtle took the hit. It fell down looking dazed from the Shadow Ball attack. The leader shouted in worry for its downed companion. It turned to glare at Evlon. It did a stare down with the relaxed Espion. Squir dash, Evlon equally stared him down. Esp dash, they continued this until everyone heard sirens. The Squirtle froze at this and yelled to the squad. They all then ran away carrying their unconscious friend. Ash and the crew blinked at this. Well, that was sure weird. Ash looked confused until he felt Evlon's fur nuzzling his hand. He looked down and smiled at her. Good job, girl. You nailed him right in the shell. Ash said, scratching her ears in delight. Evlon yipped and twitched her ears in happiness. The sirens got louder and everyone turned to look at the police bike coming there. Officer Jenny pulled up in front of them looking concerned. Are you guys all right? Has anyone been hurt here? She shouted, looking them over. Ash smiled. Officer Jenny. Ash said with a grin. Officer Jenny blinked at this. Huh. Have you met before? Your face doesn't look familiar. Then she went silent after what she just said, noticing the scar. Ash went silent at this and frowned, but sighed after shaking it off. We met you in Cerulean City. He stated. She then thought for a second and smiled as she got off her bike. Oh, you mean one of the other Jennies? My cousin. She said with a grin. Ash blinked at this. Cousin. His head tilted at this. She snickered, seeing his expression. My cousins are all police officers. All of look identical. Plus we're all named Jenny. Officer Jenny said with a big smile, explaining her family. Ash blinked in shock at this. Wow. Talk about family resemblance. Ash said, a laugh. Misty looked nervous at that. At least they remember all their names. She said in a chirper voice. Brock gave a faint smile at that. They were at the police station when Officer Jenny said what was happening earlier. That Pokemon gang calls itself the Squirtle Squad. Jenny stated, looking at the group. Ash looked confused about this. Squirtle Squad. Misty blinked at that as well. I've never heard of a Pokemon gang. Jenny then looked sad. They're all Squirtless that were deserted by their Pokemon trainers. The gang looked saddened by that. Ash whispered, deserted? Jenny gave a faint nod, yeah. They don't have a trainer. So they run wild and play tricks on the whole town. She said, then explained what the Squirtless have done. The gang was amazed that those Squirtless did stuff like that. It really is kinda sad. Because if they had somebody to care about them, they wouldn't have turned out to be as bad as they are. Jenny said in sadness for the Squirtle squad. Ash looked depressed at that sentence, feeling for the Squirtless. It's a real shame. Jenny stated. Team Rocket watched them from the police station. They were watching them with their binoculars intently. There, I see them. The little brats. Jessie shouted in glee. Meowth gave a sigh, then turned to Jessie. Do you see a restaurant? I'm really starving here. He stated with boredom. Jessie frowned and grabbed a fan. She smacked him with great force for interrupting her thoughts. James saw Meowth get hit and had to joke, but no pizza. Jessie growled and smacked him too. Then James got up with a snarl. I'm sick of eating pizza with every meal. He shouted in annoyance. Jessie growled and got into James' face. You'll never eat again if you mess up this mission. Jessie shouted at James. James looked silent and opened his mouth again. Can't we just order Chinese food? He questioned. Meowth butted in, or maybe some tacos. Meowth said hopefully. Jessie looked ticked at this response. She smacked both of them with her fan in rage. She started to pant after the beating she gave them. Am I the only one who thinks world domination is more important than finding out what's for lunch? Now let's focus ourselves on what really matters, and that's catching all the most powerful Pokemon. Jessie huffed angrily after her rant. Then, to the amusement of the other Rocket members, her stomach growled. Jessie blushed and started to laugh nervously. Oh. Now my stomach says it's time for lunch. Time to eat. She said sheepishly, holding a picnic basket. James and Meowth looked happy at that. Yes. Yeah. They shouted in happiness. Then they heard a twig snap. The Rocket members turned to see what did it and found themselves surrounded by the Squirtle squad. Team Rocket flinched at this, then Jessie frowned. You guys got a problem with us? She stated, looking at the turtle Pokemon unimpressed. The Squirtle squad nodded and pointed to the picnic basket. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. The leader stated. Team Rocket blinked on curiously and turned to Meowth. Hey Meowth. What are they saying? James asked. Meowth blinked and turned to James. I think it's saying give us your food or else. He said nervously. Jessie smirked, tightening her hold the picnic basket. You're threatening us? We're Team Rocket. We threaten. She said with a smug look. The leader of the Squirtle squad gave a smirk. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. He said with his sunglasses giving a shine to them. Jessie grinned and pulled out her Pokeball with James grabbing his. Let's show these little creeps. Jessie stated. I'm game. James agreed with her, ready to release his Pokemon. Just when they were about to throw their Pokemon, the ground started to crack. Team Rocket looked down to see a hole. They instantly fell in. They hit the bottom with a dazed look in their eyes. The Squirtle squad looked in the hole and gave each other smug grins. Team Rocket woke up from the daze later to see the Squirtle squad eating their food. They saw they were also tied to a tree with Meowth tied in the air on a branch. Ah no. They're eating all the jelly donuts and the eclairs. Jessie said with whine. James looked saddened. They're drinking all the lemonade. Meowth was kicking his legs furiously while tied in the air. This is cruel and unusual punishment. The Squirtles looked to Team Rocket and shrugged. Those aren't Squirtles. They're pickles. Jessie steamed. They're starting on the sandwiches. James groaned in sadness. He then turned to Jessie. We got to do something. Jessie nodded, then perked up. Wait. She then smirked and turned to the Squirtless. Hey you little squirtless. How about you like to little job for us? She said with a grin. The Squirtle squad stopped eating and turned to her. There are these 3 kids with the main kid who has scar on his left eye. Our boss would be most appreciated if you helped us capture them. He'll make it worth your while. She stated. The leader of the Squirtle squad waved his hand dismissively to her, not buying it. James blinked and looked to Meowth. What did the Squirtle answer? Meowth blinked and looked to James. Squirtle said forget it. We know humans can't be trusted. James got annoyed, then make them trust us. He shouted. Meowth then smirked, That won't be easy. But I'll see what I can do. He said with a smirk. Meowth turned to the Squirtle squad. Squirtle, both of these humans belong to Meowth. He stated. James got a sad look, belong to you? Meowth smirked, they'll never trust you, you got no liar in you. Just let me handle this. Meowth then dismissed the human. James looked aggravated and kicked his legs in frustration. Oh you little. Meowth smiled to the Squirtle squad, these humans are my pets. I train them but they're pretty stupid. Meowth stated. The leader blinked and turned to Meowth, puzzled. Squirtle. Meowth nodded and turned to James, don't you ever raise your voice ever to me again. You bad human. With that Meowth started to kick James. The Squirtles looked to each other and nodded, liking the Meowth. They ran over to the rope holding him and started to bring him down. Meowth smirked at this, heh. When he reached the ground Meowth turned to the squad, see you guys can trust me. The Squirtle leader nodded and untied him. Meowth was eating the picnic food while his teammates were watching on hungrily. Meowth, what about us? Untie us too. Jessie shouted angrily. James whimpered in sadness, I want a donut. Meowth frowned at them, stopping in mid-chew. Quiet. Meowth got up and jumped on their shoulders. We got to keep up this act until the Squirtles trust me. That's gonna take a little time. He said with a smug grin, and with that he ate James' donut in front of his eyes. Ash and the gang were sitting by the water bed. Ash was laying down at the moment with Brock looking at the scenery and Misty fishing for some Pokemon. Ash was currently smiling to himself with his arms crossed behind his head, looking up at the sky, watching the clouds go by. He returned Evelyn a little while ago to give her some rest. He wanted to have some relaxation at the moment with all those pranks the Squirtle squad did. Misty was looking at the WAT calmly when she felt her fish pole pull. Oh! I caught something! She said in surprise and happiness for the challenge. Ash blinked and opened his eyes to her, really? Well, let's see what CA got missed. Misty nodded to Ash. The gang looked to see a Squirtle poke its head out of the water and stare at them. Ash blinked at that. The Squirtle then smirked and sprayed a water gun at them. Ha! The gang shouted and were then soaking wet. It laughed at them, seeing their misery. I'm soaked. Misty whined. Me too. Ash said with growl, no one attacks me and gets away it. Ash got up at that and glared at the Squirtle, looking at him smugly. I've had enough of your pranks, Squirtle. You picked the wrong person to trick. Ash growled, looking at the Squirtle dead on. The Squirtle froze, seeing the scar-ed boy eyes staring at it. It swallowed and then grinned, giving him a bring it on pose. Ash twitched an eyebrow. Misty and Brock winced, knowing their friend's temper now. Ash grabbed a pokeball. So you want to continue to be a smug BSTRD now, do you? Well then. I'll show you someone who doesn't take nicely to losers. Mystic. I choose you. Ash shouted in anger. His pokeball hit the water and in an instant the giant sea snake Pokemon came out. Mystic roared and looked down at the Squirtle. Ash pointed to the lone turtle Pokemon, give him hell, Mystic. Dragon Rage. His Gyarados roared and fired the dragon attack right on center to the Squirtle. The Squirtle shrieked as it got hit. Ash watched and saw the Squirtle come back up in the water in a dizzy state. The Squirtle squad watching in the bushes watched in horror at their buddy. Meowth bit his lip wondering if it was a good idea to jump out. The twerp look said already. I don't know if it would be a good idea at all. Considering what happened to that Squirtle. Meowth thought till he heard the leader of the Squirtle squad to continue its plan. The Squirtle squad and Meowth jumped out of the bushes, then rope-tied Ash and the gang. Ash cried out, "What the?" he said, falling down on the ground. Meowth smirked, "Looks like you won't be getting out of this one." Mystic turned hearing her trainer cry out and turned to see the Squirtle squad and Meowth. She growled and roared at them. Meowth saw her and screamed, "Ah crap. I forgot about you." Meowth shouted in panic. Ash glared at the cat Pokemon, Mystic Ice Fang. The Gyarados roared and did her physical bit attack on the group of Pokemon. The leader took most of the hits for his squad while they watched in awe for the leader. Meowth ran away hoping to avoid the set-off trainer. As this was happening, Ash released Wattpad on his belt to get him and his friends free. His cat Pokemon instantly came out and mewed to him. "Hey girl. Can you get us free?" Ash said calmly. Wattpad nodded and swiped her claws on the ropes and Ash was freed. He got up and looked at his Gyarados. Mystic was thrashing the squad. Ash whistled and Mystic stopped. "That's good girl. I think that's enough of a pounding for them," Ash stated. Mystic rumbled and leaned down for her trainer to pet her. Ash petted her head and stroked her chin. "What to do with them? I have a funny feeling they're gonna target someone else after this," Ash said, looking at the downed Squirtle squad. Misty and Brock walked over, seeing Ash in a thinking pose. Ash turned to Misty. "Hey Mist. Do you have a Squirtle at the gym?" Misty blinked. "No. I don't think so," she said, thinking it over. "How about you, Brock?" Ash questioned, looking at the other former gym leader. "I've never had a water Pokemon at the gym," Brock stated, looking at Ash weirdly. Ash nodded and thought it over. "Since there are 5 Squirt less, I think we should split it. I get Misty and Brock gets Officer Jenny should get the other," Ash stated, looking at the gang. The others looked shocked at this and then thought it over. "Okay Ash, that sounds like a great idea. What about the other Squirtle?" Misty said, looking at the Squirtless. Ash thought it over. "I can give one to Mom. She needs some protection, and with her the Squirtle will learn some humility," Ash said, thinking it over. The others nodded at the logic. Misty threw her Pokeball and hit one of the Squirtless and watched it struggle before it dinged and signaled that it was captured. Brock threw his Pokeball and watched it flash, then dinged. Brock then smiled to himself for having his first water Pokemon. Ash threw a Pokeball and it hit the floating Squirtle in the lake and it teleported in an instant since the turtle Pokemon was out. He turned to the leader and stated, "You're mine." He threw his Pokeball and hit the leader in the shell. He watched the Pokeball fight for a few minutes and then it dinged. It then teleported away. Ash smirked, "Gotcha." He saw the last Squirtle laying on the ground. Ash went to his bag and grabbed a storage ball. He threw it and captured the last one. He turned to the gang. "No more Squirtle squad. I think the town will sleep soundly tonight," Ash stated with a grin. The gang nodded, agreeing with him. "Wait a second. We're forgetting someone. I happen to remember that Meowth was with them. I wonder where he went." Ash questioned, looking for the cat scratch Pokemon. Wattpad voice, Tara Strong, Ravens from Teen Titans. Meowth was nervously hiding behind the tree where he came out of. He hoped the twerps didn't look for him here. He heard the twerp with the scar saying something. "All right Wattpad, look for Meowth." He then heard a sharp mew. His eyes widened. That sounded like a Meowth said, then felt a blur go past him, hitting him in the face all at once. He blinked and looked up at the thing, dizzy-eyed. At first all he saw was a blur of cream until he started making out the features. He saw to his amazement another Meowth looking at him calmly. "Meowth," he said with a catty grin. "Well, hello there, beautiful," Meowth said, looking Wattpad over with observing eyes. Batet frowned at that response. How about no? She circled the other Meowth, looking him up and down. She stopped looking him over and sat down, curling her tail around her. So you're the cat my trainer has a temper for? Batet said, quirking an eye at him. Meowth frowned at that. It was just a scratch. Man, the twerp can hold a grudge, he said with a huff. Batet frowned. He has all reason to be. He doesn't like Pokemon who hurt him, she stated. Meowth stared at her. So the twerp was hurt by a Pokemon close to him. Is that why he's like that? Meowth questioned. Batet bit her lip, then reluctantly nodded, yes. It was his former starter, a Pikachu. It led him to die while he was protecting it from a flock of angry Spearow. Batet said mournfully. Meowth looked at her in great surprise. DMN. No wonder the twerp hates getting attacked. Those scars on the face and body must mean that he was attacked badly. Meowth said in pain, feeling for the twerp. Batet nodded. He was in great pain the whole time. But in that hour, he gained 2 Pokemon. They are considered his starters and saviors, Batet said with a gentle smile. Meowth looked at her curiously. And who would those be? He said in question. His Fearow and Gyarados. Or should I say Talon and Mystic? Batet said with a grin. Meowth widened his eyes. The twerp got those guys as his starters. Those are one of the hardest Pokemon to train. How did he manage that? He shouted to Batet. The she-cat smiled. It was his fighting for survival. He took the pain from the flock of Spearows better than some Pokemon. He stayed awake the whole time fighting to stay alive. In their eyes, he gained their respect and saw him as the perfect trainer. Just as I do, Batet said in pride, thinking of her trainer. Meowth nodded. He sounds like a great guy even if he's a twerp. Batet glared. No, he isn't. She hissed out. Yes, he is, Meowth said with a smirk. Batet hissed. Take it back. The female Meowth hissed and unsheathed her claws. Bring it on, girly. I can take you on, Meowth shouted with his own claws out. Your funeral. With that she jumped and attacked. She started to unleash some attacks Meowth never knew his kind could do. Night Slash. You know that? He shouted in surprise. Batet smirked. It takes practice and good old training. Meowth dodged as much as he could from the female cat. He used his swipe attacks, but realized it wasn't doing much damage to her. Batet then smirked. I think it's time to go back. Ash is probably wondering when I'll show up with you. Let's go, Fuzzy. With that, Batet did a roll in the air and got her claws out. She came at him with a weird claw attack and smashed him out of the bushes and in front of her trainer. Meowth groaned and looked towards her. What attack was that? Batet smirked. That was my new attack, Shadow Claw. Ash smiled. Good job, Batet, for getting Meowth. Batet mewed in pride for that, hearing her trainer's words. Then she froze and Meowth saw what was happening. Ah no. Why into that thing? Ash watched in wonder at his cat Scratch Pokemon evolving. Batet grew larger until the light faded away to reveal a strong Persian. Ash smiled. Batet. Wow, you look lovely. His new Persian purred in that response and walked over to nuzzle his leg. Meowth watched with a sneer. You Persians. Everyone always wants a Persian. Ash frowned after scratching Batet under her chin. Not everyone. I want Pokemon who can become strong. Batet looked already strong in my eyes, Ash said, smiling to his big cat Pokemon. Meowth then realized he was out in the open with the twerps without Jesse or James. Ah. Heh heh. Look, twerps, how about, eyes ran away and you guys can continue your trip without any problems, he said nervously. Ash looked him over with hard eyes, searching into the lying cat Pokemon. Why should I believe you? He said with a scowl. Meowth froze at that. Crap. I wouldn't trust me either. I need to get away fast. Where are you, Jesse and James? Meowth thought while backing away. Look, twerp. I know you don't believe me, but why don't you let me go and let bygones be bygones? Meowth stated with a grin. Ash narrowed his eyes at this and looked down to his Persian, Batet. What do you think? Should I let him go? Batet blinked at her master and looked towards the sweating profusely Meowth. She huffed and shook her head. Ash widened his eyes. You want me to let him go? Ash said in astonishment. Batet nodded and looked towards her master. Ash growled at this and glared at the Meowth. He walked right up to the pathetic cat Pokemon and got his face an inch from Meowth. Get out of my sight. Don't make me regret it. Ash said distastefully. Meowth nodded and ran off as fast as his legs could carry him. While running away he looked back to Batet, who gave him a calm look. Thanks for letting me off the hook, Queenie. Ash watched him go with calm eyes and looked down to Batet. That wasn't a good idea to let him go. But, I respect your reasons. Ash said with a sigh. He absently started to scratch Batet behind her ear to show his thoughts of the event. Come. Let's get this Squirtle to Officer Jenny. Ash stated. He got up and made his way to the gang. They made their way to the police station with Ash smiling and stroking his Persian the whole way. Ash was happy to have his cat Pokemon evolve into this big feline. He was also auto-ish that she was very thoughtful. If it were me, I would have totally beaten that Meowth. Ash thought while walking to their destination. He smiled afterwards, though realizing that his Pokemon had a peaceful side to her. He looked to her and petted her. I'm glad that you have morals. Don't ever change that girl. Ash said softly to Batet. The Persian purred in response to her trainer. The gang smiled from behind Ash. They knew he had a temper and was hard to get him to see the light in talks. They were happy to know that one of his Pokemon got him out of his anger. They were also surprised and touched that Ash got them Squirtless. Misty was happy because she never had one, but secretly wanted one for the gym. Brock was excited to have one. Never in his life did he think that he would have a water Pokemon, but life gave him one. That life had a name, Ash. Brock smiled to himself. Thanks, Ash. I don't know what to do with a Squirtle though. I'll see what life has in store for me in the future. Brock thought, looking up at the sky as he mused of what to do with that Pokemon. The gang saw the town in the distance. Ash turned to his Persian with a trickster grin. Race you there. Ash then took off like a rocket. Batet blinked at this and widened her eyes at the speck of her trainer. She growled and took off in the sprint. The gang looked onwards to see the two specks in the distance. A sweat drop appeared to them. Just when you think he grows up, he does something like that. Misty said with groan and face planted. Brock gave a snort of a laugh and nodded. He has those moments. Let's go catch up with them. Brock stated to Misty with a small smile. Misty sighed, but nodded. Ash ran onwards and looked back to see Batet right behind him. Crap. He sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him. He saw the police station just a few yards. He screeched to a stop with his legs. He stopped just in the nick of time before tripping ungracefully. Just then he felt a powerful force hit him from behind. He landed right smack on the ground face first. He felt something heavy on his back. Oof. He groaned in pain, wondering what was on his back. He turned his head to the side to see what was on his back. He saw a sheepish Batet looking at him with the most innocent look she could muster. Get that off. Right now. Ash growled out to his Persian. His cat Pokemon gave a small mew and jumped off immediately. Ash groaned and got up. He stretched his back in pain, trying to get it better. He heard laughter and saw his friends laughing at him. Oh ho ho. Funny is that? How about you guys have a Pokemon on your backs and see how you feel afterwards? Be my guest. The others looked away, avoiding his gaze. That's what I thought, Ash said with a huff, and then brushed the dirt off the front of his clothes. He and the gang got to the front of police station. Ash smiled and walked through the doors. Officer Jenny. He looked around curiously at the workers. Can we help you, young man? Ash looked at them and looked at them. I need to talk to Officer Jenny. Is she here? Ash questioned. The other officers blinked and looked at him. A female held up a finger. 1 minute. She dialed Officer Jenny to see if she was in her office, and after a few minutes the lady smiled. She can see you now. Ash gave a grin. Thanks. With that he made his way to her office. He knocked a few times and heard come in. Ash walked in to see Officer Jenny looking over papers at her desk. She looked focused on her task of documents. She looked up and saw Ash. Oh. Hey Ash. What can I do for you? Jenny said, placing her document down. Ash gave a grin and answered proudly, I fixed it, Officer Jenny. The police officer looked at Ash weird. Fixed what, Ash? Jenny said curiously. The Squirtle Squad. Me and the gang caught them. Ash stated. Officer Jenny's eyes widened. What? How? Ash smirked. With a battle, of course. I caught the leader and his buddy. Brock got one and Misty as well. Jenny looked at the kid amazed, then remembered something. Wait. There were 5 members of the Squirtle Squad. Where's the 5th one? She questioned. Ash gave a soft smile and took off his bag. He reached in and ruffled through it. It's right here. Ash said, pulling out the storage pokeball. I thought you could use it here. Ash said with a smile, handing the officer the pokeball. She looked at Ash with wide eyes. Really? You want to give him to me? She said, looking speechless. Ash gave her a gentle smile. With what? I've heard of all the problems you've been dealing with here. I think you can at least know you have one under your watch. Ash stated. The officer blinked and gave a smirk, hearing the statement. That's very sneaky of you. Thank you, Ash. Ash smiled and gave a nod. You're welcome, Officer Jenny. With that, Ash gave her a salute and turned to the door. By Officer Jenny. It's time for us to head out. The officer smiled. I can see that. I wish you a fun journey, Ash. May it lead to wonderful things. The gang nodded and walked out. They headed on the dirt road. They turned back at the town and saw Officer Jenny waving to them goodbye. They smiled and waved to her back and started to walk. Ash felt Bottet rubbing against his leg and gave a smile. Yes. I wonder what type of journey will be for us. I guess we will see. Ash thought to himself with a grin, heading out. End chapter 10.